Hello, everybody. First things first. Can you hear me? That's where I need to start off. Right, now let me just get a few things sorted out. Here we go. You can hear me. You can see me. This is something which I started last New Year's Eve as a bit of fun, and it turned into well, a bit of a nightmare, really, due to this stuff, which I've got back again this year. And got these celebrations tub from Christmas, of course. Effectively what happened last time was I mistakenly said, you know what, if somebody donates something, and I'm not asking for donations, by the way, please don't, then I'll take a little bit of a snip from the Crystal Head vodka, and then I ended up completely off my face. And what turned in my head from like a 1-2 hour live stream went, I think, past 5 hours. So I thought, you know what, might make it a tradition. Not necessarily me getting off my face, but just doing a little bit of a chat and see where we end up. If it stops before midnight, then so be it. If it carries on, then yeah, why not? Again, can everyone hear me okay? Somebody's saying that the volume's too low. Is that the case? I want to make sure before we go any further. I'll turn it up a little bit. How's that? Obviously, you can turn your own volume up as well. But let's start. I do have some questions that people have sent in. Members, because if you're a member, then you get a few more privileges, don't you? So I've got the questions here. I've got a few. I'm turning it up a bit more. I'm turning the volume up, guys. I'm listening. There you go. How's that? That's quite high. Is that okay? Brilliant. Right. Let's get on with the questions, I suppose. So this is kind of EV related stuff, home energy stuff, channel related stuff. Feel free to ask anything on the chat on the side here. I've got it all in front of me. Now I've got another plan, and it may fall down. I've set up a Zoom chat. So, and again, I'm not sure I'm going to do this. In theory, I'll be able to stream the Zoom chat I'm having while streaming to you on YouTube. So effectively, I'll be able to talk to anyone I choose. I'm going to start it off with talking to someone, and then see how that goes. And then I might put it on a members-only chat, the Zoom stream, so I can talk to you guys one by one, not a big mess. Just see how that goes. So that'll be coming later on. Let's get these questions up. I've got a lot of screens going on here, so if I'm looking around, that's what's going on there. Right, here we are. Let's see if we can find them. Give it a refresh. And again, feel free to ask any questions in the normal chat window. Let me do it by the oldest first. Right, would you consider doing a video on the electric juice network that Octopus Energy offer? It seems like an amazing deal, but detail is hard to find. You know, it's not really a video topic for me. It's more of it's out there. It's another RI. I like the idea, don't get me wrong, and I really like Octopus. Again, I push them a fair bit on the channel, but it's another RFID card for me, is the electric juice network. For those that don't know what it is, basically you apply from Octopus for this RFID card, which works with lots of different networks out there. So the idea is sound, and I think the idea is also that you'll get other benefits. So it might be slightly cheaper, or you might get rewards if you use it a lot, and I think it comes off your bill if you're with Octopus as well. The trouble is, for me, the single RFID card that we should have is contactless payment. If all, at least rapid chargers anyway, had contactless payment, it negates the point of an RFID card, unless it's going to become like a reward card or just make billing easier in some way. So I don't know. For me, until they get the big boys, the big networks involved, which as far as I know they're not at the moment, it's not really going to work. So I don't really want to do a full video about it, because I don't think there's not much content there really. And it's probably going to be just me going, I don't see the point of it yet. But it's going to grow. It might get better. So you never know. There's no reason not to get it. The bigger it gets, the more networks will jump on board. So it's a bit chicken in the egg. Let me just grab this. I'm going to start on the normal booze in a second. We are looking at getting an electric car, but not needing one yet. so we have time to wait. When do you think the second-hand market will have a decent amount of cars and decent range as well? Or are we better off going new with the price difference not being so massive? Well, you know what? I wouldn't, assuming you can afford it and there's no issues there, I wouldn't wait. Excuse me. The pretzel went down the wrong way that I had earlier. I wouldn't wait because, well, two reasons. If you can afford one now, get one now. What are you waiting for, effectively? It's like, I'm going to buy an EV. Why wait? You know, you're going to buy a single EV no matter when you buy it. So if you can, do it now. Because prices are only going one way. If I'd have bought, well, if someone had bought a Tesla Model 3 a year ago, it'd have been £40,000. It's now 43. And that's the same across the board. I remember someone asking about the ID3, and I found one online, and I think it was just over £23,000 for an ID3. You know, on offer, not a list price. And they ordered it. They haven't got it yet, but it's on its way. That same place is doing the same ID3 spec for, I think it's 28. So effectively, if you can get one now, don't rush into it. Don't do it before you're ready financially. But I won't bother waiting because the used market is ridiculous. I could sell my car now, the Model 3, for 40 grand. It's well over 18 months, 20 months old. I only paid 40 grand for it. So the used market for me it's off the chart, which is great if you're selling, but not if you're buying. So if you can, go new. Now, got the old, where is it? Got the old landlord coming out. I'm not going to start on the shots. I'm going to go a little easier than last year because, ooh, did I pay for it last year? God. I will get it out though. Now, oh, actually, before I go to any further questions, I do have some very sad news, ladies and gentlemen. EVK is downstairs. Hello. But EVW, my wife, she is working until 4 a.m, keeping us all safe. So there's no EVW on this stream this year, I'm afraid. She is working until 4 in the morning on New Year's Eve. Can you believe that? So EVK will join us at some point in the future. Today, I mean. And we'll have some fun, but ultimately no EVW. Very sad. Right, as the market is high for used EVs at the moment, should I sell my 30 Leaf and use any profit to put on a new car? Ideally an MG. Probably, anyway. Either way, you're going to be paying a lot more for the new one, but if the MG is still at the same price it was last I looked, so basically that's gone up a little bit, but your Leaf is artificially high at the moment. So if that's your plan anyway, if you're going to do that within the next 12 months, 18 months, I would probably do it now because, again, used values aren't going to go any higher really, but new car ones probably are. So it's similar to the last question, is that one. Let me go on a few live ones before the chat goes any higher because I'm missing stuff at the moment. So let's see who's around. Hello from Norway. Oh, we were desperate to get to Norway. We were going to go the first time round with the lockdown, and then we were going to go this year, but again it got blocked, and I doubt we'll be going in 2022 either. We're going to literally drive to Norway for a week. Got a question for you. ID4 versus Enyaq on the used market in 2 years' time. I guess it depends on the prices. Personally, I prefer the Enyaq. Much nicer interior. The ID4 wasn't a bad interior, it was just bland. But personal preference, either would be fine. If they're your choice, it's literally which flavour do you prefer. So whichever is the best option at the time in terms of value, I guess. Whoever does the best deal. A lot of people saying they applied for the electric juice card, but it hasn't turned up. Right. We buy any car keeps telling me that my 4-year-old Ioniq keeps going up in value. Yep. Probably the case. Our Mini petrol, obviously not EV, that's gone up I think 1,500 quid-ish in the last 18 months. So it's not just EVs, it's all cars at the moment. That absolutely It's absolutely ridiculous. The used values are crazy, which is why I end up buying the TT, the Mark 1 TT convertible. Because, well, I've never had a convertible before, but the value's only going to stay the same or go up. So it's a bit of a no-brainer for me. Right, one more question that was sent in by members. So if you are a member, you get guaranteed shout-out, should we say. Shameless plug there. What happened to the Driving Home podcast? Is it taking a break, or has my podcast app gone tits up, as he says? No, basically, we did that for, we'll call it a season. We did the selection we were going to do, and then it's just time. Literally just time. We're never going to make any money or anything from the podcast. I really don't think it's going to get big in any way. And to do it properly, you have to spend time. Each podcast is at least an hour, so therefore a minimum of an hour and a half for me and Harry to get together to do once a week. I do want to do it. I do want to carry on doing it. With his life and stuff that goes on with his family, same with my family, with work, with this channel, and of course meeting up. One of us has to isolate, for example, for a couple of weeks. That's 2 weeks where we can't get together to do the podcast. We try and get some in advance, obviously, but it gets to the point where we'd have to give something up to do it. So I do want to carry it on, and I think we're going to try and do something like this in terms of he can stay at home whilst recording, and that seems to make the most sense. But we need to make sure the quality's there as well in terms of audio recording. So I'm pretty confident it will come back. I'm just not sure when. I do enjoy doing it. It's kind of like this. You feel like you're talking to someone rather than a video, which is heavily edited and compact and compressed down. And well, it takes a lot longer for one. It's just a bit more off the cuff. So I prefer that, to be honest. What happened? Oh, I've just read that one. What are you most looking forward to in the EV world in 2022? I'm trying to think what's coming out. I imagine we're getting the Model Y in 2022 in the UK, which is ultimately something that's been out ages everywhere else. So it's not that exciting, but it is good to see it over here. You know what? I don't think I'm getting excited, if I'm being honest, about anything. We're getting a ton of choice. That's very good. The AMI is coming out, of course. I think I'm ready now because we've got so many standard hatchbacks, so many normal, if you will, EVs coming out. It's time for something a bit more special, and I don't mean hypercar like the Lotus or anything like that, or the Pininfarina, the Battista. I want a hot hatch, quite frankly. A normal hot hatch. Give it the performance and sort the suspension out. Doesn't have to have big range. Just an affordable, fun handling, normal car. So, I don't know, is anything coming out next year that you guys are excited about? Because I'm trying to think if there's anything that I know that's coming out. The Born as it's called now, the Cupra. I'm interested to see the difference in that. So again, that's more interest rather than excited. But yeah, at the moment we're getting too many. I guess that's how it has to work, though, is it? We're getting too many normal cars, ultimately, and we're not getting the special ones. The ones you would get excited about. Right, okay. This guy's already drunk, and that's good. It's only 8:15. Are you planning a ZS EV long range review anytime soon? That is turning up in the middle of January, is the long range ZS, so yes. Keep an eye out for that one. I'm really looking forward to that one because that's a big one in terms of how much it costs or what it gives you. I'm a driving instructor and I teach in a course at E. I found in the last 3 months 8,000 miles. That's a lot of mileage. That 30-minute jump charging is the best way to get the max amount of miles out. Yeah, you need to charge at the right optimum speed, which is usually kind of in the middle of the battery. Obviously, I presume you can charge at home. But given the mileage you do, that's probably the only way you can do it, I suppose. I mean, I've got a question for everyone out there. When Alice, hello, she's watching. When she does her driving lessons in, let's say, at the earliest 6 years from now, I'm going to insist she does a manual test. She learns in a manual car, even though logically they're disappearing because EVs don't have gearboxes, clearly. So, what do you think for your kids? If your kids are going to start the driving lessons anytime in the next decade, tomorrow, 10 years from now, I personally think that driving a car with the gearing, it just helps you understand what the car's doing more. For me, I think it's quite... it's the easy option, picking the automatic lessons, because if you can drive a manual, you can drive a manual and an automatic. If you can drive an automatic, you can only drive an automatic. So what would you do? Personally, I think everyone should learn how to drive a manual. I guess it's going to get to the point where there are none left, other than new stuff. So I suppose they are going to die out. I just think it's like riding a bike. Everyone should be able to drive a manual car. I don't like automatic only options for tests. Really, it's like cheating. Right, where are we? What is the best EV you've driven this year? What is the best EV that came out this year that you have driven? Which EV that came out this year do you wish you had reviewed? Wow. Well, I'm going to say this year, not so much best, because that's very subjective. I'd say I'm going to go down the line of most surprising. The Citigo youve clones, the Say It Me ones, cracking fun. I think they're really good. Taycan, obviously, that for me, along with the Audi e-tron GT, which is the same car, pinnacle of EV motoring, personally. I'm trying to think. Again, we had a lot of ordinary cars. I would say the ones that surprise me most are probably those the ones I've just mentioned, them clones. Small, basic cars that are reasonably cheap to buy in EV world, at least. Just fun. And I think that's the thing that we're missing a lot. Fun. They're all, a lot of manufacturers are playing it safe. So I'd probably say the youve Citigo, which no longer sold, Say It Me clones. The EV versions of those. The Citroen EC4. That is a grand or two cheaper, if you shop around anyway, than its other clones, which are the E208, the DS3, the 2008. There's quite a lot of the Corsa. So the EC4 is slightly bigger, but it's slightly cheaper, and it's by far the most comfortable, because that's what they've done with the Citroen. And that was the surprise. It's not. I'm not saying it's the best. It's not, but it was the biggest surprise for that type of car, because it actually did something unique. It was super comfortable, which is, well, unique to that sort of sector. Whereas the other ones, it was just, the E208 is a very good looking car, but it's just another small hatchback. There's nothing unique about it. So I quite like cars that do something better than anything else. Just maybe in one category, not the whole package. So I would say those, for me, are the standout ones in normal car world. Ignoring the ridiculous stuff. A little disappointed in the ID3 and 4 in terms of their internal build, but still very good value cars. Right, let me do a few of the live chat at the moment, and we'll come back to these questions because I'm fast getting out of sync here. Right, where were we? Good evening, blah, 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 blah. Say It Me electric owner here. Winter range is quite a drop from the summer. Full charge in eco mode can get around 210 miles in the gasometer. Winter 110. I'd ignore the gasometer. It is literally that, I guess. What do you think of EV rental places like Onto? Are they worth using for those that can't afford an EV? Well, in my experience, renting a car is expensive. So if you need one just for a day or two, or if you want to test one up for a few days, because dealers don't tend to do that. Excuse me. I don't know. For me, it's the sort of thing that you get when your car breaks down is a rental car, because you have no other choice. So It's not something I'd ever really use. Happy New Year from Canada. I always like knowing where people are from. So if you're from anywhere outside of the UK, or in fact, if you're anywhere inside the UK as well, where are you? I want to know where everyone is right now. Don't know if you remember the MG5 estate review you did. I was talking to my brother-in-law and said that's a great car. He then turns up in the same car you used for a review. I presume you mean the exact same car. You know what? It just did the job. It was cheap, but to buy, good value, should I say. Comfortable, practical. It didn't promise anything that it didn't deliver. Again, it's all about expectations. What did I expect from a car of that price and range and expectation? And that's what I got. That is ultimately what it is. The ID3 is a brilliant car. It's good value, but the expectation was massive because it was literally called the third epoch of Volkswagen. And it just isn't. It's a capable car, but it's not a Golf GTI or Volkswagen Beetle sort of car that will be remembered in decades to come, will it? So expectations sometimes, like watching a film. If someone says, that film's not very good, you'll watch it and you'll probably enjoy it more than the films that are said to be really good. Because if there's anything slightly disappointing, that's it. It's kind of ruined it for you. Right. Hello from Manchester. Which one course is people talking to each other here? So let me flip through it. Have you seen that stateside Teslas have been recalled for a rear camera fault? I did read something about it. Is it a recall though? Can a rear camera be that safety? Well, it's part of full self-driving, I guess. No, I've heard about it, but I guarantee it won't happen here. We never get any recalls that Americans get for some reason. So yeah, it happens with many cars. It's just Tesla are going to get picked apart because anything that goes wrong with Teslas is highlighted as to why EVs are rubbish for some reason. Hello from sunny Florida. Ooh, Florida, eh? I've been there once or twice. Once, I think. Very, long time ago. Enjoyed it. Did the usual Disney stuff. But yes, I'd love to go back there. In fact, I'd love to go somewhere abroad again. I remember going abroad on holidays. Right. What do you think in the EV world needs to die in the coming year? Oh, well, that's a bit excessive. Certain charge networks, basically, because we're at the stage where EVs aren't the problem, the charge networks are the problem. Because without the charge networks, unless, if you can't charge at home, but if you're doing long journeys, they are now the key. The charge networks are everything now. Because the cars, no one's complaining about the cars. The range isn't really a thing. The costs are coming down eventually in relative terms to petrol, diesel cars. It's the charge networks. I imagine most of you will know which charge network I'm meaning specifically. You are right about driving lessons in manual because you'll still be able to buy a used old car after 2030. I guess that's one benefit. Manual all the way, but I'll have to wait 10 years though. Don't bother with a manual, this person says. This is about the gearbox thing that I mentioned earlier, driving lessons. See, for me, that's the one thing, and I'm thinking about doing a video about this in the new year. The engagement of a manual gearbox, which is relatively inefficient compared to an EV where it has no gearbox. So we're not talking about efficiency. We're talking about engagement. You don't have the engagement in an EV, at least not yet. No one's figured a way out of that you do in a good petrol car. They can be quick. Well, they are quick. It's almost like playing a computer game because all you have to do is stamp on the go pedal and you're off. Every time, full acceleration, can't get it wrong, which is great, but it also gives you a kind of false sense of achievement. It's like playing a computer game in sandbox mode where you can't lose. There's no accomplishment there. So that's why I like manual cars. Not when I'm stuck in traffic, not when I'm driving to the shops or something like that. That's just boredom. But when you're on a nice country road or something like that, or going to Scotland on a nice road, Not necessarily driving fast or anything, just on a track. It just gives you a sense that you've driven the car around the track rather than the other way around. I'd recommend anyone learns manual until they are so rare it's not worth doing. Yeah, I would agree. Will Harry be coming on, or is he still away on his dirty weekend? I don't think he'll be joining me this time. I might try the Zoom thing. So I don't know if he's watching. Hello, Harry, if you're watching, we could always try that. I will have someone on in half an hour or so as a test, and then maybe one of you guys or more, if you remember anyway. Well, it may fall flat on its face, might not work, but I can give it a shot. What can you celebrate about 2021, and what do you look forward to in 2022? Oh, Jesus, that's deep. 2021. What's to celebrate 2021? I don't want to get too deep in this one. I'll stick with car related things. I would say that this year has been the year that it's a bit broad, but I would say the tipping point for EVs has. I think we're in the tipping point now. It's not just a one-day thing. It's a year or two, because they're everywhere. EVs are everywhere. It's something that you don't really go, oh, look, electric anymore. They're all over the place. So I think that's what 2021 has brought us, really. 2022. Well, I was hoping I would hit 50,000 subscribers this year, but I'm about 400 off. So I guess that's something to look forward to. Not that it actually gives me anything at all. It's just a nice round figure. And some home-based stuff, which I can't really tell you about, which I'm looking forward to in 2022. Let me go back to some of these questions. I've got so many screens going off, it's getting complicated. If you had to choose, would you pick a car with a long range but only 7 kilowatt charging, or a short range but can charge really fast? Fast charging every time. I mean, that's ultimately the only issue most people have with EVs. If you could charge a 150 mile EV in 3 minutes in the same time it takes to do a petrol stop, then I don't think anyone would have a problem with an EV. So for me, it's all about getting the charge back in as quickly as possible. I guess if you're always just driving from home and back, you're not really going on long journeys more than once, twice a year, then you'd probably want the range. But for me, the quicker you can get it in, the better. Which is why things like the Zoe that can only do 50, and a couple of other cars that are still kind of stuck at that, the older cars, that's why they're for me a disadvantage now, showing their age. Because a car that can charge it up to 100 doesn't sound much compared to up to 50, but it can save you a quarter of an hour each stop-ish. Excuse me. I've got a dry throat already. It's going to be good 4 hours from now. Do you see a point in the future where rapid chargers of 50 kilowatts are seen as slow? More and more cars are coming out with 100 or higher. How long do you think it will be before 800 volts is the default? You know what? Yeah, I don't see the point now, considering every new EV that comes out that enters the market has got at least 100 or more. And again, it's all about charging quickly. So they typically put in a 50 still. We're putting rapid chargers in, and the 50. They put in usually for grid constraints, but that for me is a a cop out, as it were, because you don't need a 50 if it's a destination charger where you're there for hours. 7's enough. You'd need 150 or 300 of it. Who knows where we'll get to, but you'll need a proper rapid one, 150 or above, that will actually deliver that when you want to get going as quickly as possible. So 50 has become already, for me, like old tech. So no charger should be put in that's below 150. I can't even believe anybody makes a charger that's just capable of 50. A software upgrade might turn it to 150. Why would you not? Even if you don't have the grid connection yet, why would you not put 150 in, unless it's ultimately never possible to get above a 50? And if that's the case, why would you put it in that location? Yeah, again, charging network is key to this whole thing working. Have you used your M3, the Model 3, for camping like we did with the Leaf? How did it compare for practicality? Well, we haven't camper Tesla'd like we did with the camper Leaf as such, but when me and Harry went to the Goodwood Festival of Speed this year, something very strange happened, which has never happened before, and we go every single year camping. We turned up at the usual time, which for us, because we have to effectively drive from North Yorkshire, and this is right on the southern tip of the country. It's about as long as you could drive. That took, I think, about 10:30, 11 o'clock before we arrived at night. So we finished after work and then set off. And then when we got there, we got one of those busybodies with a clipboard. You pull into effectively the campsite, which is just big fields, and they're really well run at Festival of Speed at Goodwood. They really are very good campsites and toilets and showers. But you pulled up to where you kind of sign in, because you have to pay for it, of course. Anyway, I'm afraid the person that can show you to your pitch, which isn't named, it's literally just lots of marked out pitches over there and over there and over there in each campsite. All they have to do is basically say, right, you signed in, drive off until you find a pitch. That's literally all they do. But because this person had left at 10 o'clock, we couldn't pitch our tent. Even though we could literally throw the tent in one that was empty, they wouldn't let us. So we had to stay in the back of the Model 3. We literally emptied everything into the front of the car, put the tent in its bag outside because we didn't have the space, and slept in the back with the seats down, which was completely unplanned. But you know what? It was enough. If you put your seats down in most cars, even the saloon, if you will, Model 3, it's a double bed effectively. So if we had a proper mattress or blow-up mattress as well, it'd have been quite comfortable. We might even think about doing that next year. I don't know. So you know what? You can sleep in any car if you really want it to make it worthwhile. But yeah, that annoyed me at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Even more so that they invited us down and then wouldn't let us sleep. Have you decided on an alternative to the heat pump? Yes and no. Unfortunately, that's all I can say at the moment, because I'm hoping to do something about that within the next month or so, which will be on the channel, etc., etc. I'm still going through the members-only questions here. I've paused it. I will get to the normal live chat. So if I haven't responded to your question, in fact, let me do a few of those so I don't get too far behind. Right. Hello from Ibiza. Brilliant. I'd love to go back there again. It's been many years since I've been to Ibiza. Starting to look for a second-hand EV next year, about £250 a month. What's your opinion? Ooh. i3. I always think they're a good second-hand buy. As always. See, everything is so high in second-hand EV value. You know, you could probably get a brand new EV for £250 a month with a not much bigger deposit than that if you're willing. But obviously you need to know what your budget is. Oh, the guy from Ibiza is saying it's 20 degrees centigrade where he is. It's 15 here. Yeah, I'm not kidding either. Disregarding push button or twisty knob direction control, why are EVs built with push the stick forwards to backwards and pull it back to go forward? I think that what he means by that is that you pull it back to go into drive, forward to go into reverse. It's the sort of thing you get used to very, very quickly. But to be honest, it's not really something that I find an issue. I've just lost my space a little bit. Here we go. Because I've had cars where reverse is top left. I've had cars that reverse bottom right. I've had, where it's in different places. So this is nothing new. I think it's just what the manufacturer likes to do, to be honest. And when you've driven the car for more than a few days, you muscle memory after that. I agree, the Citroen EC4 works like a boss. It's a cracking value car, one of the best around, to be honest. That guy's from Lincoln, Yellow Belly, hello. Central Scotland here. Democratic Republic of Derby. Warrington. Ah, yes, where my fair wife is from. Leeds. Yep, Leeds. Paul Smith's in the Highlands of Scotland. I love the Highlands. I don't think I'd want to live there, if I'm being honest, because work would be a problem. But yeah, I think it's just a brilliant place to get away from it all. I imagine when you live there, though, you want to go somewhere with more stuff to do. I suppose it depends on where you live in the Highlands. I like Inverness. Lockerbie, lots of people from Scotland. Livingston in Scotland. Nottingham. Otley, not far from Leeds. Glasgow. Is everyone Scottish on this channel? Listening from Swansea, South Wales. I think passing manual is a must. Yep, for me. Gives you more stuff. I'm getting fed up turning up to charge at a location and finding the charger has a fault. Not the only one. That must be bad business. Do you expect any of the charge companies to get taken over? Or just fail? Well, some already have, of course. Electric Highway just, is one. The trouble is, they're not expecting to make money at the moment for me. I remember, who was it? I think it was what are now called Osprey. They put 2 chargers in, and effectively, I think it was a 15-year lease that they required to put these chargers in, rapid chargers now. So it cost the council nothing. They did, they put all the money in, and the council got free chargers as long as they got a 15 or 20-year lease. And the expectation is that at the moment it's going to cost them lots of money to install, and they might not make much, if any. They'll probably lose money. But then, 5 years from now, 10 years certainly, that's when they start to make a lot of money from it. So at the moment, there's no real reason for them to keep them running, because they're just I think they see them as a niche. Not all charge networks, I should say. So yeah, that's becoming the big problem now. Again, it's not the cars, it's the networks. What's happening to your Tesla? Are you doing videos on it? I probably will do when it's 2 years old, which will be April, like I did with the Leaf, really. Just see how it's going. I've just had a warranty repair done on it. EVM, check your VIN number. EU and UK cars are being recalled. Alright. Basically, movement of the boot can cut the link to the reversing camera, which is in the US is a safety issue. Fair enough. What needs to die? RFID tags and subscription-only charge networks. You know what? I don't mind subscription or options as long as you can charge properly. As in with contactless, if you can, as long as you can do that, I don't mind subscription models, because like they do with that I can never pronounce it right, that Fastned one in the Netherlands. They if you subscribe and you use it a lot, it's worth it. It pays you back, as it were. So I don't mind subscription stuff, because it's sort of like you have with phones or broadband, or you used to have with broadband, where you subscribe to get more bandwidth or data, or if it was a phone, more minutes. So I don't mind them, but I get what you're saying. Contactless needs to be universal. Excuse me. How is the Give Energy setup doing? I'm looking at 2 5-kilowatt hybrid inverters and 3 8.2 batteries, as we're a high-use household. You won't need 2 5-kilowatt inverters. Even if you're a high-use household, there's only really certain things in your house that you want the battery to charge. I mean, for example, some people want to be able to charge their car from their house battery. That is ridiculous and inefficient, because you're charging one battery with its inefficiencies and losses to then charge another battery from the battery. As long as you can run the light of the house, your oven maybe, which is what, 2-3 kilowatts at most. I don't know why you'd need in total 10 kilowatts to be able to be pumping out of your batteries, which will ultimately flatten those batteries in 2 or 3 hours. Maybe you've got electric heating, but if that's the case, you're going to be flattening the batteries in a few hours to the point where then you're just using the grid. It's all about offsetting. You need to just look at everyone's different, so I'm guessing here. But look at your house and think, can I move that use? Hot water usage. It's easy to move to the cheap period because you can get a hot water cylinder, charge it up in that 3 or 4 hours, and that can be hot water for the day. So you don't have to worry about anything heating your hot water up during the expensive time, and therefore flattening your battery. But yeah, I've got no problems with the give energy. Watch this space. Something will happen hopefully in the near future. So keep an eye on the channel. Mainstream media journalists about EV careers need to die. Oh, that's nice, and be replaced by proper journalists. I think the word journalism is journalist, should I say, is definitely overused. I wouldn't consider myself a journalist, by the way. I think the problem is you have old school journalists which don't like social media and whatnot, and then you have Daily Mail type journalists, and that's all they've done. The kind of they're doing the job, basically. I'm not having a go at them. They're doing their job, which is effectively writing something that fits that publication. I don't know. I think social media has kind of blurred it, because anyone effectively, like myself, can do stuff in the same way a journalist would. I do find it quite amusing, though, that a lot of car-based journalists, some have embraced, in my case, YouTube, and it's great. Some, like Johnny Smith, he's done brilliantly at it, and he's probably one of the best on YouTube, if I'm being honest. And then some of them that have hated social media and YouTube and toilet TV and all that, they're now doing YouTube because they've seen which way the wind is blowing. There's a few people I'd love to have a conversation with again. A few years ago I did at certain events, who were, well, they looked down on anyone with social media, and now they're joining it. It's quite amusing for me to watch that. It's just one of those things, innit? But yeah, Happy New Year to everyone. Enjoyed your channel, thank you. Yes, I am on the Crystal Head vodka. It's here. Should I start the night? Is that where we're at the moment? I am slowly working myself down the chat, by the way. So I'm at the moment at Gary O'Connell, Spencer Larkins are down that. Someone's just asked me if I'm on the Crystal Head. So I'm getting there, and I will go through the members only one. So here we go. Let's see if I can open this thing again. Oh, I do like that noise. Oh, it's like terps. There we go. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to go at the speed I went last time. I don't care if you donate or not. It's not going to happen. The thing that made me go for this at 60, 70 quid a bottle, I think, which is not a massive bottle, 750 is it? Well, I'm not a whiskey person, but if someone says expensive whiskey is worth it, this is the equivalent of vodka. No calories, perfect for mixing. I've got some orange ready. That's all we've got to mix it with. I do like a vodka orange. And it doesn't give you a hangover. Although last time, actually no, I didn't have a hangover. I just felt very sick. So, oh yeah. And the night begins. Right, more questions before, in about 20 minutes I might do a Zoom chat with somebody, so we can speak to them, and we'll see if that works out. Right, I will still do a manual test. Lots of people wanting to do manuals. That's certainly a thing. Oh, more about the Crystal Skull. What's the next energy plan for the house? I'm looking at the electrification of the heating and hot water. That's the big one anyway. And making a change to the battery system. That's all I will say for now, because not all plans are final and things can change. There is sod all wrong with automatics. A car is for getting from A to B, and don't forget, if you're disabled, an automatic might be the only option. I never said there's anything wrong with automatics. I'm just saying if you can learn on a manual, you've got both options. So I'm not saying automatics are wrong, because effectively every electric vehicle is automatic. I'm just saying, I'm trying to find an analogy here. I'm going to say it's like riding a bike, but it isn't. It gives you a skill which helps you understand the car better, for me personally. Because you understand what gearing does. Like riding a bike with gears. It helps you understand what's going on there more. What the car's doing. Revs, an engine. I mean, for standard driving, I guess you don't need to know any of that. It's a skill which is disappearing. Like reverse cameras are making it so easy for people to reverse. When they get in a car without one, they can't reverse. I'm not sure if it's the best analogy, but you get my point. Hello from Suffolk. Hello to you. Is anyone else? Where is everybody? If you just joined us, where are you? I want to know where people are. Right. Do you regret egging on the manual car wash attendant in the Twizzy challenge? There wasn't anybody there. We never did get our money back, from the failed washing challenge. I think we need to... that's something that went kind of unnoticed after the live stream, the Twizzy challenge. Coupled with what was there before, $3,500 were helped raise. I think just over 2 from the Twizzy challenge. I guess it wasn't. The trouble is, people had seen the live stream, so they didn't want to watch the normal video afterwards. But yeah, that was good fun. We'll have to think of another charity type thing to do this year. I mean, we don't have the Twizzy anymore, for example, so we need to think of something other, channel related. So if you've got any ideas, let us know. Right, from experience, automatic licenses are more expensive to insure. Really? Possible. I mean, does that mean that... I wonder if that's because it's much easier to stamp on the wrong pedal and woof, you're off. If you stamp on, if you press the wrong pedal in a manual, there's a good chance you just stall it. So maybe that's why. In an EV though, is that going to be the same? Because if you step on that accelerator pedal, you're off. If you're in drive anyway. I don't know. Well, it is what it is, unfortunately. Right. Thoughts on... Oh, bloody hell, I've lost this point again. I'm getting there. I'm still a page or two behind. Right, I'm just going to mark my page and then going to go to this. With electric prices going up, and assuming the public charge point providers pre-bought their electricity, do you think there will be a big jump in public prices coming next year? What do you think is needed to improve EV take-up the most? More efficient EVs or more available, cheaper charging, public charging? A lot of the charge networks have already put their prices up over the last month or two. So it's happened already. I cannot see how GridServe are keeping 30 pence per kilowatt hour, given that by April, home electricity, at least on a standard tariff, will probably be at least 30-35p. So it has to go up. They can't make it any cheaper than the electricity is, unfortunately. But petrol's going up just as much. Look at the price of petrol right now. So I guess it's that case of it's got more expensive. As long as it's cheaper than petrol, then that will help. But at the end of the day, there's nothing to say that EV charging has to be cheaper. It's just a benefit which we've all got used to. Will you be considering additional batteries? I'm presuming home batteries, with or without additional inverter. 3 kilowatt give energy to help cover running your future electrified heating. All I will say is watch this space. That's all I can say. Who knows what's going to happen? But you have to think of where you're going with your house in terms of energy to what you need. You do not need to run everything that your house can possibly run from your battery. Some stuff like hot water you can run during the off-peak times, so therefore you shouldn't need to run them at all, or your battery shouldn't need to run them at all during the day. Same with your car. You wouldn't charge your car from your home battery. With some EVs now outperforming even the most exotic ICE car, and even more affordable ones being faster than almost any commonly seen road car. Do you think they are too much for untrained drivers to safely manage? We have sort of mentioned this actually between us, me and Harry. You don't get a slow, well, off the line anyway, you don't get a slow EV. That instant torque means you've got all the power it can give you instantly. So I know what you're saying. Some cars are definitely too quick. I mean, the Taycan, the turbo especially that we had, it was too fast. You put your foot down in sports mode and you're just off. The trouble, I mean, a lot of petrol cars now are quick off the line, especially if you get an automatic gearbox. But yeah, I don't know. Because cars have got naturally quicker with time as it goes on. You've gone from 180, 200 brake for a Golf GTI, and now you're getting Golf R's that effectively have got supercar performance, 4 seconds to 60. So it's all cars. EVs are just easier to do it with. I think because it is generally 0 to 60, where the shine after that, they tend to run out of legs. The ordinary cars, it's not a major thing, but you do get a lot of traffic light Grand Prix going on. Or I've seen a lot of EVs do the roundabout thing, where they go around the outside to get in quicker because they know they can set off really quickly. I tow a caravan. At what point in the future do you think it would be practical to charge with a van and have sufficient range, considering where we are now? I mean, like a petrol car, it does massively change the range on any EV, just again like it does on a petrol car in percentage terms. You'd only get about 100 and a bit miles out of a long-range Model 3, for example. Charging is a problem because when you've got something on the back, you either can't reverse up to the charge point, or if you drive forwards to a charge point, your caravan's going to be sticking into the road or the car park. So charging's a problem because you can only charge side on realistically with anything towing. So it's a tough one because for me, towing is something I've never really had to put up with myself. I've never had to experience it beyond one or two things. So I've not really lived with it to be bothered by it. But the charging infrastructure has to definitely adapt itself for those that are towing anything. Even just a small trailer going to the tip. I think you're just going to have to get used to charging more often, even when we get long-range EVs. But ultimately, that's where this charge speed comes into it. If you can put that speed back into the car in a matter of 5, 10, 15 minutes, then it's not really too much of a major disaster. EVs are getting longer range, of course, so it's only going to be one of those things that's temporary. But for me, it's not a major issue because I don't really have them. But yeah, all right, it's one of those that I think is going to bother the caravanners and slow down the adoption, really, because it's not something that you can get right now without spending an awful lot of money. I don't know the answer, if I'm honest. What do you think the cheaper Chinese EVs? When do you think the cheaper Chinese EVs will arrive in the UK? And do you think they will lower the overall price? God, I can't talk today, can I? I'm going to just started. I'm going to have a celebration. Well, they already have. The MGs have already started kind of lowering the bar. The new ZS, long-range Model 3 territory for 28 grand upwards. Well, less if you shop around. So they're already having the effect. All these ones you see on fully charged from China, they're not coming over here. They're simply not coming here. You're not going to get a £10,000 EV that you can get in China over here because I haven't watched many of the recent ones, but I know when they did one of the first ones, it was a very cheap EV. That was after Chinese government incentives. So it was unfair. They were saying, this is what it is in China after you get a grant or whatever from the Chinese government. Why is it not this much in the UK? Well, for one, it wasn't a car. It was nowhere near safe enough. It wouldn't be accepted over here. And then the actual price of that car that they said was 10 grand on fully charged was 20 in Brazil. It's not, for me, as good as people make out. It's like looking at something that's heavily subsidised and then just doing a currency transaction. Going, look how much it is. It needs to be something that would be accepted in Europe in terms of safety. All the rules we have, the safety, the plugs, the stuff that ultimately the law dictates we have to have. Otherwise, it's not a car. Getting one of those really tiny things, it's like calling a Twizy. Someone's saying, well, I can buy a Twizy for, I don't know, 10,000 euros. Where's the £10,000 Twizy? It's not a car. So, I think China is definitely going to make a big impact. I mean, let's not forget, they own Volvo. They own Polestar, which is the same company. It literally says, made in China on the Polestar. If you open but the doors, I think it's the centre part of it, is it? On one of the door sills, made in China. So they're already having a big effect, and the MGs must be forcing manufacturers to try and get a bit cheaper, should we say, and be more efficient. Give them another 2 or 3 years, and they'll be producing stuff which will be equal in the South Koreans, the Kias, the Hyundais, which arguably, at the moment, are better than the European ones. So, yeah, for me, they are. I won't say they're going to take over. The European Union won't let that happen, for one. But, yes, they're going to have a substantial impact. Right. Finish my bounty. Right. Oh, this is a big question, guys. I need your input on this one, that someone sent in. They have said, which is the best and which is the worst celebration? There's 8. Which is the best, which is the lowest? I don't know if that is even possible to answer. For me, Snickers is the worst because I don't like nuts. Galaxy Caramel, maybe, the best. I do like a Milky Way. Well, I don't know, what do you think? If you had to put them in order, what would it be? That's a big question, is that one? I don't think that's possible to get consensus. I'm sorry, I can't go down that. That's too controversial, is that one? That guy's in Leicester. Did you know the 2022 version of the Peugeot E208 has 15 mile more range, but still lousy for 34,000 retail? It's a bit cheaper than that, really, in reality, but I get your point, list price. I did know they tweaked it, but I doubt anyone will notice that extra range, quite frankly, because it's like saying, if you drove it a little bit easier, drove at 28 instead of 30, you'd get that extra range. But no one would probably notice it. But yeah, it's good that it happens. It means that they can tweak things very easily without having to change the price. Every rapid charger near me, Leeds, is occupied by DPD vans now. It's a good point. There's a lot of vans getting out there now that are going electric, but the same charging network. It's like when the BYD taxis near London were just hammering the charge points, when they were free anyway, the electricity charge points years ago, because the taxis were using them for free. Oh, that's one that I missed before. I need to go back to that. What is your thinking over the 0-star NCAP rating for the Renault Zoe? So, what that basically means is the Renault Zoe has just had its NCAP rating reassessed on the new, because they've raised the bar. 0. Nope. No points. Which, I think it got 5 on the last round of testing. But as I said, they've raised the bar, which they have to do, and they need to make it safer and safer. And it's mainly because they removed a couple of things off the previous Zoe. I think there was an airbag, side airbag somewhere, and maybe one other thing. that they are putting it back, or no, it's a case of you only get them on the higher spec models, apart from the airbag. They've basically changed a few things. But you know what? I've said this for a few years now. The Zoe is an old car. It came out alongside the Nissan Leaf just after 2013, 14, I think it was. And it's showing its age. I know it's getting replaced by the Renault 5 EV, whatever it's going to be called, in a year or two. But that doesn't mean it's an unsafe car. It just means that by today's standards, because of a couple of things, it instantly gets 0. If they added those things, I think it would, I don't know, get 3 or 4 or something. But so it needs to be. You need to be realistic here. Where does it come? But it is going to hurt things. It really is going to hurt things. There's been a bit of a Twitter storm over this, because there's a few people saying I'm not going to get one purely because of that. Even though a few weeks before, excuse me, I've got beer burps. Even though a few weeks before that came out, they'd have bought one without questioning it. They need to put back in what they took out. But at the end of the day, this isn't new. I remember the Fiat Punto got 5 stars, and then when they redid it, going back a few years now, it had 0. It might hasten its departure, but would it stop me buying one? Normally I'd say no, but then you think, well, safety, if you have an accident. See, the Model 3 I think is one of the safest, if possibly the safest at the moment. But I know people wouldn't buy the Model 3 because they don't like Tesla or whatever reason is. So people choose things. I don't know how many people choose things based on safety alone. Otherwise everyone's buying the same car. Nah, I don't know. I think they need to catch up. So they need to adapt it and then even just give it a few stars or something. -6 here and snow. He's in Vancouver, Canada. My favourite ever holiday. Almost moved there, many years ago. Before EVK turned up. Yes, we went on holiday for 2 weeks. I even looked into all the visas and stuff like that, and yeah, I loved it there. It was red hot as well when we went. 28 degrees, no wind, no clouds, very clean. That was Vancouver, Whistler, Banff and Jasper. Did a big road trip. Yeah, I love Canada. What do you think about the cheaper end of EVs doing bad in crash tests? Other than the Zoe, I'm not sure what the other ones have done, to be honest. I don't know if you could point me in the right direction. Market Raisin, is that right? Lincolnshire. Welcome. Oh, Steve has become a member. In fact, let me do a plug. You can become a member of the site for 99p a month. You can pay more if you want, but for 99p, you get members only videos, of which I need to do some more of recently. You get videos early, a week early typically, Christmas aside, and other things like guaranteed getting shouted out and whatnot. And I will hopefully do this Zoom chat soon, by the way, as well, where if you are a member, I can send you a link, and then again, I don't know if this is going to work one by one, but the idea is I will have a Zoom chat and stream it like this. In fact, let me show you what it's going to look like. So here you go. So there will be another window there with someone on Zoom, and it might be a terrible idea. I have no idea if it's going to work technically as well. Effectively, I've got streams coming in and out, as well as this YouTube stream. There's an awful lot going on. I've tested it. In theory, it should work, but we might gloss over it if it doesn't. Whitehaven, you can see Scotland. Everybody's tight, so either Scots or Yorkshiremen. That's why everybody's, because there's a lot of Scots on there. You have everyone from Scotland as they're not allowed to get drunk this new year. That is a good point. I never thought of that. Uh-oh. I preloaded it. The best in the world. Best in the world. Ooh, that noise is just a nice, isn't it? Timmy Taylor's is brewed from a couple of miles down the road from where I was born. So I have to drink it. That's basically the rule. Well, listen to this. I don't know if you can hear it, but can you get the bubbles? Do you get the bubble noises? Oh, there's something about that noise, isn't there? Just makes you relax. Right, this guy's in Sevenoaks in Kent again. If you're new to the stream, hello, and let me know where you are. As the night goes on, we'll get more jolly, shall we say. I'm going to have a Milky Way. I will get down to the bits where I asked about them first. Let me scoop through the chat so we can kind of keep up with what people are saying, because I'm asking something and not getting back to it for another 10 or 15 minutes because I'm so far behind on the chat. I'm in Aviemore, south of Inverness. Isn't that where the golf club Tesla chargers are? God, I've been charging there once or twice where I've seen some trousers come out of there. Bloody hell. Here in Brexit land, things are changing. Upgrades of existing network. What's your view on the self-driving technology to come? Do you believe one day cars will do it all? One day, yes, cars will self-drive, but we're years off. Even in arguably the most advanced one, a Tesla, should we say, there are so many situations, especially in the UK, narrow roads, twisty country roads. There's a bit near me, for example, where you go across a bridge over a canal, and it's literally just a bit wider than a car is. Trucks can't go over it, for example. And when a canal barge comes out, it's one of those that swivels, so to let the barge through. Anyway, because you go up like that and to get to the bridge, it's effectively one of those local things where whoever gets there first, the other one has to stop. There's no giveaway signs or anything. So what's going to happen with two different autonomous cars is that they're going to go, and then what? Are they going to have to write specific rule sets for each specific road? Are they going to have it where I've seen this Goodwood a couple of years ago where they basically said that modern mobile networks will make it possible, so effectively you're going to have loads of drivers on standby that can remotely contact a car that's in trouble, that thinks it's stuck, and they will drive it out of the situation. I believe it will happen. Yes, absolutely. I don't know whether it'll happen on every road, whether it'll be just like main roads or not, or it'll be between cities. It'll be a public transport thing. But I think people like driving. I like driving. It's like horses. People like to ride horses, even though logically there's no real reason to do it anymore. No one uses it for transportation. It's for enjoyment, and you'll never get rid of people driving for enjoyment, even if it's just on a track. So it will happen. Technically speaking, I'm sure it will happen. Just we're a long way off yet, decades for me. This is getting pretty boring. What do you want me to do? I'm answering your questions. It's a live stream on New Year's Eve, and I'm not drunk yet. There's an end button somewhere if you feel like it. Suggest something. I'm open. In fact, Ash Avanti, maybe I should talk to you on Zoom, see if you can spice things up for us. Cheap EVs are doing bad in crash tests. What do you think? Oh, I've just read that one. Faster, shorter answers, please. If I do that, I'll run out of questions, and then I'll be sat here waiting for the next question. Like this. This is what you're asking for. Questions come in. I'm just having a bit of fun. It can't be. It's not, last time I went for 5 hours. It's not going to be fully exciting all the time. It's usually when, like I said, when the night gets on that things happen. I hate apps. Credit card payment works perfectly okay. Admit most people will charge at home. Subscription good for those without home charger. Most people charge at home though, because roughly 50% of the population of the housing stock anyway can charge at home. Not having off-road parking is not enough. You need to be able to charge from home. But out of those 50% of the housing stock anyway, not people who can charge at home easily, they will still be charging out there on the public network when they're doing long journeys and so forth. So I still think you're going to get a lot of, I don't think it'll be most people. I think it will be a significant benefit, but I think home charging is one of those things which is going to make a big difference. Well, off-road parking already has, but to house prices, I guess having a driveway has always had an increase on a house in terms of its price. But I think it's going to be that much bigger now, because if you can charge at home, even in the future, you're going to be 100, 200 quid a month better off potentially than someone who can't. So it's going to get there. Right, stop drinking your tea. I presume he means the beer. This is vodka. Ash, I tell you what, Ash, just for you. Hang on a minute. Let me just close this. Right, I've got my laptop over here, by the way, running various streams. Let me... Oh, I love that sound. Oh, I'm not at that stage where that smells nice yet. I spilt it. This is expensive stuff to spill. I'll get a celebration on standby. Still haven't got to the bit where I actually asked people what they thought the best celebration was. Shows how far behind I am. I'll have a Milky Way again, I think. Cheers, everybody! Maybe I should make it so you have to have a drink when I have a drink. Oh, I think the sweets are making this taste worse. Whew. Right. With subscription cards, I don't like the automatic £40 taken out. Why can't I just pay? Well, I think that happens with contactless, not just subscription cards. I presume you mean where they take out an X amount and then they give you back again. Some of the subscription cards take out, like these, is it Charge Place Scotland? You have to put £20 on the account every year to keep it active. That's purely because they pay per transaction to their bank. So if you put 20 quid in, they just reduce that 20 quid each time you charge, rather than having to pay several bank charges. So that's just them saving money, which is maybe why they make it a bit cheaper for you. Happy New Year to everybody. Still waiting on delivery of my mocha. Looking like 3 to 4 months wait on them at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to someone who was ordering or trying to order an ID3. I don't know what spec he wanted, because that will obviously have an effect, but he was given the date. If he ordered it 2-3 weeks ago, I think it was, so let's say start of December. He was given the date of August for the ID3. It's gone nuts. In fact, I've been told by someone who's recently bought one that Range Rover drivers are only getting one key because of the chip shortage. You'll get the second key sometime next year. Right, what lager are you drinking there? It's not lager. Oh, landlord. I just wish it was from proper tap and not out of the bottle. It's just not the same. Right. Drink. Should have bought 2 or 3 bottles. I've got more than that, don't worry. Watching from Washington, D.C. Our suburban town councils are betting everything on EV cars versus transit expansion. What, as in they're going for EV cars instead of public transport? Well, ultimately, public transport is by far the most ecological option, isn't it? But people like ownership. I like ownership of cars. And as we showed in that electric car versus train thing, it's just, over here anyway, it's way too expensive. I mean, public charging is meant for... Sorry, not public charging. Public transport is meant for the masses, is it not? For people who can't afford a car to get around. It's the other way. It's the other way now. People who have money can afford public transport. It's crackers. Cheaper to buy a cheap car and run it than it is get trains all over the place. Nicky Gordon Bloomfield from Transport Evolved. He's a true EV and green energy journalist and very tech savvy. Also a great YouTuber. Last time I was talking to Nikki was in LA. Clang. When I did the fourth thing. Donation button. You're asking. Well, it should say, is it super chat or something like that? Personally, if you want, rather than donate, I'd rather you become a member. Ironically, I would get more money if you donated than if you became a member, because I get about 60p for everyone that does become a member. But you get more stuff for it. I feel like I'm giving you something back. But you know what? If you want to donate, I ain't going to be down in a shop though every time you donate. Although when EVK turns up, I've got a few things that we've bought that she can have, shall we say, if anybody does. But I don't want to get down the line of doing something for donations. We'll think of something. The night is young. Right. Sorry, I'm chewing. I hope you can't hear that. Opinions on Zoe. I've done the Zoe thing before. My new MG5 arrives next week. Could you explain hill start / e-brake, please? It just works in the same way it does on any car. If you take your foot off the brake, the car basically won't roll back until you press the accelerator, and then it sets off. So you don't have to do the hill start thing, where you put your handbrake on and set off. Clutch, of course. Talking about disabilities, I have a few friends who need a wheelchair. The one thing that puts them off an EV is the charge cables on public chargers are too high for them to pull out and use. This is very, very true. I'm just going to move these a bit closer, so don't make too much noise. Pretzels. I do like pretzels. You're right. There is a substantial issue, and not just people in wheelchairs. I keep on trying to get my mum and dad to go with me on a charger, because some of them are very heavy. I mean, the cables are very thick because of the voltage that goes through them, and I don't think some of them my mum would be able to lift, quite frankly. So there's definitely accessibility issues with the charging network. I think they can get away with it at the moment because very few people that have an EV will also be in a wheelchair and drive. However, it has to be solved. Oh, excuse me. What's the point in drinking if you don't get a hangover? I think you can get away with that. I mean, I don't. If you can drink without hangover, it's probably just going to make you want to drink more, isn't it? Probably, but hangovers are there to tell us to stop. But no, I can highly recommend if you're into your vodkas and expensive stuff. The normal one's clear. This is the noir version. Perfect for mixing because it's got no flavour effectively. In fact, the guy that co-owns Crystal Head is Dan Aykroyd. The actor, Ghostbusters. Anyway, got off topic a bit. Some people never seem to understand gears. Yeah. I won't say who, and it's not my beautiful wife. Driving along, this person was was driving basically. I was in the passenger seat, behind a truck, straight country road, plenty of space. Overtake, go on, there's loads of space. Right, change now. They changed down, and then moved out. Use the revs! You don't change up to... And that's exactly why manuals, for me, need to be taught, because, although, ironically, they were taught in it, they obviously didn't get it. It gives you something which I guess you don't need with an EV, because, again, no gears, but I don't know. It's almost one of those lost arts, because it's going to disappear. You won't need to know how to change a gear. Old school, innit? We're getting to that age, I think, where we're complaining about things that were better in our day. Do you think that BP Pulse reliability is so bad now, it must be a conspiracy to slow EV adoption? I genuinely don't believe it's a conspiracy to slow anything down. I just think they are putting very low priorities on it. I don't think they're putting a ton of money behind it. They're just going for, let's put loads of expensive installations out there that are good for headlines and, I don't know, tax write-offs, who knows what. I mean, in terms of the day-to-day running, I just think they're just not given enough to look after it. BP could keep that as reliable as 100% reliable if they wanted to. They have everything in place. The money, the backbone behind it. That they could make that ultra reliable. They choose not to. Maybe because it's not a viable business model yet. Charging. There ain't enough people charging yet. But I don't think there's a conspiracy, personally. I'm in Sheffield. He's in Birmingham. Anyone from outside the UK? I'm lucky enough to have a home charger, but beware. My front lawn now looks like a scene from the Somme. Now have a really long cable. I presume you used to park in your garden. Does that mean you put the charger in the wrong place? Or you have to go across your garden to get to your driveway? I don't know. I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing, isn't it? Choosing where to put the charger is key. And I don't just mean put it on my driveway, because sometimes you might get a car where you charge at the front. Sometimes you get a car that charges at the back. Sometimes you have to reverse into your spot. Sometimes you have to drive into your spot. So it has to reach all over the place. Hello from Beedale, North Yorkshire too. Hey, Barnsley. Judith from Barnsley. For me, Barnsley's always the most Yorkshireist of Yorkshire places. Barnsley. Even sounds more Yorkshire than other places. 1 second, I'm just replying to someone. I'll just trying this Zoom thing in a second. Right, EVK, if you're watching, we'll delay it a little bit. I will text you in a minute. Right, Twizy must be NCAP'd -5. The Twizy has never been NCAP'd because it's not a car. But yes, I get your point. I view the Twizy as a safer moped. And it is safer. 24 hours in a Citroen Ami. You know what? I would do if they give us one. I've been asking for a Citroen Ami. Obviously, we got one when we went to Citroen for a few hours, but I've been asking for a Citroen Ami for 6 months and said, look, we've got 2 in the country and everybody's wanting it. All the big magazines and whatnot. So, maybe it is actually coming to this country. Cumbria. A guy's from Cumbria. Is that the jam eater sort of Cumbria sort of thing? What's the deal with government grants and second-hand cars? There isn't any, I'm afraid. In Scotland, you can get a 0% finance loan. But in the UK, there is no grant for a second-hand EV because the grant has already applied to that car when it was new. Just insured 2 EVs, both just over a year old, for £458. Yeah, a lot of people say that EVs are more expensive to insure. And I have genuinely not seen this. The trouble, I think, is that you'll go from like a 320d BMW to a Tesla Model 3, which are arguably comparable. Model 3 Series. But one has got 350 brake minimum, and the other one will have maybe 200, even 250. So very different performance levels. And again, what I see a lot of is someone having a £10,000 Ford Focus and then gets £25,000 Nissan Leaf. It's going to be more to insure because it's a lot more expensive to replace if something goes wrong. But like for like, the 25 grand petrol car, 25 grand EV, I've noticed no difference. Hi from Blackpool. It must be 50 miles from your place, it is. I've been at Blackpool for a long time. Sorry, I shouldn't eat when I'm talking. Public charging still free in Brexit land? Likely not next year. I assume you mean Scotland. A lot of them are changing. I don't want it to be free. I want it to be reliable. That's the problem. Have you got Model 3 self-driving? If so, did you get the discount in your insurance? No. I don't have the full self-driving anyway. I mean, they all come with... All Model 3s come with the same safety stuff, I believe, so... I'm not sure what that is, really. What size is your Tesla car battery? 50 kilowatt hours. I've got the standard range plus. EVs are more like remote control cars, but you control them. Yeah, basically. Lancashire Bob has donated £2. Thank you very much, Akona. 64 kilowatt hour ultimate, but no home charger. Is that doable? It depends on what's in your area. If you have a decent amount of rapid chargers and destination chargers, like at your supermarket, that's ideal. It's a perfect car, that and the e-Nero, with in terms of range. But you need a selection of charge. You need a minimum of 3 sites that you can always accept. Will always be accessible. So if one's busy or has a problem, you go to the other one, and vice versa. Does your supermarkets have even 7 kilowatt posts that you can just top up at when you get there? So yeah, I think it is doable, but it's very much based on where you live. Unfortunately, I could manage here now, but I probably wouldn't want to, because there will be times when something will happen, and I don't think you'll ever be without a charge. You'll just be like, oops, dropped my pretzel. I think you'll be, oh crap, I've got to sit here for 30 minutes because that one wasn't working and that wasn't working, or something like that. It will get to the point where occasionally it will annoy you, but there's no reason why you can't try it. Depends where in Lancashire you are. Home chargers are a big advantage right now. All Teslas too fast off the line. No reason, better range required. Teslas are as fast as you drive them. They're capable of going fast. Doesn't mean you have to. But yeah, I get your point. Right. I bought a home charger and that is convenient, but it will take a while to get my money back against just using the local payable chargers, Morrison's and Booths. The home charger is just get it. Just do it. Even if money's tight, that is the single greatest advantage you could possibly have. Oh, somebody had just knocked on the door. Give me a second. Hello? What do you want?
Can I come on?
Well, I'm about to talk to someone on Zoom, so you can come in later on in a bit if you want. You can come and say hello. Why don't you get to come and say hello? Here you are. EVK, he's here.
Hi.
She's here. I say, mummy. For those that have just joined EVW, my wife is working until 4 a.m. on New Year's Eve.
At least you got Christmas.
I mean, I did tell her we were doing a New Year's Eve stream again, but no, she had to go off to work. We are going to try and talk to her if possible, though, but given how busy New Year's Eve is, for what she does, it's going to be very tough. I don't think she'll even get 5-10 minutes today. So we'll try, won't we? We'll try.
Come on.
You can come up, but I'm just about to try and talk to someone over Zoom and see if that works. Which could be a technical tour de force or a technical nightmare. I don't know.
What can I come on for? At least one of it, like.
Got any questions you want to ask her? Pull up a pew, just stay there for a second. I'll go through some of these questions and then I'll see if this Zoom thing works. Right. Sorry, I'm eating again. I'm going to be here for hours. I need to eat.
Is that what they see?
Yeah, that's what they see. You're asking me questions when I'm meant to be talking to people.
Sorry.
I don't know. Right. Right. Charity idea would be to sponsor EVW to drive EV for a week using only public chargers. You know what? I don't think she would.
Sorry, someone said I'm looking so big and grown up.
Too grown up for me.
Hi.
Will you bugger off?
No.
I'm not talking to people. Don't do that. Lancashire Bob's replied, don't do that many miles a week, around 250. I do have 3 rapid chargers nearby and quite a few supermarkets for charging too. Yes, you can then. It's whether or not you want to. See if you can get one or rent one for a week and see how you go. Caravan's a waste of time and money. Admit it most underused. Remember, most young people will need to do extra tests. Yeah, for me, and this is something I really would want, but this is way out of my price bracket, a full electric camper van. That I'd love. I ordered a Nissan Leaf, comes in March. Have I made a mistake? Is the charging infrastructure up to scratch? Will be going completely electric by the end of the decade. No, there's nothing wrong with the Leaf. and quite frankly, getting in March isn't bad given the lead times. If you can charge at home, it's easy to own an EV.
Galaxy Caramel.
What?
What's the best celebration?
Have I not got to the celebration? Oh God, I'm really getting behind now. Maybe Ash is right and I should burn through these questions.
They asked for EV Cat as well.
My Octopus day tariff is still only 14p at night. If you look at your bill, it'll tell you when that expires. Polestar, Chinese, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, all got Chinese tech. Chinese Teslas are not cheap. Auracat looks good. I did get actually invited.
Cat?
No. You're going to have to let me talk.
Sorry.
Sit down.
I
You can't because
He's taken the seat.
certain moggy has taken your...
Love you.
The Auracat is... We got actually invited to test that. I think it was about the same weekish that Fully Charged got it. But we couldn't do it. We literally couldn't do it because couldn't get the time off work. So hopefully in the new year I'll get it for when we can actually drive it on the roads. See if it's as good as we hope it is. If you're going to be a distraction...
Sorry. I'm reading my questions.
Sit back. You can come in a minute. I tell you what, go and get the stuff.
What's that?
Yeah, if you're going to come up here, you're going to have to pay for it. I'll explain it in a minute. Oh God, here we go. Welcome to my world. Right. Where was I? Right, here we go. I finally got to the best celebrations. For those that are way out of sync, which is me, basically. Someone asked the question of which is the best celebration, which is the worst celebration out of the 8. I went for Snickers being the worst. Best is the Malteser, worst is the Bounty. Ooh, best Snickers? Worst Snickers is awful. I'm sorry, I don't like nuts, so that's... Ugh. Caramel is best, 100%. A lot of people liking the Bounties, but then some people hate the Bounties. It's a bit Marmite-ish. Bounty can sod off. Bounty. Snickers are the best. Bounties by worst. Wow. I told you this was something that nobody could answer. What now?
You told me to get the stuff.
Now, obviously we couldn't do loads of shots for Madam here. She's had too many this year already. So what we got is some smoking hot chili crisps with some special hot tomato salsa.
Farm shop.
She's not a spicy person, so I thought that'd be as close as we can probably get to. Can you shut the door for me, please? So that's what she'll be trying in a bit. I haven't even sent anything for this Zoom session, so let me just get this out while I'm. Yeah, you got your pretzels too.
Yeah.
Right, I live in Whitehaven. My car is an Ioniq. I have no problems getting 130 mile range. Yeah, it's just about planning. Just about planning. Corsa and Mocha EV have come down by £3,000, despite the government grant dropping by 1,000. It wasn't the government grant dropping by 1,000 that made them do that. It was the fact it went from 35 to 32. Now, some people have said that all the grant was doing was effectively going to the manufacturer. And it's true. But that is kind of the whole point of the grant. Because it's trying to get people into EVs. Which means that manufacturers need to produce lots of EVs for them to get into it. More EVs we've got, easier it is for people to get into it. Economies of scale kick in. So I don't mind a grant being around and them going to the manufacturer for a bit anyway, because ultimately we need manufacturers to really jump on board. I think we've got that for most manufacturers now, but it's just how the world works, unfortunately. The grant made it cheaper for us, but ultimately it needs to be realistic. The manufacturers are, I think, dragging their heels a little bit, so giving them incentives is not a bad thing. I think it's about time they kind of did disappear. I'm doing 15 things at once, if you wonder why I'm all over the place at the moment. I am trying. I'm just going to send this as well. They were selling the old car the car using the old NCAP rating as a selling point. The Zoe, I assume it means. Yeah. Well, marketing's marketing. Right. Where was I? Bob, try and test drive. Yeah. Everyone's helping Bob out.
Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob. Right. Cars are made to pass the test more than made to be safe. Isn't that the case with everything these days, though? Are we not, when you do your driving test, you're taught how to pass the test, not to drive a car. You learn how to drive after you pass your test. So that's nothing unique, really, for me. Now, I'm just trying, again, I'm doing 15 things at once. I'm trying to sort the stream out.
Talk to me.
I could talk to you, but give me a second. I just need to write. I'm going to have to take I'm just going to write this number. Give me a second. I'm going to try and see if this Zoom works. 8, 4, 3, right.
Are you going to be able to see him?
Yeah, in theory, we're going to just about to start talking.
Tell us if you can.
With someone. I'll tell you who when they come on. It's not Harry. If it works, I just need to send him the password, of course.
Twix is nice.
Oh, I told you it was a divisive subject. Sorry, guys. Highly professional as usual. Right, okay, sent that one. Fingers crossed. Right, warmest day for 31st December. Yep, so there was. How's the Tesla holding up? It's had a warranty repair very recently. Other than that, pretty much faultless, to be honest. It's got 7,000 miles on it, I think now. And it's April 2020 when we bought it. Defo the best pint ever. 100%. 100%.
Daddy,
What?
my toe hurts.
Your toe hurts.
Yeah.
Why are you telling me your toe hurts?
I don't know.
What do you want me to do with that?
Fix it.
Fix it? No.
Okay.
Anybody get any solutions for toes? Let me know. 1 second. Right.
Who can see him?
I'm going to try this now. So, I'm on the dual stream. I'm going to turn up my desktop audio. I'm going to put my headphones in so there's no feedback on the microphone. Right, let's see if this works. Just tilt your your camera down a little bit for me. Right. Let's see if I'm any good. Hello, are you there? Oh no, I haven't put you live yet. Right, right, keep quiet. Here we go. I'm going to try the transition. I'm turning up the audio. I'm pressing the button. Hello, are you there?
Hello, Happy New Year to you.
Can everybody hear both of us? That's the first thing that everyone needs to tell us. I could definitely see you, so I'm pretty sure that that is working. You won't be able to hear him because only I can.
Oh.
Can't have the speakers coming out, the microphone will pick it up. Yes, both can hear. Right, now, you can probably tell who this is. He has been on the channel, although I think, can you believe 2-3 years ago, with the iPace and the e-tron video. If I do that, you can probably see. This is my brother, Simon. Obviously, you can tell we've
Happy New Year to everybody. How are we?
Can you tell? I mean, do we look alike, Alice? Forgetting the beard, of course.
Well, you've got hair.
I've got hair. He's got hair. Look, he's just.
That's not very nice.
Right, now there is a reason I'm not just talking to my family on this stream, because when did you make the jump into EV land? Because I want to say a year and a half, but I think it's longer than that.
It was June 2019.
Wow, so that's when we had lives and things, isn't it? That's before pandemics and so forth. And you got the Renault Zoe.
I did, yeah. And
The
in my opinion, I would honestly say at that time it was the best car I'd ever had. I loved it, and I still miss it today.
but it wasn't big enough for you.
But just not big enough. No, it
So-
served its purpose for what I needed it.
And so, and we should point out as well that you got almost what you paid for it about 6-7 months later.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Pretty much, yeah. I think July, July 2020, July 2020 is when I sold it, and yeah, pretty much that's what it was.
And you did sell it at the beginning of the lockdown, I believe. You're halfway through the first lockdown.
It was literally lockdown. Week 2 of lockdown, I believe. I think I put it up for sale.
That was good timing. So I mean,
probably not the best time to start selling cars.
the first lockdown. That was the best one.
Yeah, the first one.
Sequels are never as good for me. But so and then you went for something bigger because, as you can see in the background, you obviously do a lot of cycling. So what have you got now?
We've got the MG ZS.
The 40.
Yep. And to be perfectly honest, this is definitely the best car I've ever had. Looking around at other EVs, I find it very, very hard to find a reason not to have another one of these. To be perfectly truthful.
Is that a value thing? Or is it just like, well, he does everything?
It's just an all-round thing. I mean, as you can see, we've got the bikes behind. I stick them on the back. We go camping. I put the roof rack on. I've got a massive cage that goes on the roof. That gets all the tent and everything on it. All the gear goes in the back. Me, the missus, the dog, and off we go. And yeah, it does exactly what we need it to do. And obviously, the new model having a better range, it just gets better for me.
You have a few tales to tell, though, don't you, when it comes to the ZS deal, the MG dealers, or at least the one you used. Didn't something happen with your when it went?
Wanting to sound down.
Well,
without wanting to sound down about the dealership where I bought it from, let's just say they're a dealership that are very much one of these that once they've got your money and you've taken the car, it's sayonara. We don't really want to entertain you. There was a couple of callbacks I had with regards to warranty claims, one of which was the control knob. It just started flaking off the aluminium coating. Took it into the dealership, not a problem. And lo and behold, when they went to fix it, the dash cam picked up, oh, how does this come off? Clunk. Oh, we broke it. Where they smashed the interior of the car, trying to get it apart, and then they had it for about a week and a half trying to fix it. So not the best adventure.
And it went in again, didn't it?
And the best thing about that was the fact that when he turned around, I sort of told him I wasn't happy in a few ways about what had happened. He said, well, it's not our fault. We don't work on every car all day long, and sometimes, we don't know how to do things. So I was like, but you keep telling me they're all trained EV technicians and they only work on EVs. But there you go.
So
I've done it a couple more times since then.
Yeah. So effectively, the main issue you've had with customer service.
Absolutely. Which I will say I won't say that's an MG issue. However, MG can be quite slow at confirming warranty claims and such like. So they do sort of dilly-dally around because apparently everything has to go back to China and then come back to the UK, get translated back into English, and it can take quite a while.
Well, there's someone at my work who has an MG5, and about 3 weeks ago, the heater stopped working, just as it was getting cold, funnily enough. So, I mean, he's only had it 3 or 4 months. So basically, he's just got in the car, heater stopped working, so I took it in, and of course it's going to be repaired under warranty.
Yep.
That was a month ago, and they reckon it's going to be another 3 weeks before they get the part from China. So it's going to be probably 2 to 3 months before he gets his car back. And obviously, Christmas and various other stuff changes things. But either way, that seems to be the biggest issue. When things go wrong, it's the biggest problem. And although you found out, obviously, you can't, the bike rack problem's been a bit of an issue.
Yeah. Well, that was part of one of the main reasons I went to buy it in the first place was the dealership told me, yes, you could have a tow bar fitted. Even though you couldn't tow with it at the time, you could still have a tow bar fitted just for carrying bikes, which I said, great, fantastic, let's get the car, let's get the tow bar fitted. And lo and behold, the main dealer said, no, we're not allowed to fit tow bars to EVs. Even though the EV technician confirmed that the chassis and everything underneath is exactly the same as the petrol or diesel version, and there should be no difference.
And ultimately, you ended up with an email before you bought it, stating it could. So you could prove that you were told that beforehand. So effectively, the car's brilliant. It's the customer service is the only real downside to, as a lot of people ask and tell me, going Chinese, getting MG.
Yeah, I don't actually think it's the MG side of it though. Not from my experience, apart from maybe the time it takes for the warranty claims to come through. But ultimately, if you've got an EV as a courtesy car, which the last place that I took it to for servicing and some other warranty claim that came in, they've been brilliant. Straight away they gave me an EV, not a problem. They had the car for over a week, and yeah, it's not a problem. So if I'm driving an EV, it doesn't really cause me an issue. Obviously, it's not my car, but to get an EV, save money, isn't it? Well,
that's it. The lad at work who's been with Attis for a while, he's been using a company van, so he's not been too bothered. But it would cost you a fortune in petrol, wouldn't it, given the mileage you do?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And that's key. That's key. I think a lot of people, a lot of dealers of any type, don't seem to grasp the concept that if you have an EV, you want one as a courtesy car. Hey up.
Exactly.
Not storming Norman's here.
It's Norman. Norman's here.
Hello, Norman.
Who's that, Norm? Who is it?
He's not interested.
No, for some reason he loves fireworks, though.
Oh, right. Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
so,
go on in.
You had lots of company cars before this?
I've had company cars for quite a long time, yeah.
And regardless of whether you owned it or not, now you've had EVs for 18 months, 2 years?
Yeah.
Would you... Well, two ways of looking at it. One, there's the financial side of it, but from the pure driving aspect, because bear in mind that you probably went from arguably a higher-end company car to what the MG is from a pure driving point of view. Would you go back to that company car? If it was an option, would you go back to, what was it before, a Mondeo State, quite a high-end State?
Yeah, it was the Mondeo State X-Pack, whatever, titanium, whatever, I don't know what it was. It was the top of the range. It was a very nice car, but drive quality and everything, I can't see the difference between that and the MG, to be perfectly honest. No, I wouldn't go back to anything like that ever again. I can't ever see me driving anything, with a petrol or diesel engine again, unless it was just something that was really quirky and maybe a little one-off VW camper van or something like that, if I could ever afford one. But yeah, that I can't ever see me using anything like that for work, especially for work, ever again.
I think that's something I hear a lot. People get an EV, certainly if you can charge at home in it, and then go, it's almost like you're getting the next generation of cars in terms of what it should, like there's something new, but also better. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are presumably things that are more inconvenient, but that's a temporary thing, technologically speaking. So in terms of financially, if you had a petrol car under the same conditions with all the mileage you do for work and all, getting paid mileage, what's the financial difference, do you reckon, per month in terms of what the EV with home charging is saving you? Because that's let's face it, that was the original point of the Zoe, wasn't it? Because you were jumping into something doing a lot of miles. And bear in mind, we should point out as well that you live near London. That you don't live in Yorkshire, so you do a lot of miles. It's all that sort of stuff to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to the situation changing, obviously, when I got an EV, it went from having company cars for all those years with a fuel card and everything paid for. So, apart from the tax, realistically, I didn't pay out anything in fuel, and it was always, it was quite easy to manage from my side, but it was the tax that was killing me through salary. And now I'm getting the car allowance and the EV plus mileage. The money I'm actually gaining out of this is the mileage itself, which obviously that will probably change over coming time and things like that. But it pays for itself and a bit on top, I would have said. And it's just anybody who does. I keep saying this to people at work. If anybody has a car allowance and be able to get a car, and they do say less than 120 miles per day, then tell me a reason why not to get an EV, because I can't think of one.
Well, the financial benefits are massive, aren't they? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's huge.
Back in 2015, when I got my first one, it cost me £200 a month for the Leaf, and I was saving about £170 a month in petrol alone, compared to the car it replaced. And I think that's what a lot of people don't get. Like you say, it pays for itself to the point where you could keep your other car if you really wanted to, and you wouldn't really be out of pocket. But I think that's also what people get used to. I don't think I could go, but I mean, occasionally I use our other car for work, and then I have to go to a petrol station, and I'm like, Jesus, how much is this costing me? I've just put 20 quid in it. Done. Yeah, I'm like, what? Again, that's the home advantage, isn't it? I mean, you've, not for this reason, but you've built a driveway, which has obviously made it easy for you to own. Would you own an EV if you didn't have that driveway?
I probably would, because the infrastructure around near where I live it's not fantastic, but there's infrastructure very, very close to where I work. Within a quarter of a mile of where I'm working at the moment, I can pull up to a lamppost and plug in. I know it's going to cost me more money, but I could do that all day at work if I needed to. My company has chargers in their head office. I think we've got about 9 or 10 pod point chargers at head office. There's also the sort of charging networks in and around where I work. We all our sites have a minimum of one 240 3-pin plug that you could potentially plug into during the day if you're going out on site, which is just something that we do anyway. Doesn't give you a lot throughout the day on a 3-pin on the granny lead, but it's something. But yeah, I probably would. I'd think about it a lot more, but I do know plenty of people living in and around London that only charge on the public networks.
Well, yeah, it's a lot easier down there, I suppose, isn't it? You actually have a network. I mean, what's the missus, as it were? What's her, idea of EVs? Does she see it as an inconvenience? If you're going on a long journey, for example, is it an inconvenient to her because you do most of the driving? Let's face it, like I do. So is it like we have to stop, or is like, actually we're saving a lot of money?
Yeah, no, I think initially it was, and I remember the first time we drove up to Yorkshire in the Zoe, and it was the range anxiety that I had when I set off was a lot greater than it was by the time I'd got 3/4 of the way there. And
you're not at the car long by then, have you?
No, we'd only had it a few months, and I think we could have probably made our own way with one stop, but we stopped twice, do a little charge, not too far from you guys, and it once I'd done that, and it sort of broken the back of it for me then, and I was like, right, that's what I'm doing now, and I know it's just a mindset. It's range anxiety. It's just like everybody at work that goes, oh, what if you run out of electricity? That's why I don't want to get an electric car. My first question is, when was the last time you ran out of diesel or petrol? It's just not something that really happens.
You have to make a mistake, don't you? It's your fault if you run out of any fuel.
Yeah. It's like leaving the house without your lunch. Well, you're going to have to buy some lunch. If you haven't charged up on the night, charge up during the day. It's just a mindset. Like I've been told before by somebody, it's just a car with a different fuel. That's all it is. When the first diesel car came out, and somebody said, well, you can't use diesel, you've got to use petrol, or vice versa, whichever way came first. I don't know, but people would have doubted the same thing.
People don't like change, do they?
No.
I mean, there's something I pulled off Twitter yesterday, I think it was, and it's something that apparently someone called Rear Admiral Grace Hopper said. I don't know if you can see it there. You are very well. The most dangerous phrase in the language is "We've always done it this way."
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I mean that's a big thing that a lot of companies that that I get involved with and work alongside and work with. That's a big thing that especially in the health and safety and sort of construction side. Well, we've always done it that way. Is the one that is said when somebody's done something really wrong. And like you said, with the electric cars, getting away from what we've always done is the difficult thing.
Yeah,
because people can't comprehend. The range anxiety. The I don't know. I think some people think there's some sort of magic black art or something that goes on with an electric car, and all people get the secret when you pick your car up. But until then, you'll never know.
I think the key to making EV adoption easy is like a few day or a week's trial with one. That's effectively how we did it in 2015, because Nissan used to do a 4-day test drive, and now they don't. No one does, as far as I know, unless a certain dealer might do. But it was a proof of concept. I mean, I doubt if I hadn't been doing all this for a few years, and I doubt you'd have even looked at an EV, probably, would you? It wasn't in the public consciousness really as such, was it?
I mean, to be honest, when I remember you getting the Leaf and talking to you about it, and you telling me about the range, and he was going to drive down here, and I'm like, you're just mad. What's the point of getting something that just gets you to the outskirts of where you live? It just seems ludicrous. But that was then, and it was brand new. It was all fresh, and everything else was different. And if there's one thing I've noticed over the last sort of year is when I had the Zoe, I would drive around. So back in late 2019, you drive around, and people in EVs, whether it was a Zoe, a Leaf, you drive past. I mean, obviously Tesla people just they keep themselves to themselves, but everybody else, they'd raise a hand and a little nod and like, "Oh, you're an EV driver too." Now nobody bothers because it's getting more commonplace, especially in London.
Yeah, they're everywhere, aren't they?
Absolutely. And there's so many makes and models. Most people now can't even spot them if it wasn't for the green number plate. Well,
no, although I have seen a few green number plates on hybrids. I don't know if that's going to be a London thing as well.
You get quite a lot of the old Prius driving around London. With the cabbie with the face mask on when he's sitting in there on his own.
With the green number plate
on a 51 plate Prius or whatever it is, and you're like, yeah, that's just a hybrid, mate. You're not supposed to be doing that.
Well, it's technically a little fraud, I guess, because you're trying to get something you're not entitled to. I guess that's for another discussion. But it's so ultimately, you've gone from this makes no sense to I won't go back. And would you say from the people you've spoken to, it's quite an atypical ownership experience, again, if you can charge at home?
Yeah, absolutely. And the questions I get asked at work all the time are just ludicrous. Some of them that, from the range anxiety and, the usual, what do you do if you're running out of electricity? Can you drive it when it's really bad weather? What happens if you go through a puddle? There have been, can you jet wash it? That's another one I've been asked quite a few times. Can you jet wash your car? And if you do, can you do like the wheel arches and things like that, or the front grille? Because won't that damage everything? It's just naivety and lack of sort of knowledge. I mean, one of the biggest he would put electric cars down all the time. A year and a half ago, when I first started at the company I'm working for, he dismissed them out of hand as pretty useless. He's now looking at the second-hand Tesla market because he's quite interested that you can get a car that's got 120,000 miles on the clock that will run and perform as it did when it came out of the box, if you like. And he's now looking at this as a financial gain rather than I've got to get another car because mine's getting really old. He drives around in a 5 Series BMW at the moment, which costs him a fortune in diesel.
Yeah, and
So
that's
when I've explained to him
Go
the
on.
mileage and everything, it's a no-brainer.
Yep, and that's the thing, isn't it? If you can charge at home, it is a no-brainer. Assuming you can afford one, of course. It is a no-brainer for me, and I think it's easy to own one now. A few years ago, it was much more. I mean, even since you've had EVs, the charging infrastructure has changed considerably, hasn't it? In terms of how many.
Oh, massively, yeah.
Because you don't live far from the grid serve fancy thing that petrol's forecourt that they've got. It's not too
Which
far
one's
from
that?
The one where they've got
Braintree?
Yeah, the big one with the 20 chargers, whatever it is. Although the only time I've been there, 6 chargers out of the 15 were out of service. I mean, it didn't matter because there were so many to choose from. But I'm like, if they can't keep it running,
well, this is the thing. Could be worse. It could have all been BP, couldn't it? But anyway,
you're definitely an EV owner.
None would have been working then, and customer service would have been on break.
Yes, yeah. Well, yeah. Let's not go down that route. So, right.
Better not say too much, you get blocked.
See what?
You better not say too much, you get blocked.
Yeah, you have been blocked on Twitter
You know
by
who you are.
You know who you are. I'm sure he's watching right now. Right.
I'm sure he is.
Well, I'm going to go back to the chat, see what's going on in there.
You crack on.
So I think this worked. So I don't know if anybody who's watching this, assuming everyone is still watching this, it's a good thing we kept on topic, is wanting to jump in. So if my plan effectively is to, if you're a member, so you have to be a member, you have to get some benefit from that. Then I will post up the Zoom link, but I'm not going to give everyone the password just yet. I think I have to approve you, so I'm just going to pick one person at a time. There's no point in having loads on here, so I don't know how this is going to work yet. But is anyone out there actually willing or wanting to do this and have a brief chat, as it were?
Say hi to Norman for me.
Say hi to Norman. Yeah, Norman's there. Hello, Norman.
Who's it now?
Hello. He's not interested. Not interested. He used to respond to us, didn't he? Right.
He can't see you, can he?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, if we are gonna do this Zoom thing, you can't see me because my camera's locked up on the YouTube stream. So there is that. Okay, right. Well, I'll probably text and see you at some point tonight as well. It'll be New Year's Eve and whatnot.
Problem.
So let's jump back on the chat and see what's going on.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Well, I'm
Care,
gonna say bye. Right, see if I can figure out how to turn this off, Alice. I click that, and I click that, and I go like that. And leave meeting. No. Bye. How do I do this, Alice? Right, I have an invitation link. I'll keep that
Can we
for
go
now.
with Neil?
Who?
Neil.
Neil?
Yeah, he was the thing. And also, I put in the chat when they were on there, like, can the person, what's his name?
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't I go through a few questions?
Like, can I?
And I won't say. I'll go through a few questions as before. No, it's on there.
I know, but it was closer to the bottom.
You'd think this was my channel.
Okay. The HCH38. Well, you said you went to a football game with your niece. Can you tell me who, please?
What's that got to do with?
I don't know.
I'm taking over.
I like football, so not to play it.
Right. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll just go through a few questions. I'll try and make sure that this Zoomy thing is going to work. I should have everything.
Yeah, go with Neil.
Well, he's the only person that seems to want to do this.
Exactly.
I thought that'd be fun. Get anyone on this channel,
Milky Way.
as in members and that. But I don't think anybody wants to go on there. All you need effectively is
You're shy.
an iPad with Zoom on it.
I'm not that scary.
That should be enough. I will send a link. So what I'm going to do now is go on to my channel. I'm going to post up. So only members will see this. Live stream. Here we go. Live stream Zoom link.
I agree with you, Chris.
There we go. Live stream Zoom link.
I agree with you.
Let me just get it up 1 second. What do you agree with him?
He says EVK take over.
Yeah, in your dreams.
Right.
In your dreams. So I'm going to post up the Zoom jobby. That's the number, meeting number.
Hi, Tim.
And then a password. I may regret this. I can stop it at any time. And I have to approve anyone. So basically it's first come, first serve. Whoever gets in there first.
I think David Will's on here, and he was on it last year, and literally until we finished.
Make sure I put it to channel members only. We don't want everyone to see this. Right, so I'm just posting it up. So basically, the first person to jump on. If you go to, you should get a notification if you have that on. But if not, if you go to the community settings, where you can see all the. If you've got your subscription, you should see a post now that has a Zoom link on it. First one to start does it. And again, if you have any other questions, once this is finished, we'll go back to that. And then we'll get onto a few...
I'm not scary.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
I'm going to get the hot tomato salsa out and the crisps if you're not careful. How do I... In participants... Here we go. Right, I'll wait for someone to come in. Right, let me go through a few more questions whilst we're waiting.
Good option.
Chinese game changer could be the BYM Dolphin. Possibly. We'll see what it's like when it comes here, obviously. EVM, in the PC gaming world, the new Giants Farm Simulator 22 game now has a number of battery electric tractors. It's not something I've ever played before. I know. We'll just have a big long chat. Decided to go air source heat pump.
Oh.
And like you wanted to pair solar panels to a home battery, applied to Scottish Power for the solar, and they said no. What can I do? Why would they say no? That's from Carlton Harrington. More information, please. What did they say? Why you couldn't have any? That doesn't make sense. I think you might be able to get solar panels without their permission. You just won't be able to export anything. But I'm not an expert on this one. If anybody is, jump in. Will you stop doing that, please? Sit down. I'm talking. We've got Neil.
Yes!
Hang on. Neil, when you watch this, don't say anything until I jump on board.
Can I have one?
No.
Oh.
Give me a second. Right. So, you won't see me, Neil, remember? You'll just see a blank screen. Hello, Neil. Can you hear me? I can't see. I cannot see you though. I have no camera on yourself. I am getting ready to transition. So this is all we can see. I will be able to see your full name. Here we go. That's all we can see. We can't see you. You might have to go into your settings if you're on an iPad. Allow Zoom to. Have you started the camera at the bottom? Alright, well, I'll go back to this then. Alright, then we'll... let me flick it back. Let me turn you up. Right, so you're now streaming. People can hear you at least, if not hear you. So have you got anything you want to say, questions or anything? Because we've got a lot of time to kill.
First of all, thanks for having us on. Been a follower of yours for many a year, so thanks for that. And just appreciate everything you do. You're my first channel I click on a Friday when you do your videos, so thank you. Yeah, I was just kind of more interested in the way you think things will go in terms of the next 5 years. Not the big things like the charging network, but the way EVs seem to be changing the culture. And so that sort of side of things. I mean, where you got your classic max power car culture, do you see, for example, that surviving into the EV era? So
basically, what are the local hooligans going to be modifying their cars with as well? When it gets to
will you be even to modify the cars even? Because you can't exactly
I can
remap
see
an EV.
Well, you say that. I think that will become a thing. I think remapping an electric motor is very straightforward, as I understand it anyway. Someone just has to obviously create a market for it first, I suppose. So I think remapping will be a thing. I think in terms of modifications, you can't just put a scaffolding pipe on, obviously, like you can with a Corsa or a Nova or anything like that. So for me, I think it will change the culture. I mean, if I look at EVK right now, she won't know a petrol engine to miss it. If that makes sense, like I grew up looking at cars and I love cars, and like you look at a Ferrari and the noise it makes, and the engines and TV, obviously glamorized fast cars. I think you're going to lose that, but Alice won't miss a petrol engine. She's never had them to miss, if you know it. It's a generational thing. So I definitely think there will be a shift change. I think you'll all always have that romanticism with cars and posters, but I think the modification will become more of a cosmetic thing for me.
Yeah, it's interesting, and we're in the fortunate position to have two EVs. My personal car is a Model 3, and a company car I've got an e-Nero, and the company car is insured for my eldest son to be able to drive around in, and he's got his own Mini. He's got his own Mini thing, and he's slowly coming around to preferring the EV to drive, just simply because it's cheaper, it's got more toys, and it's just a nicer drive. And he says when he gets to have his next car, it will more than likely be an EV, not because he won't have the choice, but because he generally prefers it. And he's taken the Nero to North Wales and Lake District and all the classic places where people say you can't charge, and had no issues at all.
See, in some ways, I kind of think that's quite sad. I mean, it's inevitable; it will happen. But we all don't look forward to the time when, shall we say, their daughter turns up with some youth in a modified Vauxhall Corsa, and all the stuff that comes with it, shall we say. But I almost, is this going to kill, in some ways, the passion that a lot of people have? The petrol heads, as it were, or used to be. Is this going to reduce that or get rid of it at all? I mean, anyone in the chat, what do you think? Because for me, all autonomous driving, should I say, all the stuff like that, the disengagement, because you'd have to change gear. It's easy to drive. It's more accessible, which is good, but is it also taking the enthusiasts away? What have they got to be enthusiastic about when... I mean, you look at a Tesla supercharger site. I don't know. I presume you've been there many times yourself.
Yeah.
We made a little bit of light of it, shall we say, in that recent train video, because when we were there were about 3 or 4 Teslas charging, with Tesla owners taking pictures of each other's cars. And as Harry put it, oh look, he's got the same car as me but a different colour. There's almost no choice there, is there, in terms of...
That's right.
You look at what you can do to let's say a BMW 3 Series. Certainly when you get to the M3 stage, you can make it to an extent your own, can't you? Not just colours. There's all sorts of things. So for me, we'll lose it. It's almost like a race to efficiency that's losing some of the passion. It's almost like telling an artist to be more efficient with his paint usage.
I do know what you mean.
Yeah,
I do know what you mean, because my previous car was I had it from new in 2004. I had an Impreza WR1, one of the limited edition. Only ever made 500 of them, and I kept it for 15 years.
Oh, that'd be worth a pretty penny now, wouldn't it?
Well, it cost me 30 grand new back in 2004, and I sold it for 20 grand a couple of years ago.
I bet that's a 50 grand car now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Easy.
And the thing is, though, do I miss it? Yes, I do, because it was a visceral driving experience. To get the corner just right, the gear change just right, and have everything hook up. It was brilliant. It was visceral. It felt alive. However, the way I was using it, which was to drive to the office, quite a lot of motorway and back, it was a pain in the bum. It did less had a smaller range than a Honda E. If you drove it, it was like ran on super unleaded. It did like 16 miles to the gallon, and it was noisy. It was, it just wasn't comfortable as a distance driver. And so as a result, it was sitting in the garage most of the year. I did about 400 miles on it in the last year I had it.
Well, that's what petrol cars are going to turn into, isn't it? In turn, it's going to be like it's going to be the horse. It's going to be the weekend car, the toy, the bit of fun, which for me is going to make the last decade-ish or the last 5 years of cars, for the most part, that's when we're going to get the really special stuff, because there's going to be a lot of last hurrahs, I think, coming out. There's going to be a lot of, this is effectively the pinnacle of petrol car achievement. You've got all the handling and the latest and last technology that they can put into stuff like that, because it's disappearing. So in a weird way, EVs are going to bring out potentially some of the best cars, petrol cars, ever, like your P1s and your 918s. I mean, think about what they could produce in another 5-10 years. But it is going to be just for fun, isn't it? It's not going to be...
I don't know about that so much. Because, I drove AMGs and stuff like that before I looked at the Tesla, and they all lacked that alive feeling. And I think it was because of the computers, because of the engine management systems, the soft revving, and all the stuff like that you get in a modern car diluted it somewhat.
What about the noise?
So, well, that's what I mean. They have a soft limiter now.
But will you miss the noise of a nice petrol engine car? Not just from that specific car, but a good... forgetting diesels, forget standard cars. When a car goes past that you like and you hear it, will that effectively be something that almost like you'll mourn the loss of?
Yeah, I will miss it, because I remember when I was much younger. Again, which is when I had the Impreza back in 2004. I was coming off a roundabout in town. It was like a 40-50 mile an hour limit, thing. And I went off a roundabout, and I was put it in the second gear and floored it, and it made a huge noise, this Impreza. And when I looked in the back, there was an old lady waving a walking stick at me as if I was like woke her up or something. And that's a bit evil, but I did think that was quite funny to do that. So yeah, I do miss the noise. I would miss the noise, and I think that's... Do I miss selling my Impreza? I probably do in a way, but I couldn't justify keeping 20 grand in the garage for 400.
Well, there is
plus that, plus insurance, plus all the other stuff. I mean, so would I buy one again? I don't know. But if you're talking about modern cars, I would fancy as a go-back car the GR Yaris. I think that
that for me is the only brand new vehicle at the moment in petrol car world anyway, that I would, if I could afford it, would ultimately want. I want one as a toy. I can't afford it as a toy, but I want, that for me is exactly what typifies a fun petrol car, because of the experience it gives you. And I have yet to drive out of pretty much every EV that you can buy. I think I've driven almost every single one around. I have yet to have that feeling in an electric vehicle.
I'd go along with that. I mean, fair dues for Toyota for actually making the GR Yaris. They didn't really look at how much money they were going to make on each car. They basically says we want to make this car and hang the expense almost, and fair dues to them. And I think it'll become a future classic for sure.
I think it already is. I know someone that's getting one. Should be getting it in January, and he's been offered several times by the dealership. Do you mind waiting a bit longer for it, and we'll pay you? Because obviously there's people, he could sell that immediately. He's not, but he could sell that immediately and flip it and make 5-6 grand easy because they're all just, there's such a long lead time, sold out, whatever. And I think that is ultimately what, in some ways, I know Alice won't get. She's going to miss that. Or is it just going to be different? What is going to be the passionate ownership experience with a car, with an electric vehicle? What is there to be passionate about? Is it just the looks thing? I mean, there's bound to be something. People find something. I just don't know what it's going to be.
There is part of me that thinks it's deeply sad that the main thing you talk about when you're EV is your watts per mile efficiency.
No one ever goes to a pub, do and go, "Hey, ladies, got 5 miles per kilowatt hour coming here," you know. It's never impressed anybody as that, is it? And I think it's that early adopter thing. Is that for me is like you say, it's the geek thing ultimately that we all are as early adopters. However, I think now we're getting into, should we say, normal non-car people into EVs. You know, company car drivers. There's a lot of people getting them now that just want a car. I just wonder what people will look at in an EV that's going to be unique to other EVs, because a petrol engine was always different. Yeah, but
I think there'll be a utility. They won't be anything special. You know, you won't go to the company car park and be envious of the ID4 your boss has got or something like that. You know, not like it used to be with the SRI Cavalier and the Mondeos and stuff like that. That was
different trim levels.
Like that.
I mean, I think the trouble is, is that a petrol engine used to be as good as the manufacturer that made it. You know, AMG did this, Cosworth did this, you know, BMW did this, Ford did that. With an electric motor, which is a good and a bad thing, depending on which way you look at it, it's so easy to get performance from one. You can just buy one almost and stick it in a car. Everyone can do an electric car now with performance because it's so easy to do it. You don't have to. There's very little research needed compared to a petrol engine car. Petrol engine. That almost. It's like YouTube. Anyone can do a YouTube video, which is great, but it also means you get a lot of garbage with the good stuff. Whereas when it was just TV channels only, you know, BBC One, BBC Two, ITV. Everything you got was a much higher quality, but it was a much more restricted. You know, only a few people could do it, and I think that's what we've got with electric vehicles. Anyone can pretty much create an electric vehicle these days because they don't have to worry about designing a petrol engine, which would cost monumentally.
Is that
a lot? You know, go on.
Is that because at the moment the bar is comparatively low? I mean, you get, for example, just an example off my head. So people got on order, forgive me. But take the BMW electric series, the i4 or whatever I think it's called. That is a ICE platform with an electric motor and batteries stuck in it, and they're doing that. And for me, that's just a compromise, and they get around the range question by just sticking as big a battery as they can fit in it, and they don't look at it as a whole package. It's just get it out, get it cheap, get a common platform. And although business-wise there is perhaps merit in that, I do think that if you have a dedicated EV platform, you do get a better car.
You do, but your Kia e-Niro is a compromise, and it's one of the most efficient ones on the market. So they've somehow done it with that.
Well, I mean, I had a limited choice in my company car list what the e-Niro was.
It's brilliant.
If I had the choice, well, we really like it. My wife prefers driving it to the Tesla, so you know she's obviously wrong in the head. But anyway,
well, you know what? I nearly bought one just because the price went up. But I've just had a Kia e-Niro here. In fact, the video will be going out next Friday, just to see if it's as good as it was 2 or 3 years ago. And don't get me wrong, cars get older the longer they've been around, but there's very little, other than other Korean cars. There's very little out there that touches them for efficiency.
For the money, the range, and everything, it was spot on. I mean, I could have had an ID4 or an Enyaq or something like that, but the spec on the Enyaq and the ID4 and which wasn't anywhere near what you can get with the Niro. And so for value for money, the e-Niro I think is spot on, but it doesn't hide its ICE underpinnings. It doesn't have a front boot, for example. You know, there's things about it that you think, this is where it's carried over.
The ID4 doesn't have a frunk either. That's a ground up EV. It's very bizarre.
Well, that's VW's kind of I don't understand what VW doing with that. But actually, am I right in thinking the EV6, the new Kias and Hyundai, don't have much of a front boot either?
I can't remember, honestly. I mean, it's not crucial, but you'd think it'd be something that would be easy to add and gives you more practicality. But
well, I use on a Tesla sticking the charging cables in, because then you haven't got to take everything out of the boot. Find the cables.
You can fit a lot in there. You can fit a lot in there, and does it help?
Yes.
So okay.
But yeah. Sorry, you're saying?
No. I was just gonna say, do you want to say one more thing before we jump on back in the audio, back in the chat thing? And EVK, I think, is wanting to jump in as well. Are you getting bored? Are you? Oh dear.
Well, I was about to ask you a question. So you talked about bringing the boyfriend home. Mm-hmm. What would your reaction be if EVK brought her boyfriend home and he was driving a diesel?
To be honest, it depends on what it was. I mean, given the age that I would expect that person to be at, given I think you get whatever car you can afford at the time. So I think for me, the choice of car when you're 19, 20, that sort of age is so limited. I don't think I'd be bothered. I don't think that'd bother me. But I think in a weird sort of way, if it came and said, I didn't get a diesel car because of the environment, I'd be thinking, really? All I wanted to do is get a car and then sod everything else. So I think, no, I don't think that would bother me, to be honest. I think as long as it was, I don't know, what I want in a car is something that's cool. If they turned up in a Yaris GR, I would shake their hand and go, that is a fantastic car. But it's too quick, get away from my daughter. So that's the weird thing, innit? The cars that I would want myself, I wouldn't want them to have. So I don't know. I think I don't know. I'm dreading that.
I'm not.
Quite frankly,
because I on a couple of months ago, I was interviewed as part of an ITV news article, and they was asking about EVs and stuff like that, and they asked me why did I get my Tesla, and I said, well, to be quite frankly, it was to save money. I saved money on it, and it was in the middle of lockdown when I got it, and I saw the difference not having all the cars on the road was making to the environment. I thought, well, that can't be a bad side effect for me saving money as well. So, yeah.
No, I mean, so, for me, the environment is a reason. I just can't honestly say it was the reason I got one, because it was financial. It's a secondary reason of which I agree with, but I don't think I could honestly say, without being personally hypocritical for me, given what I like and other cars I still own, that I could say that I got mine for the environment, because then why have I got the other two cars? So I think that is something that is more culturally acceptable for younger generations as a pure excuse. I got that for pure environmental reasons and for actual genuine reasons, not just to say it, if you will.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely becoming more of a. It's cooler to be environmental, whereas it used to be something that, hell, if I were at school and I said I'm doing this for the environment, I probably got beat up back then. So I think it's becoming a thing. Go on.
And I think in general, the biggest challenge I had with owning an EV, certainly before I got one and in the first couple of months, is the mindset change you need to make it work properly.
Yes,
and that's a big thing. You can't underestimate the thought of, well, I'll just pop to the garage, spend 5 minutes, and fill it up, and I'm good to go. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, I'm home now. I'll plug it in 10 seconds, and I don't miss petrol stations at all. But there is a mindset change of, okay, well, I know I can drive for 3 hours before I start feeling tired and unsafe. So therefore, in 2.5 hours, I'll stop off at a fuel station or supercharger or whatever it is, stop there for half an hour, have a drink, have a walk around, and carry on. It's not actually taking me any longer than it would do with a petrol car. It's just, in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, I need to make a stop because in 3.5 hours' time, I'm going to need a break.
Yeah, you account for it and you plan for it, so it's no longer an inconvenience. And I think that's something which only comes with trial and testing. Once you get the car, it makes sense, but getting the car is the hard bit. So, right, well, I don't like kicking people off, but I need to make space for other things, I'm afraid.
No, thank you for having me on.
So yeah, thanks for coming on. And let's see what happens next, I guess. In
Yeah,
terms of this.
have a great new year, and
No,
looking
you
forward
too.
to see what you come up with throughout the year.
Brilliant.
Cheerio.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Right. I'm just going to click that. 1 second. Right. Okay. Now, should we get you on board now? Should we go back to... I will jump on the Zoom again if people... Let me know, in fact. You tell me right now in the chat, do you want more people on to come on chat? Shall I make it shorter? So, you know, people get and ask a question and then leave. Should we just do this and have a bit of fun from now on? Shall
We
I
do
rely on
a
the text?
Q&A about me.
No!
Oh.
What do you want? You tell me what you want in terms of from now on, because this is very new. Technically, it's obviously working. There is somebody waiting. If anybody wishes, Tony, I believe it is. And
Tony.
I don't know. It's on there. So basically, it's a case of you tell me what you want to happen. Let's now, before we jump on to anything else Zoom wise, and before I start any more questions.
Fish bait.
Right, now I think it's time. 1 second. For me to...
I don't know if you saw when they were on the phone, but I whacked my toe again.
People on the internet don't care about your toe.
I don't care.
Hang on. Ready? I just like that noise.
That's nice.
Right, so let me just... I think it's time for that again, because I saw a couple of people became members. Which is good. More members. In fact, do you want to... Shall I tell everybody out there, are people interested in how much money the membership scheme after 3 or 4 months is earning this channel?
Can I say it?
Well, you don't know yet, do you?
Yeah, I know, but like,
Hang on.
can you show me and then can I say it?
Well, I have to explain a few things. Let me just put this away.
I have no idea, David. No idea.
Okay, right. Now, I'm going to have one of these.
That's what I was saying. I want one of the Ables.
You want to talk boring cars, will you? Anyway.
I don't care.
Cheers, everybody. You're having some of your, what is it?
Pepsi Max
Pepsi
Cherry.
Max Cherry. Cheers. Oh, God, that's still vile. Now, what we want is to get these hot crisps, hot chili sauce, or chutney, should I say. Salsa. Salsa. Now, she doesn't like spicy stuff. I said, well, you can't exactly give you a vodka shot, can we? That's a bit irresponsible. Oh. What? Well, he's guessed.
Oh.
Right, here we go. Are you... That's a lot of salsa on that. This is super spicy. Let me try it. I like spicy stuff, so it doesn't bother me. But, come on. Someone became a member just so you can have some of this. It's a slow burner thing. Oh, you've got to stay on camera. Right.
That helps.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
No, you want more?
No.
Well, if anybody else becomes a member, you're going to have to, because that's only fair. Right, let's have a look at the chat. No one has said what they want to happen. Do you want, should we get someone else on the Zoom, on the channel, to have a little chat or not?
Sorry if I say this wrong, but Sonne How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, I don't know. Sonne Bloom. Anyway, no question, just a comment. Happy New Year. Everyone's been very nice, very nice. But is there anything, this is an informational channel too, so is there any questions that people have got, EV, home energy related,
Me.
about the channel, anything you want to ask Madam here? If you're wondering where EVW, my beautiful wife and your mother, is, she's at work until 4 a.m. Oh, she's keeping us all safe.
Yeah.
So,
somebody asked what she worked for, earlier.
well, we're hoping, apparently she's mealing at 12, which is just after, obviously, New Year's ticks over. She might, if possible, if she's got good enough signal, she might jump on briefly on Zoom. So we'll definitely do that. Not yet.
Okay.
I don't think so. I don't think Mummy want it. I'm just going to go through a few questions, see if we missed anything. Vauxhall Nova's EVM showing his age. Yes. Vauxhall Nova. Do you know what Nova means in parts of Europe?
No.
Nova means no go.
Oh yeah, you said
The
that.
Vauxhall no go, which is why it's called the Corsa on the continent, and which is why they changed the name over here.
Do you like this? I got it at the jewelers today.
Oh yeah, she's bought herself a ring. That you did buy it. No one bought it for you, did you?
No.
That's all right now. I don't mind that.
Well, technically, Mummy did get it from me.
Yeah, no one you know bought you that though. That's all that matters to me. So whilst we're on the subject of car names, there are a couple of car names which are slightly amusing. The Hyundai Kona.
No, she's not working for any.
The Hyundai Kona. Do you know what the Kona means in Norway? It means the wife. If there are any Norwegians on here, can you confirm that? But I'm pretty sure that's the case. So effectively, you're driving around in the wife. If you're in Norway, it means something else in Portugal, but I'm not sure I can say that on here.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Another one, the Audi e-tron, e-tron in French means turd. So effectively, if you have an Audi e-tron, and e-tron is what they give the name to almost every electric vehicle I've got, you're driving around in something that says the word turd on the back if you go to France. There you go. Bit of information for you.
I don't know. What's a stubble?
What's what?
What's a stubble?
Stubble. Where am I looking?
See.
See, you've got the glamorous assistant there saying about his stubble. My stubble.
Where?
What, this
Oh,
stubble?
that's a stubble.
Yeah, stubble is like a... Couldn't be bothered shaving.
It's not that bad.
Christmas holidays. Who's gonna?
I need to cut your hair.
You really want me to look good for you? Is that what you're saying? You want me to look better for you on a webcam chat? Is that what you're asking?
Someone says that yes.
Right.
Can I just?
Okay.
So someone said, "What's my favourite TV series?" Well, at the moment, it's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
You were ill, weren't you? And I thought,
Yeah.
well, here, try watching this. I'm trying to school her in the arts of coolness. And I showed her Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and in the first 24 hours, she'd burnt through a season and a half.
I'm on season 5, almost on season 6 now.
So she's almost in basically in the space of 3 weeks watched hundreds of episodes of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Well,
She's getting cooler than I am.
I was already cooler than you were.
It's what does Madden, that's you, think about being a passenger in an EV car? So we have a petrol and electric car. Is there any preference? I mean, obviously I can't really compare the Tesla to the Mini, even though I really love the Mini. It's a Cooper S, it's great drive. As a passenger, is there any difference with that you notice? Because obviously, if we go down to Grandma and Granddad's, we have to stop in the EV, but we don't in the Mini if we take that. So what do you?
Which one, Granddad? Yours? Or?
Mine, yes.
I mean, with the electric EV.
Come closer.
With the EV, I find it a bit more comfortable.
Well, it's a bigger car, so if you
Yeah.
took the comfort out, do you mind stopping when we're driving?
Is this in the back seat or in the
It doesn't matter really, because
Okay.
I can't say the Model 3 is and the Mini are alike enough. So in terms of if we do a long journey, do you when we went to Scotland, for example, we've done it in the Mini or the North Coast 500. We've done it in the Mini, and we've done it in the Tesla.
Yeah.
So obviously, even in the Tesla, we still had to stop and charge
Yeah.
once, twice to get to it. Just charging, it's like, is it just like extending the journey? Do you mind?
No, I like stopping because 1, I can go to the toilet then. And then 2, it just gives me a break to stretch my legs for a bit. And then if we don't need to stop, I don't have as much of a chance.
So,
And also if you're in the front seat, you get heated seats.
well, I think a lot of Minis have that too, to be fair. It's not, like I said,
But
forget the
ours
individual.
doesn't have that, so I didn't know.
Forget the individual car, it's whether you have to stop. So if you had an electric Mini, for example,
Yeah.
we'd have to stop with that going to somewhere. So,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
so that doesn't bother you at all?
Is someone swearing over there?
What? They've starred it out. His first car was a modified 1973 Allegro, Austin Allegro.
Well, that's old.
Well, yes. Well, wait until you get your first car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it will
Whenever that may be.
I hope to get my car.
If you think about it though, if you get a car when you're 20,
Yeah.
9 years from now, so cars that are sold today, or the last couple of years-ish, few years maybe.
They'll be old.
Yes, so effectively the cars that are brand new now are what you're probably going to end up in when you get your first car. That's a scary thought.
I'll have the same car as you.
Wow. No, you're not getting in the Tesla. Whatever we have back there. I'm all for slapping a 5-inch wide scaffolding pipe to my Me Electric for a giggle. I would like that. I do know someone that put one of those. It was like a Miltech. Miltech do a sounder, so you can make your car sound like any other car. So you could put one on an electric vehicle and make it sound like a V6.
Okay, so I kind of need the words off. I can't say it off the top of my head. Sorry, fish bait.
Right, so what do you think of the new update Tesla user interface? It literally happened yesterday, so I've done a few miles in it. I've barely touched it. Although we have found that the heated seat button is an annoying placement, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
First things he spotted, and you're not even a driver. Where's the heated seat button, Daddy? They've moved it. You have to go into a menu to press it. So there are a few things that need changing for me.
So like, you know where you can turn on the heating and stuff like that, the air conditioner. You have to. If you press it down, it comes up with swipe up for more options, and if you swipe up, you've got the heated seats for both sides.
But before, you used to be able to just go bip.
I know.
So that's a silly change for me.
Or to get it on like the 3, you can go onto like the bit where you can text and say like turn on like passengers heated seats, and then it'll turn it on for you.
We have started using more of the voice thing now, haven't we? Right,
Yeah.
let me go through a few questions.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Let me go through.
We're behind.
Well, we're very behind.
I'm about
Right.
to drink that.
I love my Model 3, but I also like old Porsches. I think a lot of people are going to have toy cars in the
You
future.
think my first car's going to be a Citroen Army?
No. One, it's not really a car. And two,
Well, that guy said it.
well, no, he's saying it could be. I think it's unlikely, but you never know. Twiz is better.
Didn't mention the word could.
Well, maybe he reads that. If we get some genuinely fun EV hatchbacks, I doubt the fuel type will make much difference. No. But at the moment, we have yet to get that.
I just realised. You're EVM, and I'm EVM as well. EV madam.
You're EV kid, thank you. EV kid. For those, you got a T-shirt last time.
A T-shirt's too small now.
T-shirt's too small. Oh God, you're running out of it.
I had it like 2 years ago.
Right. So, has anybody said? I'm guessing.
Does Alice want to be your... No. Sorry.
Rather than read them out in your head.
Should I bring the cat up?
What?
They want the cat.
Cat. Oh, well, don't drag him out if he's asleep. He's getting old. No one's really said. Do you want any more Zoom chats? Yay or nay? Because I'll either close it or do it again. I mean, I can do it in a bit, but let me know. I'm just replying to a few messages. Let's see if he's available. There we go. Right. So, for me, it's time to. What time is it? It's 11:15 already. Crikey. 11:15.
Find him.
Can't do it. It's escaped you.
I need to go to the toilet.
You go to the toilet. Do something productive.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So, yes to Zoom, just a little shorter. He said nay. He said yay. Unfortunately, I can't. It depends on who comes on, I guess. If you get someone that's got really good question, really bad question, that can change it. This sauce is lovely. I also want to know what people are drinking out there. If anything. What's your tipple? Yes, more Zoom, please. All right. Well, basically, if you're a member, it's already on there. Let me try. I don't know if this Tony guy's still around. He's been waiting for a long time. Let me see what it is. But should we restrict it to 5 minutes tops? Right, so I'm clicking admit. Remember, you will not be able to see me. He's here. Still hung on. 1 second, Tony. Give me a tick.
Can I have one of these?
Hang on. Right, hello. Are you there? Right, I'm just going. You're not on the stream yet. Give me 2 seconds. Your audio's fine. I'm just turning your audio up now and clicking on the stream. Right, you're now live. Obviously, you can't see me, but everyone else can see us both. Sure. So we'll restrict this to 5 minutes, as people seem to want to do. Let me just put these in the right here, so that makes sense. There we go. All right, here you go. I'm just giving EVK the other headphone. Right. Sorry. What was your question or questions?
Sorry.
Yeah. So I was thinking, kind of, what the rise of EVs, in the last 10 years or so, has done for perception of driving in general. Whether, because I'm kind of early millennial, and I know that sort of thing's a bit of a always a generalisation.
Oh yes.
But certainly when I was at school in the 90s, global warming was starting to be talked about in school. I don't know whether it was before then.
Not really. No, for me it wasn't anyway.
But the kind of vibe that I got was always that people went either one or two ways. They went kind of big car fans, or or it's all gonna end and we're all going to drown.
Well, I think there's a definite thing where environmentalism was very much you're going to get beaten up sort of thing at school. That's to coin some cliches, like it was like hippie type territory for when I was at school, certainly anyway, and before that, because although people were aware of environmental stuff, it wasn't a thing. It wasn't in media really. It wasn't in TV, unless it was a apocalyptic drama or something. It was effectively for me something that was very niche, and it was seen as people who would live in a tree sort of thing. That environmental cliche, vegetarian. Yeah, so I think now it's definitely, I won't say it's completely flipped on its head. There are people who refuse to let go of, of the old ways, as it were. But I think that the modern generation, as such, I mean, you can maybe answer this a bit better for me, Alice EVK. I mean, do you talk about the environment? Have you done lessons, should I say, about the environment in school? Because you're in year 6 now, end of primary school. Have you done lessons?
Maybe like a few, but not really at the top of my memory.
Right, so you either didn't pay attention at school, or you've not done much about it. But the fact that you've even done something about it.
We've done stuff about the rainforest and Amazon rainforest and stuff like that.
What about causes? Has of electric vehicles come into it at all?
Just a tiny bit.
Right. So but to be fair, you're not in upper school yet, so it's a bit early on for you. I think in the playground, if you were, the playground banter. I mean, I work in schools. I'm not a teacher, but I work in. We look after 80, 90 schools. So I go into many schools. I've done for 20 years.
Yeah.
Even now, it's less so these days, but a year ago, when I got the Tesla, every single time I drove into a school car park, there were kids. They're all primary schools, I should point out. There were kids pointing, "It's a Tesla! Oh my God, it's a Tesla!" It's become a cool thing. Maybe it's not. I don't think it's just Tesla either. I think it's also just electric vehicles are seen as modern tech. Xbox, PlayStation, Tesla, electric vehicles. I think it's cooler. It's accepted. Yeah. It's normal. It's not alternate. It used to be an alternate lifestyle, I think. Environmentalism.
It's one of the things where you could. It's kind of that halfway house between. Because I mean, back when I was a student, a university student, I had a car, and then I was doing postgrad, and living in a big city and got rid of it because I didn't need it. It was just sucking money. And I'm at that sort of age where I've been, cycling as my main, either the bike or the train for 10, 15 years.
Yep.
And probably going to go back to driving. I still drive on occasion. I hire a car when I need one.
Yeah, I think cars aren't quite yet disappearing. I mean, that recent experience we had with trains backs the fact up that you can't rely on public transport for a lot of things.
And I'm in a really lucky place, living down in the south in a city with really good public transport.
Yes.
And even that.
Yeah, we have. Well, we only just have public transport, to be fair. So obviously, there is massively a definite divide in cities in terms of what haves and haves not. It's not just a rural thing, but for me, the car is going nowhere. So if you have to have a car, and I think the majority of people at the moment do, the environmental thing is the lesser of many evils. Is probably the full electric version. But of course, getting rid of it is the best solution ultimately, isn't it? To not have a car.
Well, it's got to go to practicality for everybody. Is it practical to be without a car? Is it practical to keep one? If you're in central London, it's not practical to have a car. If you're somewhere rural or in a small town, it's probably not practical to not have a car.
I mean, I used to know someone at uni who had a very good friend who was at Leeds University, and he was, or his parents were millionaires, and he didn't own a car. And for me, that was just insane. Why on earth would you not own a car? Especially a really nice one. He says, well, what am I going to do with it? I can't drive anywhere. Everything's within walking distance. It's pointless. So it's not just a money thing.
You have there's the old joke about a student who's been sent to university abroad of rich parents and says, it's so shameful, I'm taking the car while all my friends are taking the train. And then his father rings back, okay, I've bought you a train.
Yeah. Well, why not? I mean, to be honest, given how much tickets are for trains these days, you almost have to. It's insane. And for anyone that hasn't watched one of our recent videos, £660 to get the train for two people to Fort William and back to North Yorkshire again. £330. We could genuinely fly to New York and back again on those same dates for less. So this, for me, is why public transport is just the opposite. It's meant for people who can't afford private transport, and it's completely the opposite. So, right, a minute left. I've been timing it. Anything else before we switch to something else?
Just one. Have you had a look at places around you where you hire cars? Place near me has started hiring out Renault Zoe, and I've hired it a couple of times, and great fun.
We, to be honest, apart from Enterprise and the usual suspects, that's it around here.
It's all the nationals.
Basically. Even if I go into the bigger towns and whatnot. I mean, I'm sure if I went to Bradford, but I don't even think. If I look at Bradford, I'm sure Leeds will have something. I'm sure someone on the chat will probably be able to find out more. But I think Enterprise are doing more.
My local being Cambridge, so it's a different crowd.
Cambridge, because my mum and dad live not far from Cambridge, and it's not too far. So we've been there a few times, and they've always hated the car, though, haven't they? To be fair, there, and therefore they've been set up for the bicycle, and therefore they've been set up for that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a medieval city. It's not built for cars.
Yeah, so ultimately they've had to adapt before they needed to, in terms of EV-ness. So for me, the cities that adapted to cars 100 years ago, 80 years ago, are the ones that are now struggling. Yes, exactly. Look at American cities. They've obviously been terrible on that as well. So, right, brilliant. Well, as people said,
have a very happy New Year.
You too.
Cheers.
Right, cheers. Thanks very much.
Bye.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
Let's go to this now. Right, we just have to If you could come off that for us, that'd be brilliant. then I don't, because I don't know how, Alice. Okay.
Okay, you got two things.
What?
Well, first of all, Alex, the cat is called Homer.
Homer, yes. Not named after the philosopher, named after the Simpsons character.
Yeah, I only just figured that out.
Because he is a Homer, isn't he? He really is a
Yeah.
Homer. Dog.
He pretty much sleeps all day.
Well, he's a cat.
He's also getting older. But also,
Only got 4 teeth left.
yeah, you don't have to have his...
Top, 2 and bottom.
It's really sad. Okay, so someone's struggling with a decision.
Shall I start up here and we'll work our way down so we don't miss some of the questions rather than... This is live and that's the one that I've paused it on.
Well, can I still look at those ones?
Oh, well, you can, but let's not read them out until we get there. Just spotted the EVK mug behind us.
Oh, yeah, they've been there for ages.
Can we get the pink one?
Yeah!
This is when I started to do merch. And, sold a few.
That's what we mean by the EVK t-shirt.
But ultimately, the company just disappeared, took people's money, took some of my money, and then never heard from them again. So, yeah. The trouble with merch is, it's alright for a gimmick, but it's never going to make enough money for the complete and total hassle of selling it.
There's a battery in this.
Yeah, EVK, so I quite like these as well.
Yeah, I like this one the best.
I mean, I can't think of a single merchandising thing, even from any channel, that someone would want. I mean, I can't imagine anybody would want an EVM t-shirt. Even I only wear mine because it's on camera. Someone's like, what's the point in making it? I can't, I've thought about, is there any EV related merchandise, like a wallet? Can you shut the door for us?
Yeah.
Or anything like that. So there's no point in doing it for me. Hence why the subscription turned up. Because you can subscribe and you get more content. So at least you're getting something that at least might be useful. Whereas merchandise, I think a few people would go for it, but not that many.
Homer's on the death step.
Oh, he's on the step, isn't he? Well, you can shut the door.
Yeah, he was just sat on the
No,
step.
shut the door.
What?
Can you shut the door, please?
I
There's a
just
big draft. It was open. I don't know. You're a useless assistant sometimes. What's this? Oh, Mars bar. What? Oh, that's a good point. What is your
But they've
favourite?
already asked me this.
Yeah, but I don't think you said, did you?
I did.
What was it? What's your favourite and
Galaxy Caramel.
what's your worst?
Snickers.
Snickers. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we
What's
go.
your favourite?
I'm not sure about the favourite because I like a caramel, but not too many. But I quite like occasional bounties,
These
Mars bars, but
these two are my favourite.
the caramel and the
Milky Way.
Milky Way. Fair enough. Yeah, so we probably won't be doing any more merchandise. It's kind of pointless. Oh, what's this? I've just had a message from Harry. Oh, he's having a bit of a... He's got people over. He ain't going to be on.
Who's that?
It's someone Harry's with right now. Yeah. He has a life as well outside of this channel, funnily enough. It's only me that doesn't have a life outside the channel. Anywho, right, what? No, that's her daughter. Stop being gossiping, gossip. Oh my lord. Let's get along with these questions, shall we? Try and not get sidetracked. Okay. I'm going to put a link up to this on the chat. If you click on this, guys, that will take you to, if you remember anyway, to the link for the Zoom live stream. Just in case you missed it before. Right, let's do more of these questions. Right.
Can we do more about me?
Sure.
Oh.
What do you think of the new MG ZS EV facelift? Coming in a couple of weeks to the channel, so we'll let you know then. Yes to more Zoom, just a little shorter. Yeah, which we've done now. So yeah, I think that seems to work quite well.
We're almost near the bottom.
What's that?
Wow.
We're getting there. Do more Zoom back fine by me. Cool. Well, people need to actually want to go on the Zoom. I can open it up to everybody, not just members. I just thought it'd be a nice little perk. Tell us what you think Toyota offering and the future of GM and Ford. Ooh, crike. Well, they're starting to do EVs. I don't mind. Oh, sorry, itchy nose. I don't mind Toyota doing the hydrogen thing, but ultimately, for private transportation, vehicles. Ain't going to work. It's just unnecessary. So they'll come to EVness. And Toyota in America are one of the biggest anti-EV lobbying companies in America in terms of the amount of money they put into the keeping petrol cars going. So they try and say that they're all nice and environmental with the hybrids and overall CO2 being low, but don't really kind of carry that on. GM and Ford, I think they'll get to EVs. Ford are doing the Mustang, but they need to ramp up the Fiestas and the Focuses and all that sort of stuff. They're just behind.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can I just reply to one of the questions?
Once we get to it, yes, absolutely. Otherwise, we're flip-flopping.
Tim's for...
You flip-flopping, so we'll get there. Patience.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the live chat and I just want to answer.
Do you want me to get rid of the live chat so you can't see it? Well, there you go. Oh, God. Don't make me send you to bed with no puddings. I will do that. Right. This guy's drinking whiskey. What type of whiskey? He's drinking water. Rum.
Good.
Wow. Once had some 100% proof rum from Jamaica. That stuff put hairs on your hairs. Ooh, that was strong. Full fat Pepsi. None of that Pepsi Max you've got. Where's it gone?
What?
Oh, there we go. Do you have any alcohol in that water?
What water?
Oh, this? No, this is just water, because when you do a lot of talking, you do.
Thanks.
Occasionally want that. Hello. Bubbly wine, red wine and port.
What was your first car? What was your first car?
Where's that?
Simon.
Well, when we get to the question. My lord. Why didn't you not use a headphone splitter? Then you could have two sets of headphones. Well, one would not have two sets of headphones, and two would not have a headphone splitter. Because I didn't think that she'd be listening in on it. To be perfectly honest with you. Hi from New Zealand.
Hi.
Hey.
No, I read that literally ages ago.
New Zealand. I've never been to New Zealand.
No, neither am.
I want to go to New Zealand.
Me too.
Anywhere else? From anywhere in the world, by the way. Drinking John Smith's here in Scotland. Waiting for his Mocha E to be delivered to him.
Haven't we drank all the John Smiths like at Christmas?
No, I think we've still got some.
No, have we?
Nice cup of tea that person's having.
That's nice.
Keep drinking until the camera.
What kind?
Simon's back on. I remember my car at university ended up being a rally car for some local numpty. Yes, it was my mum and dad's car, grandma and granddad's.
Yeah.
It was a Metro City X, 1 litre, old school shape. So just before Rover took over, they had it 9.5 years, I think. I had it 3 months, and then someone stole it whilst I was at Huddersfield Uni, ragged it around a rugby pitch, and reversed it into a tree.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did they get caught?
No, they didn't get caught. Even though there were cigarette butts in the front and everything, they didn't even bother coming to do any forensics or all. So that was my first car.
What was your second car?
That was a 1.1 LX Ford Fiesta. Thank you. So yes, that was my first foray into car ownership. 3 months I had that.
Somebody lives in Japan.
Just ordered a Mini Cooper S electric. I have a BMW i3. You see, the only reason I probably wouldn't go for a Mini electric is because I've already got the Mini Cooper S petrol, which we've owned for nearly 5 years. And yeah, I've had one basically. I'd want something else.
Okay.
I do like the i3 though. Just got an electric bike.
We still haven't closed the garage bit, the cat flap.
Oh well.
A bit too late now. The crisps aren't too bad.
There's a lot of Scots people on, isn't there?
Yeah.
Well, New Year's Eve been cancelled in Scotland.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. That's sad. I don't look at the news.
Oh yeah, met you at fully charged on my electric trike. He basically was in a wheelchair and he had an EV, cannot charge, and it is a big problem. Oh, I've got an itchy nose. I don't know why.
Itch it then.
Ah. Buying an EV soon, but struggling with the decision between a Model 3 or a Polestar. Tried both, loved both for different reasons. What should I do? Well, I can tell you, for me personally, 100% the Model 3.
Can I start you knee?
No. The Model 3 is got the supercharger network. The single greatest advantage of owning a Tesla. You can drive anywhere in Europe and you'll never worry about a charger. No charger anxiety. That is a phenomenally big advantage. The Polestar, I think, looks nicer. It's built better. It's very inefficient. So you'll probably get...
Are they a similar price?
Similar price, yes. 50, 60 miles more out of the Model 3, I reckon, than the Polestar. I mean, it's really inefficient. It really is. It's a very heavy car.
I've got the hiccups.
So I suspect you prefer the Polestar as a car, but the Model 3 is the sensible option. And it's a very good car. I still will like it, I can't. But so
Yeah,
do you listen to your heart or do you listen to your head?
Can I just say something? The Robinson person said a Model 3 is a sensible choice.
He is right, and that's why I bought the Model 3.
Robin, you are right.
Well, again, to go back to that train video, we took an MG5 up to Scotland, and I am not kidding when I say 6 of the 9 chargers we went to, there and back, had issues or didn't work. So we either had to ring up to get working or just flat didn't work.
That is, a lot of people have issues.
But not with Tesla chargers. And that's the big thing. You'll probably prefer the Polestar to drive around in, maybe. However, it depends on how many long journeys you're doing. If you're going to be doing long journeys every now and then, Model 3 every day, unfortunately.
I've got a question. How long have we had the Tesla for? What?
20 months, over a year and a half. Yeah, we got it just as the first lockdown happened.
I know, it was perfect timing.
Right. A lot of electric motorcycles are going around. But I think I mean electric bicycle. I do fancy an electric bicycle, but I don't cycle enough to warrant it, to be honest. Well, let me just check to see if there's anyone waiting on the Zoom. There's no one waiting on the Zoom thing, so no one wants to talk.
So you want Zoom?
But no one's wanting to talk.
I mean, a lot of the people aren't members.
I tell you what, I'll put the Zoom link on this chat because clearly there's not enough members watching. Let me just get it out here. What?
This might be a bad idea.
I'll be fine.
You said
I'm just
that.
getting the link up here so I can copy and paste
That's what
it.
she said.
1 second. So this is the you're going to have to use Zoom, obviously. It's the easiest one for me to use.
The Lancashire Bob person, he's, I think, a member.
So that's the code there, and this is the password. But I will have to accept you. Remember, if you might have to wait if someone else beats you to it. Right. So that code is there. Is the Zoom code, and then the password will come up.
You know what this reminds me
If you
of,
want to do
Daddy?
it.
That scream reminds me of lockdown. When I had to work, not
Oh,
work.
when you didn't go to school for a long time.
Yeah, it was so, like, it was really sad, but also I liked being at home, so. Eva K, you're too young for that's what she said jokes. Shocking.
That's probably my fault. Right. Want range and hassle, free charging, get the Tesla. It won't be free charging anymore, but it is cheaper and much, much better.
Still got nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you what?
Yeah.
You can ask me any questions.
EVM key fob?
What?
A key fob, someone's mentioned.
What's that?
As merchandise.
Oh,
In
okay.
fact, there was one in one of those. I
Is
think. It might have gone somewhere now. Basically, I don't think people use key fobs anymore.
I mean, it's not a key fob, but
No,
it's a
no.
screwdriver.
It'll be somewhere. It'll be in one of those boxes. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I don't think people use key fobs anymore, or the keys are already big enough in your pocket. I mean, it's only with the Tesla there is no key. So, but with other EVs, I don't think people could get it. It wouldn't be worth the hassle for the 50p I'd make from each one or something.
Okay, so I just don't understand why literally, like, they were all asking for more, like, you know, Zoom things and literally nobody.
No one wants to talk on Zoom. They're just
Do
too...
you not want to talk to me? Because you can ask me any questions on chat or on the Zoom.
Look, get your own channel.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to have some pretzels.
I don't like pretzels.
Maltesers are best, Mars bar are worst, that guy said.
Yeah, I know. I already read that question. Or that thing.
There we go. Here's a question for both of us.
Yay!
Do you miss
Very
the
good.
Twizzy?
Yeah, I do. It was so sad to see it go. Itchy nose still?
Tip of my nose really itching, I don't know why. It is, isn't it? That was...
It's really sad.
It was... When some people have a toy car, a weekend car, that was the epitome of just that. You would only drive it if you wanted a bit of fun.
Yeah.
You'd never, I'd used it a couple of times for commuting, but it wasn't a car you would use
It was for
for anything
fun
else other than fun.
and embarrassment.
So you were getting rid of fun when it had to go, weren't you? But I did sell it for £1,000 more than I paid for it.
Yay!
Hey!
Cheers to that.
Oops, banged them on.
Dong.
Right.
Literally, does nobody want to go on the Zoom thing?
Maybe not.
Oh, that's a bit sad.
I
Okay.
really think they missed an opportunity when they didn't make a Mach-E EV a rear-wheel drive.
Can we get down to the bottom?
I'm not skipping all of people's questions. If we get to the bottom, we run out of questions.
No, we haven't.
Then we have to go back up again, don't we? So you see the problem. Well, be patient, be patient.
Oh, but I'm looking at it. I got
Oh, here we go. This guy's from Colorado, USA.
That's
I
nice.
still think it's mad that people from all over the world are watching you
Hi.
and me on YouTube.
I know.
How weird's that?
Okay, I've got a question for the people watching. What's your favourite movie?
Wow, the stream's got to that desperation, has it? Wow.
I don't know what mine would be. We recently just watched Godzilla. Oh, well, obviously not my dad's first time, but my first time, and I really enjoyed it.
What was the other film we watched? What did we watch yesterday?
Endgame.
Yes, basically, I've over the last several months, I've gone through the chronological order of all
Yeah.
the MCU films.
We've already watched it, but like
From the beginning right to Endgame.
Die Hard, I haven't watched that.
Die Hard. That's his favourite. Well, you're a bit young for Die Hard, but...
What is it?
It's a good Christmas film.
I mean, like,
sort of.
what's the age?
It's an 18.
Nice.
Yeah, you have to wait a little while for that. Shawshank Redemption, brilliant film. Blazing Saddles, that's a good one. The Sheriff's, it's a good film. Good. Avatar, I think you're old enough to watch Avatar now, so we can watch that.
Is it good?
It's very good, yes.
Okay.
What do other kids at school think about the YouTube channel?
I mean, a lot of people I talk about that have all watched your channel, or a lot of them have watched the channel, and I'm just like, have you seen the video of me getting of us getting the test? I'm just like, oh, why?
Am I cool at your school?
I guess, yeah.
Oh, I'm cool at a primary school. There we go.
What's Caddyshack?
Caddyshack, that's a film.
I guessed it, but like,
Spaceballs. Oh, you're old enough to watch Spaceballs.
I've heard
Oh,
of Space Jam, but
I don't know if you'll get half the jokes. But, yeah.
Aladdin, Iron Man. Yeah, I've watched Iron Man. I've watched Aladdin. I like the newer version of Aladdin with Will Smith.
Not as good as the first one with Robin Williams, or the cartoon
Yeah.
one, the animated one.
Yeah, he's put cartoon in it. She can watch Die Hard. She is more grown up than you. I agree.
Die Hard.
What's
yeah.
Pulp
If I
Fiction?
could get the BBC cut of it, maybe. Pulp Fiction is something you're definitely not going to be watching.
Okay.
Excuse me, I just blow my nose. All right, here's one that you have seen all these.
What?
What is the best? Just because we finished watching it yesterday, what is the best MCU film?
Endgame.
Endgame, is it? You're going for Endgame, is it?
Well, it's just because like.
There's a culmination.
Okay,
of all
I'm not
the
gonna say anything about Endgame just in case like you haven't watched
films. It's
it.
been out long enough.
Okay. Please just quickly say if you haven't watched it, and then I won't spoil.
It's been out long enough. Doesn't matter. No spoilers anymore.
I can't believe Black Widow died. But I loved it. Actually, Endgame and Black Widow. I loved both of those ones.
Yeah. Here you go. Switch you up a bit.
Thanks. David said for you to move up.
Just watched your video about the Ozev Grant home charger prices.
What's that?
Yeah, the prices of chargers are going up.
Oh.
We only
got one, Mark.
We only got the Tesla update yesterday, so I haven't really had time to play with that. But a few little things
You
that I
make
don't
me
like.
feel bad, fish bit.
Ah, you just told him.
I told you to write.
Jumanji, The Italian Job, and Fifth Element.
Isn't Jumanji in a jungle?
That's the original one, I imagine. The original Italian Job. Probably watch that.
David likes Back to the Future.
Back to the Future's brilliant, and you have seen that.
Yeah, I've seen all of them.
Right.
Oh, Spider-Man, awesome. Okay.
Oh, someone's waiting.
Yes!
Oh, no.
Get the headphones. Who is it? What's his name?
Dave Bell.
Hi,
Dave Bell.
Dave, if you're watching.
Right, so
Oh, is that David from last year?
I have no idea. Remember, you won't be able to see me, but we can see you. So
He's not texted, I don't think.
Do.
Ask me questions. Please.
Oh, right. Hello. You're not live yet, but can you hear me? Right, I'm just going to flick everything over. Hi. 1 second. The audio is up, and here we go. Right. You're now live. Let's do what we did before. Keep it to about 5 minutes ish. Yes. What questions or just general musings have you got?
Well, people asking about taking a vehicle long distances.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I need to just mute your other channel because it's getting in my head. So hold on a second. I just need to mute you on
delay.
On the other one. Yeah, I've got. That's better. Go on.
Long distance journeys.
It is. No, basically, people asking about travelling long distances in EVs. My previous car was an EV. It was a 30 kilowatt hour Leaf, and we did a great journey up to the Outer Hebrides from the Midlands.
Yeah, doable.
Absolutely doable. I mean, we had to stay overnight in Fort William because, because you have to meet the ferry, and that's fine. But in those days, the charger in Fort William actually worked.
Well, this is the problem. I mean, we actually took our 30 Leaf, or it was 24 Leaf, I think, to Southampton.
I saw,
for years and years ago. But I'd be curious as to whether you would agree with this as well. It is harder now than it was 4 or 5 years ago to find a working charger. It's basically, I come across more that don't work now than I did a few years back.
I think you have to be more selective about which charges you put on your list.
Well,
I think that's...
I tend to go for, obviously when not in the Tesla, I tend to go for the ones deliberately that you should be able to go for any. So obviously if we're doing a video and we don't plan it, we'll just go for what's convenient. But,
yeah,
which is how it should be. Do you want to listen? Which is how it should be for me. Yes, you could. I don't want to have to change my journey for that reason. A few years ago, I don't want to have to go and take a detour basically to stick with Instavolt or whatever. If you have to, you have to. But ultimately, you shouldn't have to. So that's why we tend to do that on a journey, just to say, well, this should be working. It is working on the app, and that's when we tend to come across problems. But I never did that when I had the leak. 2015, 16, 17. Maybe it's due to lack of chargers back then. But either way, when I came to a charger, it was more likely working with the Leaf than it is now with a CCS option. The more unreliable as a percentage, shall I say.
I think you're right, but I think because there's so many more chargers, you have more options.
But I think what TV and media are picking up on is that you visit that, it's not working, you visit it's that, not working. If you're in the know, you wouldn't visit that. But I guess the point is you shouldn't need to pick an install. You shouldn't need to, ignore sites or certain service areas, especially when you're going up to Scotland where you have little choices up to use certain networks.
I think the big difference with Scotland is because they've actually got a nationally promoted network up there, which they haven't frigging maintained. That's the big problem.
Yes.
Because the other networks haven't put stuff up there, because how could they compete with a free network?
Well, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would rather have mildly expensive reliable than free.
Working, not free.
Yeah, 100%. And I know they are changing in Scotland shortly.
Yeah.
So, that will, but I don't think it'll change much in terms of reliability. But I personally come across, maybe it's less surprises, should I say more surprises now, where that's working on the app, but I get there and it's not, than I did. Maybe it's a CHAdeMO thing as opposed to CCS. But ultimately, when I had the Leaf, if I went somewhere, it almost always worked. Now, it's not the case.
You're right. When I had I'm actually just selling the Leaf now. It's been sitting on my driveway for about a year. So, when I had the Leaf, things generally worked or they were free, which was very pleasant. However, nowadays, I've got an MG ZS EV, which I think is a fantastic car for the money, I've got to say. It's not a fantastic car overall, but for the money, it's great. And I would not hesitate to take that anywhere. However, what I would like to have is a map app that told me the real story about stuff that worked and stuff that didn't.
Yeah, I mean, again, to go back to that recent journey we did to Scotland with the train thing, because we drove up to Scotland, we did the EV rally of Scotland along with 20 other electric vehicles, and then drove back down again in the space of 3 days. So we did a lot of miles, a lot of public charging because we had to use the public chargers. We went up in the MG5, not the Tesla, and I wrote them down, but basically we had a 60% problem rate. So that meant either the charger didn't work when it said it was, or we had to ring up before to get someone to get it working. 60% failure rate, and that's from North Yorkshire up around most of Scotland and back down again. I mean, I know that's mainly Scottish chargers that we're dealing with there, but that is so far removed from the 99.9% that you should have that it just simply is hurting the EV adoption for me now. It's making it tough sell where that I didn't have to put up with.
Absolutely right.
It was always the cars. Right. It was always the cars before that you had to persuade people.
No, it's not the cars. It is the availability and the reliability of having charging capacity, and you should never put in 1 or 2 chargers. That is just dumb.
Yeah, I mean, we visited, again, it was on camera, the one at Annandale, which is a brand new charger, grid serve one, and it worked straight away after we had to wait for a Leaf to get out of the way anyway, and it ran at 37 kilowatts. That is the most it would put out. And from then looking on ZapMap and knowing it from other grid serve sites, basically it was on free vend for whatever reason, and has been for day one. All I can assume is that is capped at 37 because it's costing them money. Because the more people
I think there might be another reason. I think there might actually be another reason. And the other reason might be that the power supply to the charger is insufficient. That could be upgraded.
Then they need to stop advertising it as a 150 kilowatt charger.
Correct. They should say it's 50 kilowatt max and then do that. Yeah.
But I'm hearing a lot of people, in fact, if you're on the chat now, a lot of people around the country seem to be getting 3740 from grid serve chargers. Now, for me, if it's on free vend, that's restricting charging speed, so therefore they'll lose less money. Or even at 30 pence per kilowatt hour, they must be losing money on that as well, given the price of electricity.
Yeah.
So I think it's deliberately capped by grid serve I don't think that's a local issue at all, because you can get 37 from 2 at the same time, but you'll still only get 37 from 1. Now, that might not work as logically as I've just said. However, so many sites up and down the country are at 37. That cannot be a coincidence for me. I'd rather than put it up to 40 and give me full speed, or have a tiered approach of some sorts. I don't know, but charging speed is now the key metric.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I must admit, I've been a bit of a fan of GridServe when they took over the electricity network, and then Electric Highway, and then they just took so many new charges in straight away. I thought that was a great thing to do. However, I've been a bit disappointed in the implementation of it.
Yeah, I think they've been a bit quiet. I mean, they've done a big investment. I can't really complain about what they've done. It seems to work. I've had a few issues trying to pay on contactless that I've had to ring them up about, but for the most part, it's reliable.
Yeah.
The only problem I have now is the fact that they keep on saying we've put 150 kilowatt chargers in, and you don't even get above 40.
Yeah.
If it's a grid connection problem, it's a grid connection problem. Just say so.
Yeah. On the MG, you should be able to get sort of 70, 75 when it's low and it's decent.
Yep, and we were in that MG5 long range one, in fact, and we couldn't get any more of that. But when I looked on ZapMap, lots of other people over the last 2 weeks, because it was brand new, saying it's stuck at 37. And when I rung them up again on camera, they say, "Oh, it's the first we've heard of this."
Yeah, they're all a bit like that, though, aren't they? None of them proactive in maintaining a view on their charges. None of them work.
Nope. Bad customer service and easy. I can tell the 80-90 networks will look after the second the server goes down. Why can they not know that on a brand new charger or even old?
They must know it. They must know what a charger does. And by the usage statistics, they must know when a charger's not performing.
You would think so.
Absolutely.
If it does 10 a day normally and it does no, 1 or 2 the next day, there's clearly a problem. But they won't send someone out unless someone rings, because it will cost them money.
I mean, for me, a positive is the GridServe multi-charger systems they're putting in at the minute. They're putting in about half a dozen, I think, of 6 charges minimum.
Yeah.
But they need to make them work.
They've got a big rollout announcement, and if that happens, that's brilliant. And I guess you can't expect too much too quickly. But ultimately, for me, they've taken over a nightmare, and they've done quite well. But they're just not communicating effectively.
No.
But they're definitely, and they're too cheap for me. 30 pence is not enough, considering home electricity.
It can't be covering the costs.
No,
it can't be covering the costs.
No. So where's the money going or coming from?
Yeah, I would expect 40 pence will be the minimum break even on that one.
Yep, I agree. Right. Well, there's a few people waiting. Can you believe, Alice?
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
So, right. Thank you for that.
No problem.
We've got another half hour before midnight. So it's nearly New Year's. So, yes, thanks for that. I'll see who's around. If you could jump off, that makes it easier for me. So, thanks for that. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye. Let's see who's next, Alice.
Take this back.
Oh, hang on. So here we go. We've got 2 people waiting.
Wait, who is it?
Sally Barber or Alan Manton? Which you choose?
Sally Barber.
Sally Barber.
Sorry, Alan.
Sorry, Alan. Okay, so you're going to jump straight in, by the way.
Can
Fingers crossed it's going to work.
Can I?
I'm not going to bother muting anything. So is it going to come on? Is it going to come on? Are you there? Hello?
Sally Barber?
Oh. There we go. Can you hear us? I don't know. It's saying. No, I don't think you can hear us. Can you hear me? Hello. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello, there you are. Yes, I think it's finally connected. Right, you're on, you're live. So what questions or musings have you got for this one? We'll do another 5 minutes or so.
Just a question really for you. If I give any musings, it'll just be similar thoughts to what everyone else has come across with already. I know you don't like to sit on your laurels and you're always looking ahead. What are you considering for your next car after the Tesla, or will you keep it?
You know, this comes up every now and then. Certainly, if, you know, like the question of if something happened to the Tesla, like an accident, so it got replaced. Yeah, something. So you had to do it now, because there's no plans at the moment on a car we've had for 18 months to replace it. But if something did happen, you know, like when the Polo got nicked and we had to get a new, I would probably, my head would say I would go for another Tesla, the Model 3, purely because I look at other cars, you know, like the EV6 for example.
Yeah.
Brilliant car, looks really nice, not as efficient as the other Kias, but big enough to get around. You know, the range would be fine, the car would be fine. I would probably prefer the car, but then I would do like I did. I was just mentioned on that Scottish trip. I'd do a long journey with the public charging infrastructure, and that would slap me in the face saying you should have got another Tesla. I know it's boring and easy, but
so any other car you pick would be ticking a few boxes, just not all of them that you're now used to.
Yeah, I mean we do quite a lot of, lockdown aside anyway. We do quite a few longer journeys. You know, do a lot of miles. Certainly with the channel going up and down the country, so it would become a pain in the butt having to use unreliable charging. Quite frankly, and it would get in the way. For example, it didn't happen because of COVID reasons, but just before Christmas we were due to go to the Porsche headquarters in Reading to get the Taycan across Turismo, and due to Lorna working and Madam here, we were setting off at like 5 a.m, driving all the way down there, doing the filming, and then driving. We had to get back for 7 p.m. for childcare reasons, basically, because she was going to work. We couldn't get around that. And in the Tesla, it would have been fine. In another car, it would have been fine probably 90% of the time. But all it would need is one of those times when you turn up and there's a bit of a queue, or that charger doesn't work, so the next one you go to has got a queue. And all of a sudden I'd be going, why didn't I get the blue? You know, I'd be looking at all the superchargers there thinking, why didn't I just get another one? So it's the head overruling the heart, effectively, sort of scenario. And if they open up the supercharger network to whatever, even if it's more expensive,
completely different.
Then
I completely agree.
Then I would be looking at other cars.
Yeah, we've got a Leaf at the moment, and I actually think I bumped into you when I was down at Fully Charged, and we drove all the way from Glasgow down to London. I'd like to say it was hassle free. Everything worked. Everything worked, put it that way. But it was, I had to wait on an elderly gentleman trying to charge his Corsa. And he was trying to stick it into the AC to start with, and then he couldn't get it to work. And then he's trying all sorts of things to tap his card, and then it's not working, and he's not paying attention to the fact that there's another car. This is on one of the, not GridServe, the older ones, the old Ecotricity chargers. There was a really old one that hadn't been changed yet, and there was a Zoe on it charging at 22 kilowatt, and it was locked to that, so you couldn't then charge on DC with that older unit. And trying to say to him, well, that one's jammed on it, you can't with that one. And I had to wait on him. There was a bank about 4 Tesla chargers in the same car park, and it was really annoying because 3 of them were empty.
Yeah, they have the biggest single advantage, and that is the network. There's it's the problem's at the cars anymore, really. There's very few cars out there that people think, oh, the car's not good enough for me. It's always, it's not range anxiety, it's charger anxiety. Will it work? Will it be free?
And that was even with us. And that was even with us getting a bit of battery overheating as well. We did start getting slowing down charges. It wasn't so much a massive issue for us because we had to stay very long with charging stations like everyone else. We needed to rest. We had a 3-year-old with us in the car. We were trying to toilet train him. We had to stop every about 90 minutes, 2 hours, just to sling him into the services, just to make sure.
Yeah, been there, don't we?
So,
but yeah, I know it's that basically. You know, if I had to get another one, and charging wasn't a problem, as in, you know, like let's imagine Tesla opened up their chargers for everybody, then I would probably look elsewhere. Partly because I've had a Model 3, so therefore I always like to, you know, if we replace the Mini, I won't get another Mini because I've had a Mini. I want something different, something I've never had before. I always like to try something new. So I think I would definitely look around at something like your EV6 Ioniq 5 sort of level. You know, if we're looking at the same price bracket anyway, as the Model 3. But at the current state, for me, especially like you say with kids or just your holiday. You know, we went up to Scotland this year for holiday, tip of the Isle of Skye. You remember that? And they've got superchargers all the way up to Fort William.
Very windy.
And you know, we charged. Basically, there was no issues whatsoever. And this is exactly what I keep coming back. I mean, the car's very good. Don't get me wrong. I do like the car. It's comfortable. It does everything I want it to be. I quite like. You know, it does some unique stuff, but there's no. I don't think I'll ever look back on it and go, oh, you know, like the only car I look back fondest was a Corrado VR6 I had years ago. It was the most unreliable car I ever had. It cost me a fortune, but it's the only car I miss to this day, and that I won't get with
conversion.
No, because part of the VR6 is something. It's part of the reason I would buy that car. An EV conversion for me should only be done on a car where the engine was not a reason to buy it. I don't mean for speed. You know, like getting a car where the noise was half of the reason to buy the car. You're eliminating that uniqueness. So I would never look at the Model 3. I don't think, you know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Yeah, the technical ability of it may be a bit, but I'll never think, oh, I loved that car. I liked that car. I really liked it, maybe. But I don't think it's a car that I'll ever, you know, that people fall in love with. I think it's just a great technical achievement.
It'll be what's the next newest thing. I'll go with that.
Well, everybody, you know, a lot of the Tesla fanboys, as they're called, just to have a go at them for a second, everyone's wanting a Model Y now. Even though, you know, when it comes out, oh, hatchback, brilliant. It's like the Model 3 doesn't exist. You know? And it's basically the same car. So for me, I won't want a Model Y.
Sorry, the missus.
Yeah. Well, we all have those, don't we? I have you. But the Model Y for me.
I've got lucky this year. Last year I was relegated for the live screen to the dining room. So this year I've got a nice big screen.
See, that's something I need to do and put more effort into. A lot more people watching on TVs now. I need to up the game, Alice. But no, I in terms of cars, it's like, you know, if the Model Y came out and it was the same sort of price, you know, they did the standard range, it's the same bloody car inside.
Yeah, better for camping.
Yeah. But to be fair, the Model 3 is not bad. You know, I've never not been able to put everything in I want in it. But yeah, if I was getting another Tesla, then I would probably go for the Model Y, if affordability aside. But I think that's the part of the problem with Tesla. There's no differences there. I have to usually tell half the people, you know, like if Lorna went, oh, it's a Tesla. Is that ours? No, that's the Model S. There's very little difference in them. It's like somebody, you know, almost like Audis. You know, he's photocopied it and pressed bigger. You know, I'll have a bigger version of that, please. And that's part of what I like something unique about a car. It doesn't have to be good. You know, bonkers. Something. Yeah. You know, what does that do that grabs you? That, you know, I hate to use the phrase X factor, but you know, it's something that's just that. You know, that makes you like it or love it, as opposed to, you know, it's like, to coin a phrase. It's like you know, no one looks at the, you know, and says, I love my wife because she's really efficient at something. You love it for other reasons, don't you? You know, that's nothing to do with anything quantifiable, and this is part of the problem.
If you could have the option of having, say you came into a bit of money, semi-life-changing money, would you still stick with an EV as a daily driver? Say it was a large enough amount of money to have some fun with, but you'd probably still want to keep a job. So you'd really need a daily driver still.
Well, yeah.
If you had the option of having a fun car and a non-fun car. Say for the work car as an EV, but say you got the choice of whatever one you wanted.
I would probably
money's no object.
Yeah. I would probably have something like a Taycan or a e-tron GT or something like that as a daily. And then
$100,000
and then a fleet of. I'd love a car collection, and then a fleet of, that's the convertible, that's the bonkers one, that's the I'd have one that does something unique. So we recently bought the TT because I've never had a convertible before, and that's the original EV convertible, so that's what it had to be. So I'd have one that's a good soft top. I'd have one that's a really fun drive. I'd have one that's really fast, and then I would probably still stick with electric for the commuting because it is easier to drive.
Yeah, and even if you have got all the money in the world,
exactly.
The savings.
You're stuck in traffic, aren't you? You're stuck in traffic. Well, the savings would probably never disappear from me because I don't know. I mean, the thing is, if I was driving something fun where I wouldn't care about fuel costs, it wouldn't be the electric car. If I was just driving to work and back or wherever and back, then I'd take the electric one because it's easier to drive. It's the best solution for that purpose. The trouble is, the vast majority of us are stuck with one car that's trying to do everything. So you always have to compromise on something. Do you go for something electric that's really cheap to run and easy to live with, but soulless almost, if you will, or do you, because let's face it, there's no car that's good at everything. It's good at that, it's good at being that, it's good at being that. So you end up in an ideal world for me having 5 cars or 6 cars and think, right, what am I doing today? I'm doing that, right, I'll take that one. But EV would always be there, I think. And now we've got some truly impressive, the Taycan is the first electric vehicle I've ever driven where the car is built around the driver rather than, it's always the other way around. You're always plonked on top of batteries. You're always, the Zoe doesn't go up and down. Neither does the Fiat 500 unless you spec it. You couldn't move the driver's seat up and down because the batteries run underneath unless you specify. Whereas Porsche cut out a bit in where the driver sits and the passenger sits, so they still have that same driving position of all the other Porsches. They've actually thought, what does the driver want, rather than how can we make this car as efficient as possible, and then think about the driver afterwards. I want, when you're spending that money, you want something that's focused around you, I think, don't you, rather than that's just efficient. Nobody wants to go on an efficient holiday, do they? They want a fun holiday. And I think it would always be EV for me, for the daily. If in that lovely world where we've got lots of money, Alice. But it'd be nice to see a few more special EVs coming out, I think. We do. So
thanks for the thoughts.
Right, brilliant. I think we've got time for maybe one more before New Year's ticks over. I don't know if anybody's waiting or not. I'll have a look. So thanks for that. We'll see you next year, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
Thanks. Right, is there anyone else waiting, Alice?
I don't know.
The answer is yes. Alan's still there. I think we have time for Alan.
Wait, before you click on Alan.
Yes.
Can I just ask another one of those questions so then it just all piles in the chat?
Yeah, we are kind of ignoring the chat somewhat, aren't we?
Yeah, we got a lot.
Well, you can't respond to that whilst doing this at the same time, can you? You got to tick one. Let's go through a few films that people like. Spaceballs is definitely one that you're going to watch. Maybe tomorrow. What film that is?
Okay, so my next question is, if you like football,
no, okay.
Tell me what team you support.
No, it's going to be controversial.
I know. I'm either you're gonna be okay, I'm gonna love you, I'm gonna absolutely despise.
Now, I did see someone somewhere say, I think I should jump on. Let me just find it. There we go. Jack Higgins. Hydrogen cars will be the future. Electric is too limited.
Football.
That is in terms of private transportation.
I think
personal
Alice been
vehicles.
here for a while.
Oh, wait a minute. I know, I haven't done it. I haven't flicked it back. Sorry, there we go.
Alice been here for a while.
He has. Should we jump on now? Let me just go
Make
for
sure
hydrogen. Can you just answer this?
What?
Hydrogen will not work for private vehicles.
I'm going to make
It's
sure
unnecessary.
Keep an eye on the tap and keep it to...
All right, we'll do Ellen then.
Lead, seriously.
Right, Alan, we're coming to you 1 second. Give me a tick.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 minutes sharp, because...
I'm just clicking admit. So let's see if it does it.
Somebody doesn't know what football is. It's like a sport.
Right, here we go. We're almost there. You can put that in.
Thank you.
Oh, you're on. You're on. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. 1 second. Let me just put this into. Let's swap that.
All right, we'll do it.
I can hear you. Yep. Right, we've got.
Right, I've got you on my TV. I've got you on your mobile phone and on my computer. Different space. It's quite confusing.
We're all over the place, Alex. Right, so we've got a good 5-10 minutes before we jump off for New Year's itself. So what have you got?
Well, quick question to Alice first of all, because it was EV Kate. Why are we now calling you Alice? Alice, is that because you prefer the name Alice to Kate?
No, her name's always been Alice. It's EV Kid was the where the K came from.
Oh, right. Sorry, I misunderstood that.
And EVW is the wife. EV wife, EVM. EV. We'll just basically replace the last letter with whatever fit. EVG is grandma and granddad. So no, it's just Alice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like cake? Want to be Kate?
No.
You don't want to.
And you've just been talking about the new EVs, stuff like that. When I again saw you at Fully Charged Live, I think you weren't quite as bubbly as Harry, because I think you just had a long drive down and you were probably a bit tired. But at that time I was driving. At that time I was driving a BMW i3 with a range extender, and paying a lot of road tax every year because of it was just over 40 grand when they bought it. So I've sold that and I've just ordered the Model Y. Now I think I told you a couple of years ago when I tried to get your referral code that I was going to wait for the Y, because I've got 4 dogs and a Model 3 wouldn't be right for my my 4 dogs. No. So I've had to wait for the Y, and of course as soon as the Y comes out, I can't credit you with the with the sale. So
they've stopped doing it, haven't they?
They've stopped doing it. Although you hear many of the other people on the YouTubers, like Bjorn Nyland and some people in the States, still saving up all their credits for us. They reckon they're going to get 2, 3, or 4 Roadsters when they come out. Do you think Tesla will honour that?
I think if they had it from when that was still going, if they were promised that, I think, yeah, because it'd be a media disaster or a social media disaster if they didn't. So no, I think they will do for the sake of a few cars. They'll probably do that because they say they've got no marketing budget, but they do. That's part of it. I mean, in terms of supercharge, I've got something like 40,000 supercharge miles, so I can't really use them enough to possibly go through them all. So that's why I kept on putting other people's referral code up without saying anything, because it was getting to lunacy at one point. I really wish they still did the Tesla discount thing where you got 2% each. I'd have had a free car by now. So I should have bought a Tesla years ago just for that purpose alone. But no, I think they'll definitely honour it, because if they didn't, it would be a PR disaster. Not that they have to really worry about selling cars, of course. So it is possible that they might say, "I'm afraid we can't do this. Can we give you a Model 3 or something like that?" But I don't know. The Roadster's been around, been coming for so long. I've kind of forgotten about it.
I mean, you probably know that the Now You Know channel in the States reckon that they can get about 6 Roadsters. I mean, I can't, $200,000 a time. I can't see them handing out 6 Roadsters to one company.
They were the rules. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I mean, that's an awful lot of referrals, but I think the trouble is they've probably changed the referral because of things like that. So having 3 or 4 referrals because you've pushed Tesla to your neighbours is exactly what it's designed for. But a lot of people probably used my referral because they didn't know anybody else with a Tesla. Oh, I'll use yours because So I don't really deserve it, but they used it because of that. And I imagine that's the same with the American sort of channels and whatnot. That the majority of their referrals weren't.
I mean, for me, at the time, there was only 2 or 3 people I was following on YouTube who I found interesting, and I thought, well, just a bit of payback. Really, try and do it. But then, at the time I wanted to order something, the car was actually wrong for the for our lifestyle. And by the time we got a car that was right for our lifestyle, it ended. But anyway, there we are.
No, I think it'll. We'll see. I guess we'll see. There'll be issues if they don't. Anything else before we disappear?
No, I see it's 10 minutes before midnight, and you need to get on. Give my best regards to Harry when you see him, and I hope at some point he'll be able to afford to get into an electric vehicle, and we'll see more of him. But happy New Year to you and to the family. And,
thank you very much.
We'll see each other in the new year.
Absolutely, yes. Hopefully we'll be allowed out.
Maybe April again down at Farnborough.
I think it is April this year, so I'm pretty sure we will be going as always.
If it's allowed.
If it's allowed. So yeah, absolutely. No problems.
Nice talking with you.
Brilliant. Cheers.
Good night.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Right then, Alice. Let's.
Okay, 3 things.
Here. There we go.
So Neil says I should be EVPT, EV preteen.
Preteen, yeah.
And then there's EVH for the house. And then also
I never thought of that. Yeah.
And also we never actually said how much money came from the membership thing.
Has someone actually bothered?
What?
Has anybody bothered about how much money the membership scheme has made this channel?
One person ages ago put 101.
Oh yeah. Well, the
Dalmatians.
The reason I mention it is because there's a perception that anyone with a YouTube channel that's got more than 1,000 subscribers makes a lot of money, and it is clear. I promise you, it's not the case. In terms of monetization, the channel ticks over. In terms of it pays for itself, and maybe a little bit extra now. But I might have been doing this for 6, nearly 7 years. So if I accumulated it all together, I'm a massive net loss at the moment. But that's not why I started it.
So how much?
Occasional sponsorships help, which is why I do that, and which is why I've entered into one for a longer term one. You may have noticed, because I want to get stuff right, damn it. And occasionally you get something, you get invited to stuff. That's the whole kind of reason I'm doing it. But I've had a few people that have no doubt said, "Oh, no, you'll be buying this because you've got a YouTube membership," or "I'm not going to be a member because you're getting enough money anyway." So let's be honest and open. Let me try and log in. Let's see if we can find.
Let me read it out.
No, me, because the figure you see here won't be the actual figure.
Okay.
Just give me a second. It's one of those things where there are other things to pay, like tax. You have to pay that pesky tax, man. So I'm just going to the things now. Memberships. Here we go. Right. So at the moment I have 158 members. Most of those, the vast majority of those, are the 99p ones. So let me have a look. See if I don't know if it tells you, breaks down who's.
How?
There's 3 levels of membership. There's a self-charging member, the FEV member, and then the BEV member.
What's the BEV member?
BEV, battery electric vehicle. So basically, you can pay more. You all get the same.
Which one's? How much is the self-charging member? That's the most popular.
Self-charging, yeah, that's the 99p one.
Yeah.
I don't think it breaks down how many you've got of each. Doesn't seem to do that here, at least. And I can't. Well, I'm not going to spend ages looking into it, but ultimately, there we go. 97% of people are the 99 people, which is fine. Anyway, let's get back to this. So 158 members this channel has, and we've been doing it a few months. I'm not saying it's the best membership in the world, but it's not too bad. Once you take out the 30% from Google or YouTube that takes off that, then you end up with the figure I'm about to tell you. But then you have to pay tax on that. There are also a few other things that we pay for because of this membership. So there, basically, once we get rid of all the costs, we're currently running at about £105 a month.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad, but given the amount of time spent doing the extras because of the, you have to do different levels, different uploads. The website was done primarily because of the memberships and stuff like that. That's it. So again, if I broke it down into how much I paid myself, if you will, an hour, would be a massively less than minimum wage. I'm not complaining. I'm just being open. That's how much the membership makes. So I'm trying to increase what members get to make it more people do it. But I don't want to make the channel lose out. I don't want anyone to have to be a member to get something that the channel has always done for free. I'm very, very kind of conscious of that. I don't want to force people down the route because it won't work. It really won't work. Sorry.
Oh, somebody upgraded to Bev.
Someone's now a Bev member, of which there are... Oh, here it does it. There are 12 Bev members, 115 self-charging ones, and 31 Fev ones.
Is Fev like the next?
Yeah, that's the middle. So I think it's 99p, 2.99, 4.99, but that's before all the YouTube 30% reduction and the tax and blah 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 blah. So yes, he was very close with.
Yes, we are. Fish Pay. We're staying on after.
Well, yeah, because what we're hoping was 4 minutes actually.
I'm so excited.
In fact, I wonder if I can get you to
This
put on
year
here.
has been.
You keep talking while I try and find this. I wonder if I can get the actual thing and put it on here.
Calling Mummy.
Well, Mummy's going on. She's hoping to come up on the live stream after midnight some point, so we might be able to talk to EVW.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works, shall I? I'm going to try, as we did with the Zoom stream, to get the TV on so we can at least watch the fireworks, I guess, if we're bothered about that sort of thing. Studio.
Does anyone support Man City? Please tell me if you do.
What do you want to know that for?
Oh, you know.
I don't think we can get the thing on. Alright, that's not working. Alright, so we can't get it on. Well, we can always get it. Go grab your iPad. We can always get that up. So at least we know when it's New Year's Eve.
You can look at the...
Go grab your iPad. It's a bit bigger if you can, please. Thank you.
If it's downstairs, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, I was going to talk about hydrogen, but it's New Year's Eve in 2.5-ish minutes, guys. I've got the BBC thing up here. It's just basically lots of songs.
I know him.
Open up iPlayer and jump on that if you can. Yes, she doesn't support Manchester City, do you? Why did you show them the T-shirt that you got for last Christmas?
Yeah, but I'm not bringing it in here. It's too heavy.
It's not too heavy. Let me get this on. So it's nearly New Year's Eve, guys. It's not been quite as crazy as last year, has it? Really?
New Year's Eve. How long have we got?
You got about a minute and a half. iPlayer. Minute and a half. It's nearly New Year's Eve, and then this god awful year might be hopefully getting a little bit better for us. It's not been the best, has it? Really. Hopefully this COVID thing will disappear finally.
I'm back.
And that, I haven't got absolutely off my face this year, which is I bet you're disappointed at.
Okay, so this was personally...
Oh, this is what she got last year. This will tell you everything you need to know.
Personally signed by...
Actually signed by the person. This was a...
He's basically
a big
like my
present.
hero.
That's where he signed it.
He's my hero.
And that's where he signed it. It's an actual signed shirt from Mr.
got
Rashford.
on the
Yeah, got
back.
the certificate and everything. If you're wondering, yeah. Oh, nearly midnight.
Oh, God.
Yeah, lifelong Man United fan, both of us.
Yeah. So's Grandma.
Grandma is, yes, Grandma is too. It's a shame I can't start. I'm trying to get
I
it
think
on
Grandma's
there.
watching.
Well, she should be watching. Try not to bang the thingy. Right, well, I can't. Where's it in? Oh, your screen time keeps on annoying me.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
Thank God for screen time. Well, we're probably 30 seconds. Yeah, in fact, I think we're 30 seconds off. They're about to do it, guys.
I can't wait.
Oh, you have to put it in every time you go to a different page.
Thanks, Andy.
We're not going anywhere, by the way.
Daddy, 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
We've got no time. Screen time.
There we go. BBC One. Let me pull this out. Here we go. You might be able to hear some of this. Big Ben will be sounding soon.
Oh, and fireworks.
Here he goes.
This program contains flashing images.
It's midnight right now.
No, it's 50 seconds. Like
Oh, it's midnight.
Is it actually midnight? Oh yeah, we're there. Hey! Must be a bit slight delay on this stream then.
Happy New Year!
That's it. Look, you're saying 39 seconds.
I know.
What's going on?
It says we're lagging.
Ah. Well, that's a pain in the butt, isn't it? Alright, so we've missed New Year's. There we go.
Happy New Year!
It's New Year, guys. So 2022. We should have been flying around in cars that fly. You know, when I was at school, everyone was expecting flying cars by 2022. Let me turn this down. There you go. Well, it's a bit behind.
7, 6, 5.
Very behind now. There we go. A fake New Year's Eve. Ding dong ding. Let me turn that right down so it's not.
Fireworks! Where's the fireworks?
The fireworks will be on. Yay! So, yeah. Oh,
There we go.
I'm getting a few near us as well. And actually, it's actually a really nice night for it as well. It's really warm here. Oh, look, $5 from Donald Parrish. Thank you, Mr. Donald. Mr. Parrish should have said, not Mr. Donald. Are they actually doing fireworks in London? They haven't cancelled
That's
it.
what I'm saying. There's no fireworks.
Well, they're not doing fireworks.
Rip off.
Yeah, I think there will be. Oh, there you go. Fireworks are on the go.
Why is it always in London?
So the iPlayers are on a stream delay.
Oh.
Well, there we go. So what do we do to celebrate? I think we need to get. Do you want some more of your chili? I mean, you've been dipping into it. It's obviously not a problem for you. Let's have some more of this here. In fact, aren't you the barmaid? Can you get me another beer, please?
There's still some left.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't you? Oh, get it in there then. Get it in there. Meant to be topping it up.
You could tell me first. It's like bonfire night all over again.
There we go.
Do you want me to do you want me to fill it up? Oh.
Do you want to? Have you got a drink with you? Oh, there you go. Finishing off your Pepsi Max. Cheers, everybody. Oh, yeah.
Tasty. Yeah.
Oh,
I need a pocket.
$10 from Peter. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
I mean, literally, all this money goes back into the channel. Doesn't go into her pocket. You don't see a penny of it.
Yeah, I know, but David said that I need a pocket money rise.
You get pocket money.
Yeah, but I need a rise.
A rise?
Yeah.
How do they know how much you're getting?
I don't. Can I tell them?
No.
Oh.
Don't talk about money here. Grandma wouldn't like it. It's not the done thing talking about money.
I can try and drag him, but
Can't be a pint along that. No, you definitely can't.
Can you hear those?
I can hear the fireworks going nuts.
Can we scroll down? Can we scroll down to this?
Well, this is the latest one.
I know, but like...
If we scroll down the
Can
chat.
we stay
There we
on
go.
for longer?
We're on. Well, I'm hoping
I feel awake.
that Mummy will be going on her lunch very soon.
I know,
And we might be able to jump on.
Will it
Oh,
drain...
hang on. She said maybe.
Will it drain my battery?
Shall I
Can't
send
wait to see Mummy.
the link?
God.
So, right, what is everybody having a little tipple now, if anything? Where are you? Anything you want to ask? Anything you want us to do? Literally. I mean, we're just making it up as we go along now, as we have done.
Okay,
It's
also,
not quite
I've got
as
another
walky.
question about football. If you're a Man United supporter, tell me who your favourite player is. And you can't...
Not just if you're Man United supporter.
Okay, just who's your favourite player, and it doesn't have to be for the team you support.
Yes, there we go. Football channel.
Yeah, they're not spicy at all.
No, not as much.
Fireworks!
I told you I should have got them ghost peppers and chilies.
No.
You could have eaten one on camera. That'd have been worth a lot. It's not quite as raucous as last year because Mummy's not here. I couldn't exactly get completely off my face when I'm the legal guardian for you
Exactly.
until 4:30 this morning.
I can look after myself.
Legally, you can't.
I know, but I mean, like, I can look after myself.
Well, that's what you think. What would you do if there
Well,
was
obviously-
a fire?
Where's the fire? And where am I?
In the house. All you can do is smell smoke.
Where am I?
You're in your bedroom. Watching on YouTube like you usually do.
I'd try and... Well, first of all, I'd call 999.
Fire's burning. Fire's burning.
Call 999.
No, that's good. The good start there.
And then I'd try and get out of the house as soon as possible. And not walk into the fire.
And would you be carrying your Rashford signed shirt with you to make sure it didn't burn?
Okay, these are the things I'd take. So I'd take my Rashford t-shirt, I'd take my phone, and I'd take Spuddy.
Do you want some shandy?
No. And I'd take Spuddy. Spuddy's my first ever teddy bear. He means a lot to me.
I should point out, because someone's asked, it's actually Pepsi Max Cherry that she's having, not Timmy Taylor's. Although you do like the occasional shandy, maybe, don't you?
But a lot of lemonade because...
Yes.
Most of lemonade.
Right, I've just sent a message to Mummy, so she might join us, hopefully, fingers crossed. Because that'd be nice to see EVW on the live
What
stream.
was called Kate?
You're not called Kate.
I know that.
Right, here we go. So
you
someone
get
likes
Daddy Wallet to get away from the fire.
someone likes Tom Brady.
What?
Tom Brady,
Who's
football
that?
fan,
Ah.
American football quarterback.
Oh. Who said that? Football. I mean, like, just any football, American or English.
Actual football, not fake American football, where they don't actually do much with the foot.
Yeah, it
Soccer,
should,
if you will.
It should be called handball. Whether it's
Like rugby, basically.
yeah, English rugby.
Oh, me.
Okay. Hilarious seeing Alice supporting the Timothy Taylor. Oh yeah,
There you go.
I had a sip of your Timothy Taylor.
He likes Zlatan.
Oh, and
he's
he
Swedish.
used to play for us, didn't he?
He did.
He's quite good.
Quite good, yes.
Not as good as Rashford, or in my opinion. Who's your favourite football player?
Stand on your head, he said. Can you stand on your head?
No.
Kind of 11-year-old are you?
What?
All 11-year-olds should be able to stand on their head.
No. Who said that?
There you go.
Stand on your head, David. I don't care if you're like, I don't know how old you are, so I'm not going to say anything.
I know what it should be. King Kenny Dalglish. He's a Liverpool player.
I don't like you.
Ooh.
You passed me boundaries. What was that? Oh, bottle.
Oh, come on, Mummy. Forget food.
Who's Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. Is he an American person?
He's an American footballer.
Oh, for goodness sake. Exactly, Jamie. Fake American football.
Football is football. With your foot.
Ball.
Stevie G. Steven Gerrard.
Oh.
In.
Which one's that?
Big Liverpool failure. I mean, person who never won footballer.
Isn't he one of the commentators?
He's a manager now.
That's
Aston
right.
Villa.
That's where I get it.
Whoa!
Yeah, I know.
Manuel Nuez Sanchez. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Manuel. Yeah, you. Read his name out. Come on.
Manuel Nuez Sanchez.
I think it'd be Manuel. Nuez Sanchez.
Nuez
$17.99. Thank you very much. Not needed, but always greatly received. Thank you very much. That was very generous.
Man.
I can stand on my head and I'm 50.
That's nice.
He'll end up in A&E afterwards, but he could do it. So you saying you can't do it?
Maybe with a bit of help. No, I'm not doing
Come on,
it.
I'll hold your legs.
No.
Oh.
You're not professional. I'll do it when Jai's there. It's person who does PE in my school. He scored 4 goals on England some years ago in a splendid match. Zlatan, that is.
Yes, that's when he did the overhead kick.
Oh, the thing.
The thing, yeah, the very.
I forgot what it's called.
They obviously let him score it because it looked impressive. That was the only reason he went in. There you go.
Is he English?
Ooh.
Zlatan.
No.
Well, why did he
Zlatan. How many English people do you know called
Why
Zlatan?
did you say on England?
No, he was against England.
Oh.
You were probably. I'm not sure. I think you were born by then. I can't remember.
Yes, we are a Man United fan, Peter.
Granddad's from Manchester.
Yeah. Grandma's from Leeds.
Yeah, my mum's from Leeds and my dad's from Manchester. It's always fun and games, isn't it?
But Grandma supports Man United. Granddad, I mean, like, he doesn't really watch football, so...
No, he's not really bothered about football, is he?
Nah.
So, this guy says, what type of music do you two agree upon?
Oh, do you live in London, Alex? Sorry.
One at a time. Type of music what music do you like?
I don't know really.
Galaxy.
I like different styles. I mean, like, because you and Mummy both grew up in the 80s.
No, 90s.
And 90s, but also the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, through it, yeah.
I like a lot of those songs because obviously you...
Alright, let me throw some out there. What do you think of David Bowie?
He's alright.
He's alright? Yeah. Only alright? You like a few of his songs,
Right. Yeah.
You like a bit of Bowie, don't you?
Yeah.
Right.
And I like Queen as well. Especially Show Must Go On.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say much. Copyright. Oh, BTS, not really, no.
What?
Oh, it's a band. You wouldn't know. Down.
Stevie G best known for not having good enough studs against Man United.
Did he play?
It slips.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
The most successful Liverpool player to never win the Premier League, probably.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yep, I'm going there. World burning money in a global pandemic. Yep, no, that's...
Is there literally any Man City supporters on here? Because, like, if there's not, like, you're
Well,
all
actually,
amazing.
I'll try and ban them from the channel if they are.
Thank you. You won't answer that.
Oh.
It's Fishbit!
Well, I haven't heard anything from Mummy yet, but if Mummy wants to jump on Zoom, we're going to have to kick whoever's on off immediately. Because
Sorry, but we can like.
she'll have very little time left.
And we can call you. We can call you back after Fishbait if it does happen. Okay.
Let me
Good.
let me plug this in.
But yeah, where's
jump back
Sheffield?
on. We'll jump back on 1 second.
Where's Sheffield?
Where's Sheffield?
Where's it around?
South Yorkshire.
Oh, okay. Have I been to Sheffield?
I don't think you've been to Sheffield. No, you're not missing anything.
Okay. Well, that's a bit offensive.
Right, where were we? Let me just go through a few questions and then we'll jump on the Zoom briefly.
Have I got a mark on my nose?
Fireworks display in... What's that? Where? You got a mark on your nose?
Have I?
You do now! Ow!
Sorry.
Right,
What was that? Oh, my iPad.
okay. Okay. Okay, right, never mind. David Bower was my favourite in college after Peter Gabriel. No City supporters here, that's good. Upgraded to a band membership.
Red Devils.
Right, shall we? Fantastic. Being from Canada, Man U still called the Red Devils, or just no, the Red Devils.
Red Devils.
Always the Red Devils. Yes. What change?
You can call me a Red Devil. Just realised I stopped watching football about the.
Right, we're just jumping on there, Mr. Fishy Baiter.
How did you realise that? Because you said.
1 second, we're just jumping on.
Alright.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Just walking down. Mummy's coming.
Oh, we might have to kick you off, Mr. Fishbait, anytime because.
Just walking down from mysterious place.
He's not come online yet, Mr. Bait of Fish. Hello, 1 second. Have you got a camera there, or is it just audio? No camera. All right, we'll bother switching that. The missus is coming online shortly, so we may have to boot you off briefly, but.
We can call you back.
Yeah, so just because she's working, that's all. 1 second. Right, tell you what, before we start, do you want to come off and I'll send this and then we'd have to do it in bits, if that's alright? That's brilliant, thanks very much. Cheers!
Bye.
Right, let's send this to me. I've just been having a chat. 1 second. In meeting for all these meetings. Can you jump off for there he has done. I've just been talking to someone and no one can hear me on the channel. I've just realised. Right, I'm gonna send this to Mummy on the Zoom meeting, so fingers crossed it will work. And then we can talk to EVW whilst she's at work, briefly on her lunch.
She's there.
Alright. And send her the password if she needs it.
The password. Might want to put this the password. Yeah.
Be nice to talk to EVW/Mummy, won't it?
Yeah.
Right, so we'll see if she jumps on board. She's using her phone. Hopefully the signal will be good enough and we'll be able to hear it.
Never mind.
So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Can we get EVW on board here?
I just realised we got so many messages on my group chats.
Come on, Mummy. Send. People are waiting for you.
Yeah, to everyone.
Right. Don't send out just yet.
I'm not.
Just keeps on bonging.
Oh, sorry. Forgetting you're on it.
Need to mute it somehow. Right, so we're just waiting. Just waiting on EVW. Come on.
Come on,
Come on, Mummy. Come on, Mummy.
We got another person in the waiting room called Paul. Hi, Paul.
We do have to come back to Mr. Fishbait.
Yeah, we'll have to go to him first. So, Fishbait.
I'm just waiting for Mummy now.
If you want to go onto waiting lists, it's...
Oh, Lorna's iPhone.
Never mind.
I think Mummy might be here.
We can't see you.
Hello, Mummy.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Oh, it's just still connecting. Here we go. Right, can you hear me now, Mummy? Right, you won't be able to see me. Right, so I'm just putting you on, so you're now
Live.
You're now on live on YouTube.
Oh, right, hi everybody.
Waving a spoon around.
EVW is here. Finally on the list.
Yes, I'm here to save the day.
It's not New Year's Eve without it, is it?
Happy New Year, everybody. It's now officially 2022. Is
Load bandwidth.
So-
It's gone to a small view. Right, I can't make it any bigger. Your phone's gone to a low
What do I
bandwidth
look like
mode.
then?
You've just gone to a very small image. Let me try and...
I'm just really tiny.
Yeah, you're really tiny because your image has gone tiny because you're on a low bandwidth thing. I don't
Okay.
think I can make
Well,
it
I
any
can't see anything. I can't see anything.
No,
I
you
can just
won't be
see
able
me.
to see. You won't be able to see us. That's normal.
Happy
Right.
New Year, Mummy.
Happy New Year, darling. You okay?
Yeah. You?
Well, I'm not too bad at the minute. Put it this way, I'm probably the only one who's managed to get meal cover because I started earlier. I don't think later on it's going to be an option, so I've just literally sneaked out while they gave me the chance.
And is it busy?
Everyone's saying hi, by the way.
Okay, well, I can't see anybody and I have no idea. But if David's World's there again, hello.
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
I can't remember everybody from last year, but that's one of the names that I remember. So, yeah, hello. I haven't got a clue if anyone's asking me any questions or anything like that. And so, yeah.
Well, if you've got any questions, it'll be quick, guys. But yeah, so is it busy there at New Year's Eve?
Yeah, it is. It is busy, definitely. There's a lot. The problem is that we're already in about 40 odd jobs, and that's before all the new ones start coming in. So it's going to be crackers. It's going to be absolutely
Can
crackers.
anyone guess what she does?
Well, yeah, it's only going to get busier, I guess, isn't it, on New Year's Eve?
Somebody said earlier on, do you work for A&E?
A&E.
Yeah.
Well, it's always got to be a nurse or police, hasn't it? When you say about ships. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's going to be big. Oh, chomping on that. That's just so unprofessional.
You can't say anything. We've been...
Oh, Mummy's gone big again.
I'm going to say, I've gone big again.
It keeps on flicking between low bandwidth and high bandwidth.
It's giving people a teasing, tantalising glimpse.
Into what I have to put up with. I mean, what I have to see.
It's like So, have you still got lots of people watching you?
Oh, it's gone small again.
Even though... again. Have you got lots of people watching you? Because I said I think they've been missing me.
Oh yeah, well it's certainly not been as raucous as it was last year due to the lack of alcohol induced. I mean, obviously there's only so much I can do with Alice here in terms of drinking myself. So
no fish bait. No, she's not the call centre for NHS. Close, but
no. Close, but no banana.
Wrong emergency serve. Yes. You're obviously eating now, so
Tony says,
4 hours,
how happy are you that your husband is not as drunk as last year?
Well, put it this way. I am definitely happy that he's not at the stage he was when he was just about to destroy the office, because that was scary. When me and Alice were still on about kind of 1:30 and he was coming back in and like, come on, get up, and literally thought the whole desk was going to go over. So, yeah, I am happy that he's in a slightly less inebriated
I think that's what
state.
people expected, though. So I think,
But I tell you what, we had such a laugh last year. It was fantastic,
Yeah,
and I
it was
wish I
really
could be
fun,
there.
and this year's been equally as fun as well.
Oh, good. No, I wish I could have been there. I was
Really
very
cool.
disappointed about to work.
Oh, yeah.
We, I don't even remember half of what we did. We had a really silly time, but yeah.
Yeah, David's World's been here all the way through, just like last year.
Faithful supporter. Oh, it's great. It's good. Have you got people from different countries again?
Well, we did do so. What? Where is everyone from? Quickly let us know. See where you all from. Obviously, there's a few.
Got anyone from Sweden? We had someone from Sweden last time.
We have, yes.
So.
We definitely had someone very recently because mentioning about.
Got someone from Sheffield.
Okay, not so exotic, but fair enough. Hi.
Well, you went to Sweden, didn't you? If you
Got
if
a
you
couple
remember?
people from Scotland.
Yes, I did. Oh, Scotland, we love Scotland. It's brilliant.
Can you remember any of your Swedish?
Yes, I can, but I have to trail this out every time.
Come on. Let's say something in Swedish.
Oakworth.
Okej. Jag saknar dig. Jag älskar dig. Jag kommer från England.
It's from England, basically.
Someone's from Leeds, Colchester,
Jag
Newcastle,
förstår. Jag
Newcastle,
förstår lite svenska.
Belfast,
No, Wigan.
Wigan, Cork,
Wigan.
Nebraska.
Hello.
Oh, Nebraska. There we go.
Leeds.
Nebraska. Ooh,
Are you the
wow.
same person?
Leeds.
now?
Oh. Some guy from Warrington.
Oh, yeah, that's where I came from.
No way.
We want to get to you.
Easton,
We've tried 3
Nottingham,
years.
Portsmouth, Lincolnshire.
COVID keeps on.
Because I'm from Norway, we've tried 3 years to get to go around the fjords, and it still isn't happening.
Nah.
But
South
we'll get there
Wales.
eventually.
East of Nottingham.
Oh.
Portsmouth.
So you got loads of people.
Lincolnshire. There's 108 at the moment.
Right. Brilliant.
I'm Colchester.
Just reading one.
So can you just see my face?
Here you go.
that all you
Outside
can say?
Montreal from Canada.
Someone else is from Canada.
I'm just going to check what my battery's like, because, it's
that'll
fine
be
at the minute.
It won't go down too much.
Sorry.
Can you just see my face at the minute then? Is that all you can see? Because
That's
all
all
I
I
can
ever see, my beautiful wife.
see. My beautiful face. I was just wondering if you could see anything else, but that's fine. So you can't see my spoon with my bowl.
I'm going to hear you chomping along. Nom, 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 nom,
I
nom,
can
nom.
hear you chomping along.
Well, I don't know how long I'm staying on here for, but
As long as you wish.
And as long as you can.
There you go. Here's a question. How did EVM and EVW meet and fall in love? Well,
oh, hands sweet.
I used to live with her sister.
Yeah, and read into that as you will.
Genuinely, I did, didn't you?
University.
He was at uni. He was at uni at Huddersfield and staying in a house with my sister and a few others. And I went over to see my sister, met Andy, and about third time of going over, it was a Halloween party.
Wore
and
her
we got
down.
together at that. We got together when he was wearing a scream mask.
Yeah, I was wearing a
That's
mask
what
which
did it
covered my
for me.
entire face for the first few hours. So that's
It was
my
a
winning
scream mask and the
personality.
tight black jeans.
Yes, winning personality.
Well,
And
there.
how many years ago was that?
You asked this last year.
22 years now,
22
nearly.
years ago.
God, that's way too long.
Gosh. Mummy,
Yeah. Yeah.
a lot of people are saying they want to know where you're from. Oh, not where you're from, but where you're working. Or who you're working for.
Who am I working for?
Oh.
I'm working for MI5.
Punjab, that guy's from there.
Where's that?
Oh, wow. Right.
London.
You might have been the guy that's saying...
Ireland.
Oh, Alice has a good Irish accent.
No,
You wanna do your
I'm
Irish
not
accent?
doing that accent.
Oh, it's so good, though. It's brilliant.
No,
All right, maybe another time.
no.
So no, yeah. So that's it, basically, wasn't it? I wore Mummy down after a few visits,
Yes.
and then
And
that
I
was it.
decided, well, there wasn't a better option at the time, and then
Yeah.
they persuaded me to marry him.
Well, it was a few years later, to be fair.
Yeah.
22 years.
God, I know.
That's a scary thought, isn't it?
Also, we learned something in the car. So, you met in... Wait, no. You got engaged in 2004,
Oh,
married in 2007,
Uh-huh.
and had
Yeah.
me in 2010.
yeah, nice equal balance. 3 years.
Planned it all.
I like that.
Absolutely. Perfectly.
But the time I was born just really annoys me. I was born at 11 minutes past 2. Why not 10?
Yeah, you wanted to be 10 past, didn't you? I was like, sorry I couldn't push you out that bit sooner. That's the last thing I was thinking about, funnily enough, at the time.
So that's us.
But
Just
yeah.
think, if I got you up the duff the first time we ever met, we'd have a 22-year-old right now.
Oh my God. Hey, and the other thing is, another unusual thing about us is Alice was born at home. There's not that many who were born at home first babies. And I was dancing to Bon Jovi half an hour before she was born. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd been in a pool first of all, because I had a home birth in a pool. And they said, if you want to make it any quicker, get out of the pool. So I put some music on, started jigging about between contractions. Half an hour later, out she popped. Bob's your uncle. And Bob is your uncle, actually.
Actually, we got...
Wait, let me see. The cat's older than me.
Yes, we didn't get the cat in 2013. We got the cat nearly about 9 months before you turned up. In fact, it was about a month before we found out you're pregnant, wasn't it?
I didn't feel well while we were choosing the cats. Then I discovered I was pregnant. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny.
We had 2 cats back then.
Never mind.
Diesel.
And Mummy won't let you get another one.
I know, right?
No, I've got enough with one for now.
You had 2 before.
Restoring the balance.
No, we have to worry about one.
And you lived with a cat, like, before you got Homer and Diesel. You lived with Tammy.
If anyone wants to ask me any questions, I'm probably going to have to go soon. Because I can't see anything, so I have no idea what anybody's saying.
Oh, David Will said, what song of Bon Jovi?
Oh, Living on a Prayer, I think. Was it Living on a Prayer, Andy? Can you remember?
What?
The one I was dancing to when I was having my contractions.
No, I am not getting a spider.
You got several. I've got a video of you dancing to several songs. But I think it was that, yeah.
I think it was Living on a Prayer. I seem to remember saying, oh,
we were trying to. She said, "Oh, we need to pull it along, didn't we? It's slowing down." Well, so you got out of the pool and started dancing when you were 9 centimeters dilated in the living room of all places. So yeah, that.
And that worked.
What's the mission? What's the mission?
I've just got something on my t-shirt.
What's the mission?
Bit of messy eater.
Yeah, Diesel was a he. He died in a car.
He was knocked over by a car, wasn't he? Yeah, it was very, very sad.
But at least he died with no, like, pain.
He died instantly, they think. Yeah. That's all you can hope for, really.
Okay, so David Wells wants to know how much my pocket money is going to rise this year.
Oh, because inflation's...
Funnily enough, it's the exact same amount that your rent's going up by.
What?
So roughly, once we take that off, it's about the same amount. Amazing.
Alice has enough money anyway, she doesn't need any more.
You've got more money than us.
Yes.
That's not a joke,
She
either.
doesn't spend up very much.
I save my money, what can I say?
So you don't want a pet spider then?
No, I'm not getting a pet spider, they freak me out.
What type of...
We're not having any pets like that in this house.
Yeah, I'm gonna
How about a bearded dragon?
I'd like a bearded dragon. They'd be cool.
No.
But I prefer a cat. Or like a dagu or something like that. They'd be cute.
Oh, they are very cute.
Yeah. Or maybe tortoise.
So are people just putting general things up then?
Yeah, well, for example, I'll just put the last question up.
Oh.
This is to Alice.
Is it?
Would you recommend buying more Tesla stock at the moment? Yes or no?
What does that
It's a
mean?
financial investment. Is it a good time to invest in Tesla stock or not?
I don't know.
Well, use your. What do you think? Just use your best judgment. Is a yes or a no answer? Should he put his money into Tesla stock
I
or
have
not?
no idea how expensive they are.
Well, you can buy as much or as little as you want. So, should he invest
You
in
mean
Tesla?
stock as in stocking up your
Yes.
Tesla?
Yes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
There you go.
You should get a Tesla.
No financial advice is given out by this channel. And
My
should
child
be taken...
wants a bearded dragon. It's like a... I'll get a picture up. Wait, your child's up at this time. How old is she or he?
Well, it might not be necessarily there, but a bearded dragon is...
Yeah, but if he's saying what's a bearded dragon...
I'm not sure how Homer would feel with a bearded dragon there.
No, I
Would
don't
the
know.
dragon eat Homer or would Homer eat the dragon?
Oh, well, none of them eat none of them, which I'd hope.
Hold on to that or not.
Sorry.
I might staying on here for a little bit longer, or am I going?
It's entirely up to you. If you want to stay on, then I'm sure people would like more EVW. I mean, you know, without you, it's just not been the same. I'm not falling over.
That was you drinking. That was nothing to do with me.
Exactly, but you know, I can't get that off my face when I'm looking after Alice. What if there's a fire? She'll end up ringing.
I already said you couldn't get like that. I told you that before I left.
Look what happens on text message when you send Happy New Year.
Ooh. You get a...
You get fireworks when you send Happy New Year.
Oh,
On your
There
phone.
were fireworks all around the place
Might
outside.
just be iPhone, I don't know. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, wait, yeah, the bearded dragon.
Well, I'll have another 5 minutes and then I'm going to rest my eyes from the screen because it's going to be pretty intense when I get back up there.
So you think it's going to get busier as midnight?
Of course it will. Yeah.
What?
Undoubtedly.
People don't go home then after midnight? They just get worse, do they? After New Year's
Well,
Eve?
or it's at home. Fights breaking out outside. Things like that.
Does that give you any clues for what she does?
MI5.
Oh dear.
Oh, it's just got a bit darker in the room as well, so don't know if that's changed the lighting. Probably find it's pitch black in a minute because that's what it does when there's not enough movement. Shake around.
Well, people want more EVW.
Do they?
Always.
Oh, well.
Someone here has said he'll donate £1,000 if you take your shirt off.
That's a bearded dragon.
£1,000.
I might have made that up a little bit, but
Where did you see
you know,
that?
just do it just in case.
There you go.
Oh, wait a minute. Remember, this isn't your Just Fans page.
Can we just tell them what you work for, Mummy?
Oh, I think they're pretty much.
I think it's that you just tell them what you're wearing.
No, we'll do that after you come off.
I don't think they've guessed though. They're all saying A&E.
No, she doesn't work for the NHS.
I don't work for the NHS. No, I don't. We have said before who I work for, but and you probably should be able to guess by now.
Yeah, she can say what she does.
Well, I can say I work in the police control room. There you go.
Do you know when you're watching Police Interceptors or Traffic Cops and you see them people with like 15 screens in front of them? That's basically you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not quite 15, but yeah.
Sorry, 14.
14. Yeah, I'm the one saying, XW to so-and-so, can you respond to this job, please? That's what I do.
So basically, when you get pulled over and they do a person check or a car check on you, you're at the other end.
I'm the one, doing the check, Yeah.
My job is cleaning my room.
Yeah, you got school.
Yeah, you see. Look at all that.
Yeah, I'm going to school, but like.
It's really weird having a conversation with you when I can't see you. I'm literally just looking at myself. It feels like I'm having a conversation with myself. And I know I do that at times. And I am a bit crackers.
Just pretend I'm watching TV and nodding, going Yeah,
actually, it's like having a conversation with you anyway. Might as well just be there. But I can't see Alice. So I can hear her, but I can't see her.
Yeah, I'm sat right next to Daddy.
Oh no, someone's just figured out that if they live in the same area and they ring the police, they might end up getting to speak to you.
Yeah, but you don't know where she works.
She doesn't work on the call. It's not the 999 centre. You talk to the officers.
Hey, if you start ringing up, prank calling, I ain't going to be impressed and I will come and find you. But I might answer the phone like, you won't necessarily know that this is the same person if I say, "Where's your police? What is your emergency?" You know?
Oh, you just told them.
You're gonna put on a voice so they don't know who you are.
Absolutely, it's possible, you know.
I am looking. Oh, Spencer, he was on last year. I recognise the picture.
I remember Spencer.
Yeah, he was on. I remember the picture.
Right.
I am looking forward to.
For some reason, I don't remember these people that you're talking about.
How do you remember?
Yeah, well, you probably don't remember much.
We did a live stream last year.
And I also remember Sally Barber. I know, like, obviously.
Oh, I remember Barber. You gave us some money. You gave us some money.
Zoom called him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. We were about to talk to Fishbait 075, but we had to kick him off because you were coming on.
Oh, well, look, if you want to talk to fish bait, then, I'll disappear. It's fine. You talk to fish bait.
We can do a few more minutes, I'm sure, as you said.
Well, yeah, it won't be long because I'm going to have to go up soon anyway. I do just want 10 minutes before I look at the screen again. So, yeah.
Well, you've looked worse after half a shift. I think you're doing all right. You seem bubbly enough.
Is it seriously just
Yeah.
half of it?
I'm not too bad at the minute. I feel better than I did before I left, put it that way.
Well, here we go. Said it now.
Yeah.
Have you got any EV related things you want to say, Mummy, before you disappear?
Have I got anything I want to say? Well, I've told everybody about dancing with my contractions and stuff, so I've already given away quite a bit.
EV related stuff.
Oh, right.
Oh, dear.
Um,
Are you sure you've not been drinking?
Are we going to replace the Mini with where we go full electric?
Who's bouncing?
maybe at some stage.
You're not ready to go full electric yet?
Well, I don't know. I do like having a petrol car to fall back on as well. So if we could get one with a decent amount of miles, then yes. Yeah, and it's still a small car, because I like to have a small car as well as a bigger car.
Well, as I've told you since we first met, size isn't everything. So
You're still trying to compensate.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm going. Is there,
Yeah, I know that.
are there any... Oh, you're rolling your eyes, Alice. Yes, she knows a lot more this year than she did last year. Is there anything else anyone wants to ask quickly just before I go? Because like I said,
Can EVW charge at workplace?
Can you charge at the station? Oh, no, you're not at the station anymore, are you? Can you charge at your workplace?
No, not where I am now. No.
Now, they're trialling with several police forces the Tesla Model 3.
Do you miss the leaf?
It's going really well. So are they getting
I missed the loop.
No, the leaf.
One question at a time.
Sorry.
Oh, hang on a minute. Do I miss the loo? Well, I'm hoping I might go with it. I'm not going to force me not to use it ever again. But do I miss the Leaf? I don't really think about the Leaf, to be honest, that much. I did enjoy driving it, but get the same benefits out of the Tesla, really, and more besides. So, no.
Someone
not
said that
particularly.
you need to apologise to everybody.
Yeah.
Why? Why am I apologising?
Because we have to tell Twizzy.
Everyone loved
you
Twizzy.
made that out to be all
For
on
the
me. It
bathroom.
wasn't all on me. Oh.
For the bathroom.
Yeah, and the bathroom isn't just for me, it's for everybody. And I had been waiting 6 years for the bathroom. So,
Yeah,
to
but
be fair,
I've waited longer for the Twizzy.
he has got his Audi TT, which has replaced the Twizzy. So it might not be electric, but that's still something he's wanted for a while. So I
just
don't want
wanted
the
it
old
convertible so
cars
people can see
coming
it.
in too much. I'm not the big bad witch here.
It's a 16-year-old car. I mean, it's only a poor old car. It's no Twizzy.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to camper Tesla?
Camper Tech. Well, yeah, we probably will at some point, won't we? I think that's what we've talked about.
I
'cause
haven't camped in a car yet. They
did
have,
in the
but I
Leaf.
wanna.
Yeah, well, we did a video. One of our old videos was on the Leaf, camper Leaf thing, which was quite good fun.
But we have to do it when you're not around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in a caravan with my friend.
Yeah, you were elsewhere. Right.
We're
okay.
happy you got new man throne in TT. Give it some time, TT be replaced with an e-tron GT.
I've already got the Audi TT. It's the Mark 1 convertible. 14
Yeah.
years. 15 years.
Yay! And it's blue. Because everyone needs
Yeah.
to know
It's an
that.
appreciated classic, and financially it would be irresponsible of me if I'd not to buy it. Just like I made £1,000 on the Twizzy.
I'm going to say bye then, everybody. I've got to go. But it's nice to see you, not see you. Briefly. See you, but not see you briefly. And Happy New Year to everybody. And
Yeah, happy
I
New
hope you
Year
have a
to
good
you too, Mummy.
year. And I wish I could have been there
Me too.
because I know it'd have been a ball again.
Are
but
you working
it's been
next year's New Year's Eve, do you know?
Are you asking me this or is somebody else asking me this?
Me.
Okay. So this is Andy R asking me this. In theory, no.
Yeah, we're jumping up and down doing fist bumps. So next
You're
year's
doing
might
fist-
be on.
Well, I don't want you destroying the office again, so no, not on to the extent of you on the school alcohol thingamajig, but right, okay. Bye then.
Are you
Bye.
going?
I love you.
She's going.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye bye.
You'll have to press the end. Oh, she's gone.
Ah.
She's gone. Stop pulling that out.
Sorry.
Why have you pulled this at my ear for?
Because I thought we were going to do like that. I want questions.
Well, we need questions, but do you not think we should at least say hello to Fishbait? Yeah, we did kick him off.
Yeah, we will do, but while we're on call to Fishbait, can you get questions for me? Because I like answering questions. I really like answering questions, okay?
Of course you do. Well, let's do this first then, whilst we're waiting for questions, yeah? Mr. Fishbait, we're on his way.
I'm going to give my ear a break, but I might just like put it.
Alright, I'll put it in my ear then. Yep.
Sorry, Fishbait. I'm not going to say much anyway.
There was no video, wasn't there? Just audio.
No, just audio.
So as soon as it comes on, connecting, and I'll say any questions, whack them in to do with anything. Hello. Are you there? I think you've muted yourself. Oh, there we go. There, we're online. We're all streaming. Right, now we can start again. Right, so what questions or just anything in general have you got?
I had a question for EVK, but she's lost her.
Oh,
headphones.
EVK, come on, Alice. Question. You wanted a question.
Hi.
She needs her headphones.
She's here now.
Oh, the video's lagging behind the.
There is,
Zoom.
yeah. You won't be able to watch that, unfortunately. There's a bit of a lag, so yeah, she's here.
Hi.
So for EVK, we discussed earlier, like old cars and stuff like that, and your dad mentioned, obviously, when you're old enough to drive a car, though you'll probably be looking at cars that are currently around about now. So, what do you reckon will be your first car? Judging by what you could get now, and be sensible.
That's a good question.
It ain't gonna be a Tesla, so don't even go down that route.
I have.
So by then it'll be an old car, and therefore it'll be cheapest to buy.
I don't know, because like in the future there might be more electric cars, and then like we don't know. Like,
yeah, but I doubt you'll be getting a new car. We
Yeah.
need something that when
I
you
know,
roll
I
it
mean,
into a
like,
ditch, it'll be all right.
I don't know.
Maybe a little Fiesta or something like that. Corsa maybe.
What was
A Fiat
yours?
500 perhaps.
Maybe.
Oh, the electric 500 maybe.
Yeah.
They're doing electric Fiat 500. Who knows what the cost will be by then, but...
Yeah. Maybe. But I really don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Maybe a Mini. Oh, no, it's going to be way too expensive.
No.
Whatever the cheapest thing we can find, I think. Come on, any car's a car. You'd be either that or a bus ticket, and I think you'll prefer to go that one. I don't know. I mean, it's quite interesting to think that the brand new cars that are in the sales offices at the moment, the dealerships, are effectively what you might end up in.
Pardon?
Are you even listening?
Yeah.
Come on, someone's talking. I mean, what would you go for? I don't know if you have any children, but are you in a similar situation, Mr. Fishbait?
Me? No. Sorry. I was in diesel Fiesta, and it started to fall to bits. And I've been watching you for years and years now, and it just so happened that was around the time that you did the video in the, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the Skoda, the Skoda Ego, whatever it's called, and that convinced me. From that day forward, I started looking and ended up on the Seat Me.
Yes, because they don't do the Citigo anymore. Stop making it.
Yeah,
for some reason.
They don't do the Seat Me anymore either.
Do they
They've
not?
stopped that as well.
They sold that as well?
No.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you can't. I think they've only got whatever's in stock at the dealerships now.
The E-Up seems to have gone off as well a bit, so I don't wonder if they're just stopping it entirely for the...
It was kind of the question I was going to ask you is, there's so many EVs going about, but they're all big SUVs, which are just massive to drive, difficult to get around the cities and stuff. Where do you think the smaller EVs are going to come in? Like maybe Tesla's going to do a Model 1?
I think the Tesla's years off. I mean, look how long it's taken us to get the Model Y from announcement to It's still not here. Same with the Model 3. So I think the Tesla's going to be 3-4 years off minimum. I think the trouble is that all the manufacturers are going for the high-end profit margins, which is the expensive big cars. The small cars like the Citigos and the Ups, the petrol ones, I think for them have probably just mass-produced, make a small amount of money and sell lots of them. And I don't think manufacturers see it. We're at that stage yet for EVs. So ultimately, they're concentrating on the high profit margin stuff, which is why they're all big SUVs and stuff like that. And I
almost feel that's what they did when they did the VW up, the Seat Me, the City Go. It was almost like we need to get something to. I don't know if it was because of Dieselgate and all that, and they just had to come out with a cheap EV.
I think that was before, to be honest. I think they did that because it was an easy platform to change, and they probably had to reduce their overall carbon, output as a group. So I think they just did that. But I mean, for the small EV, I think is one of those where the other ones you're getting are Honda E's and Minis, which are the premium EVs. I think the trouble is that the cheaper you go, like Fiesta, for example, I don't think Ford make a lot of money. I think they make a very small amount of money on a Fiesta. But when you're selling millions, it makes sense. So, because they're not selling millions yet of EVs, they're just going for the big profit margin, small number sort of stuff, which is why Ford started with the Mustang Mach-E, and Volkswagen, I think, might be doing an ID2, maybe one at some point.
Yeah,
but
I think I've read about it too. Yeah.
So for me, I think at the moment, the entry level, the equivalent of the E-Up or the Citigo, there isn't really one, to be honest.
I'd be very interested in looking at the Aura Cat rather than. I know fully charged, and everyone's looked at it, but they didn't actually drive it.
No,
I'd be very interested in seeing that when it's actually drivable by someone like yourself.
I got invited to the same thing basically that they did, probably a week or so later, but you couldn't drive it, and we couldn't go down basically because of work. We had to do it during the week, and it was just too short notice. But they did say that in the, I think it's Q1 of this this year now, is when they should be able to do proper test drives. So no one's actually driven it yet, and that's the thing. It's all right, it being cheap and decent range, but it has to drive as good as a typical, European car, if you will. They can't produce something like a Twizy or something like that in terms of how it rides and expect people to buy it. It has to be a minimum barrier, if you will, to go past. And I'm sure they'll get there. I'm sure it won't be bad, but it can't just look good. It needs to, what they're doing with the dealerships. Who's selling this? There's no point in buying a car if they've got 5 dealerships around the country. I don't know what they're doing in terms of all that sort of stuff. It's not, 4 dealerships are on every corner, and when you're servicing it, it's a benefit. I thought I had to take the Tesla into a service centre because there was a problem, and they didn't know if they could fix it on the driveway, which it looks like they have. But if it happens again, I'm going to have to take it all the way to Leeds, which isn't miles away. But for me, it's like an hour and a half there. Then I've got to come back, and then an hour. Basically, it's 2-3 hour trips minimum just to drop it off and bring it back again. And I think if this Aura Cat, whoever I don't know how they're selling it, if that's going to be just in the major cities sort of thing, like some of them have done, like Polestar or something like that, it's just not going to work. People need easy access to these things. But yeah, I think that's the way forward ultimately, because the entry level EV at the moment is the MGs, but they're not small. They're both relatively large cars, so that's why I think the Citigo and E-Ups and that would love them, because it's proper.
One thing that surprised me is, considering I don't think the MG5 is an EV from the ground up. It's got to be a petrol based one. Is why they haven't done the same to the MG3.
I think it's probably because they probably can't physically stick enough batteries in it. My guess is. I mean, I spoke to, I can't remember who I was speaking to. It was a Goodwood Festival of Speed years ago, and we asked him a similar question, but it was a petrol-related one. I can't remember exactly how we worded it, but ultimately he said we can't do that to that because it won't take the weight. My guess is the chassis probably of the MG3 just won't take the EV-ness, or they're just, again, it's a much bigger market, is the ZS, worldwide, not just UK, of course, than the MG3 would be, because I think certainly in China and that, the smaller cars are I think they're a big thing, but I think people like bigger cars there. I don't know, to be honest. I would guess it's probably a technical reason.
Yeah.
Above all, because as far as I know, they haven't got an MG3 electric in China either. Whereas they did have the electric MG5 before it came.
Okay.
So it will happen. I'm sure of that one, 100%. It's just a case of waiting for it. But I think the small cars are going to be the last to come out.
Yeah.
Because they're the smallest.
I don't want to take up too much time, but I wanted to touch quickly on the grid serve thing that you've discussed, the 36 kilowatt thing on the grid serves. And you say you think they're trying to limit the number of people that are using it, but I don't know if it's just the logic in my head, but surely if you've got to be there and you've got to charge to, say, 80%, you're going to sit there, you're just going to take longer. Yeah,
but less people through the day can use it. So if you could do a turnaround of 30 minutes, then in 10 hours you've got 20 people that could use it. If you've got a turnaround of an hour, 10 people can use it. So,
I suppose the logic is if you turn up and you see that there's maybe one charging and one queuing, you're just going to clear off somewhere else.
Well, it's a case of if that charger was in constant use 24 hours a day, if only one person an hour can use it, 24 people use it. If they're half that speed, then only 12 people can use it. So that's half as much electricity that's leaving. So you're right, you will take the same amount of electricity, but only half the amount of people can actually physically get to the charger because of the time it takes to charge each time. There's only so many, the maximum throughput of that charger is substantially lower. So it won't change how much individual person takes from them or it costs them, but it will limit the amount of people that can actually go through it all.
What's your thought? And I know you're in no way a Tesla fanboy, as you put it, but with Tesla saying they're going to open up their network to other cars, knowing that the main reason you've gone for a Tesla is the reliability of those chargers, how annoyed would you be if you turn up and all of a sudden you can't plug your Tesla in because there's loads of other EVs that are taking up all the spots?
Well, yeah, we did a video on this one because if they do it right, which I'm sure they will do, as in disincentivise other people to use it, to make it, like Ionity. You can use it if you want, it's going to cost you though a lot. Then, effectively, as long as I can always get to charge, I won't care. And from a Tesla point of view, for me, all that's going to make me do is when I replace this Tesla is look at other cars. So,
yeah,
I think they've got to be very careful on this one. It's not so much of ruining the current Tesla owners, but I know many, many Tesla owners who chose that car, as I did, because of the supercharger network. If that didn't exist, if you take that unique selling point away, or at least reduce it significantly, then it's like, well, I can get any car here then, because I know at least there will be I might have to pay a lot for it, but I know if it came to it, until the public charging network gets sorted, there's my plan B. Everywhere I go, I'll at least have a working charger. It just means I have to pay a bit more for it potentially. So I think, it has to happen, and they might make a lot of money from it, but ultimately it is going to make it a lot easier to own other EVs. However, the public charging network will get to the point, you would hope, in the next year or 2 or 3, where it's easier to own it anyway. Anything anyway. So that will happen regardless. So,
because I kind of have that issue at the moment because I live in a block of flats, so can't put a charger in at home. So I'm relying on public chargers. Luckily, within a 5-minute drive of me, there's like 2 Tesco's, a couple of Lidl's, and they've all got pod points on. But as someone mentioned earlier on, DPD are now rolling out electric vans. The number of times I'll roll up and think, I'll jump on a rapid. I mean, only got to say at me, so I'm only there for like 30 minutes at a time anyway. But you roll up at a rapid and there's a DPD van in there. And it's like, surely if DPD are going to go that way, they've thought about putting the infrastructure into charge at base and stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, they probably will have something, but my guess is that the only thing is the vans aren't doing a full shift without having to charge. So they're having to use the public charging network. But yeah, this is the ultimate thing. It only takes one company's fleet. Can you imagine everything associated with Amazon suddenly goes electric over the next year or two?
Yeah.
That's a lot of people that are driving around all day and most at night needing the same charging infrastructure that everyone else is using.
Yeah, and that's the point. So like, I'll go to one place. There's a DPD van there. It's like, right, I'm only 5 minutes away from the next place. There's a different DPD van there. It's almost like, and all the vans are like tagged, making Nottingham a lot cleaner. Da 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 da. But it's like, well, wait a minute, you can't just nick all the public charges that are around.
No, but I guess they've got, they are using the public infrastructure. They can use it as much as anyone else, I suppose. But this is the problem. It's all about the infrastructure now.
Yeah.
They need multiple points everywhere. They need more points everywhere, and not just add another one or two. They need to do what Tesla effectively have done years ago and put banks of 8, 16, even 32 in. Otherwise, you're going to have this situation. More and more vans do it. More and more people do it. Cars are getting bigger with bigger batteries, so they're staying longer on the chargers.
Yeah.
And it's not growing quick enough, quite frankly.
True.
So
right,
cool.
I'll clear off. Hopefully, there's somebody else waiting, or you can catch up on the chat.
I think there is.
Happy New Year.
Right, yeah, you too. We'll
see you later.
Cheers, bye.
Bye.
Right, Alice.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? We've got someone waiting, Mr. Paul Taylor. Do you want to do that? Or do you want to go through a few messages? Or you want to go to bed?
No. It's his buddy.
It was your first ever teddy bear.
Billy.
In fact, you got that before you were born.
Exactly.
What was Tesla's fix for your Model 3 issue? They did what I did. They unplugged the battery and left it for longer. However, it's had the big update since, which apparently should fix this issue as well. So we'll see if it does. So far, it's been nearly a week and it's worked. But if it happens again, it's going in basically.
I helped.
Yes, you unplugged the 12 volt, unplugged the high voltage battery. So basically, you turned it off and on again.
Yeah.
That was the fix. Like, I've done that. I just didn't do it for long enough apparently. But then it happened again with me. But we've had the update since.
Conversation about batteries, I didn't understand. Happy New Year, James.
Where have we got? If you look under the MG ZS EV, there's a huge amount of wasted space. It's not a ground up EV, I guess. The MG5 has enough room at the front for a frunk or fruit, but there isn't one. I guess it's just, it's not worth them putting it in, I suppose.
Okay, so just another question.
Lots of Happy New Year's, that's good. Go on. And then we'll jump see if Paul's around.
Okay. So tell us if you've watched all the way through.
Not this.
Yeah. So put in me if you've watched all the way through, and put in me if you watched last year's. You need to.
Hello. It looks like the sound just froze. It locked up.
Stop.
All right, you can stop putting mute. It wasn't muted. It just froze completely.
Can you hear us now? Stop it. Still muted.
Not muted. It's not muted. I had to unplug the microphone for it to come up, but now the sound bar's flicking across, whereas before it was frozen. It just completely locked up.
Can you hear us, sir?
Well, there's a bit of a delay from them seeing it to replying.
Oh, okay.
Hello, there we're back. Here we're back. You must have broke it with your pawing.
You really need a spoon for this. It gets rid of the frog quicker.
Actually, I saw it before the spam. Right. Trouble is, by the time we say something, it's about 2 minutes later before the chat catches up because of the delay. Right, should we say hello to the guy waiting?
Yeah.
Getting thingy. We've been waiting a long time. Let's hope this doesn't freeze again. Right, here we go, Mr. Paul Taylor. Wasn't he Paul Taylor, wasn't he? Played darts.
Maybe.
Oh, 1 second. There we go. Right, do you want to mute me? I'll turn you up.
Sally
Right.
Barber.
Here we go. Right, you're on.
Oh.
We're live. Hello.
Oh, very nice to be on, and Happy New Year.
You too.
I'll go on.
I'll get my beer here. Here we go. Yes. What can we do you for? Ooh, brew dog.
I've got one of these as well. It's a Hoppy Christmas, which is very nice.
Oh, very clever.
Hoppy Xmas.
Hoppy Xmas, that's the one. And it actually has batteries not included. You can see that.
It's very on brand.
Pop one of those open. So I'm just first of all, I want to say thank you for the information you've managed to give all of us that enjoy watching you over the years, over the time you've been doing what you've been doing. You're very concise. You're very, straight to the point on what you do, and it's very believable and refreshing compared to some of the stuff you got out there on YouTube, which I'm sure you dig through.
Well, yeah, there's good and bad in everything. I mean, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I think you have to, as long as you're honest. I think usually that's the only thing. There's no point in pretending that EVs are brilliant and for everyone, because they ain't.
Exactly, and that's it. And it's and my journey on EVs goes back to first generation Leaf. Although I took a dive out a couple of points where see a lot of it was initially with the Leaf, it was just from a fascination of right, let's do it, let's go and see what happens. So I took one of those on, and it promised 90 miles range, gave me about 60. Real world type stuff.
Yes.
Which was interesting because I live in Warrington, which we came up before, I think. And then
sorry about that.
Yeah.
You have to miss the Smiths. Yeah.
Oh, poor Mr. Smith. I've got a brick from Mr. Smith. There's not much else left of it. Sorry, it's pouring my brew dog out. Yeah, so that initial, I did 3 or 4 years on that. And at the same time that happened, I a bit tricky actually, because I bought the car knowing that I'd have to do a drop off in Bolton and come back and then work just around the corner from where I lived. My life situation changed, let's say. I ended up doing a school drop off in the morning and in the afternoon, pick up and drop off. So I was really pushing that Leaf to the limits every day. But it never let me down, in fairness. You get, even though you get the range anxiety, you get a bit of faith in what it can actually do, and you get that feeling of what your car's got in it. Although it did some worrying things in those days, which was when you were driving home, and if it got past about 2 or 3 miles range left, at some point then just go blank. Everything just turn off and just say, good luck. You're on your own now.
Yeah, it's 6%. I think it was. It just dash, and tells you, doesn't tell you what it is.
Yeah.
Which
good
is
luck.
effectively.
See if you get there.
It's not useful at all to anybody. Is that? I don't know why they do that, but
probably didn't help the early adopters with range anxiety in general. But I then moved on to a Mercedes C350E, which was a plug-in hybrid, which was, let's basically face it, they were just a big tax fiddle. That was just a way of suddenly getting a PAYE thing on your tax form as a company car, as you're only paying a small percentage of what someone else would do with a diesel or a whatever car. Because the thing it only do, God, it said 10 miles, but really 5 to 6 miles on electric, which is, why bother, really?
Well, it's not worth it, is it?
And then me and my colleague did the same thing, then switched over to a pickup truck, horrifically, for the same tax benefits for the 12 months where we had to wait for the 0% benefit in kind to kick in for electric vehicles. So we went from a relatively energy efficient thing and then followed the tax benefits to the most horrific thing of possibly imagine driving, just to follow the tax benefits, to then jump in an electric car. We'd always wanted a Tesla. I've always wanted a Tesla S from when they first came out. My colleague jumped on the Tesla 3 because he liked the more sort of small, sporty side of it. It was just lovely. It was just lovely to get there eventually after Nissan Leaf with its, short mileage to getting this thing. And then, like you said with I followed your show as well, and you've gone on for the solar and the home battery. I already have the solar, and I'm now looking to get the home battery thing, especially because I'm on the Octopus Go tariff, as you mentioned as well, which is that sweet spot of that 12.30 to 4.30 of, what is it, 5 pence a kilowatt hour, something crazy.
It's key to most of this working, and it's not going anywhere. People seem to think the nighttime rate is just for a bit, but it's the whole point of the smart meter rollout, and Economy 7 started in 1976 or something like that. It's not like it's a new thing. No. It's not going anywhere. There's always going to be a price difference. It won't be 5p forever, but as long as there's a substantial gap between cheap and expensive, it doesn't matter. So the electric vehicles are not going to balance the grid. People seem to think that they are. Got a lot of comments on the battery thing saying, well, when EVs get everywhere and the grid's balanced, it will not, because only half of the people have the capability of charging at home, for one. A good amount of those people will be charging during the day on long journeys, and electric vehicles only account for, even once everybody's got one, a percentage of the total use of what the country uses. Your industry, you've got also, there will always be a different nighttime. I think we'll get to the point where it's like Agile, where it goes up and down every half hour. It won't be just a block of hours. Octopus are already doing this in terms of, I've forgotten what they call it now. It's it's Octopus like Go something else. It's a beta test, and effectively you will get up to 8 hours at the cheap rate. You just won't know which. So effectively, you say, I want my electric vehicle to get 50 kilowatt hours, big charge. They will give you that, but they can't tell you when until it gets. So basically, until they know when it's cheaper for them to put it in.
Okay.
So I can see that. I can see a mix of Agile and Go of where it's going. The reason why they're more insistent now of making you have an EV rather than just an own battery is because it is a beta trial as such, and if you use it cleverly, it does cost them money, but not in the way people think. So at the moment, they're trying to find the easiest way of doing this nighttime charging thing. It's purely just, you have to crunch the numbers over a certain amount of time and see how it goes. So I can see a more flexible, agile type Go. So rather than have 4 hours, you could probably say, well, we will give you this amount of energy during the night. We just can't tell you when. So we could tell your charger when to charge, but it will charge by that time. We will guarantee you will get charged by your specified amount, but you won't be. So I think that they're wanting, intelligent Octopus. Someone's just put it up there. It's called Intelligent Octopus. So effectively, that's I think where they're going. The set hours each night. That is what they're effectively trying to eliminate, I suppose, because it will be different every night, of course. So, but there will always be that difference. There will always be cheaper night time compared to daytime, and that's all that matters. As long as the home battery or car knows when it's cheap, then it will use the cheapest time. So there's always going to be a saving there. And for me, we're a decade away from any EVs even affecting the grid in any level.
Oh yeah.
At least. So effectively, if anyone can afford a home battery now, I would do it. I mean, the home batteries, the Give Energy battery I have, for example, the price of that will be going up very soon. I am absolutely certain of it. I don't know if it is, but it can't not. I've spoken to so many people who just the shipping alone has gone up, tenfold.
I think it's already such a low price point compared to some of the ones for the value it gave. It's, competitive wise, it could afford to go up a bit.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, everything's gone up now. Literally everything. It's not just energy. Manufacturing, chip shortages. Take your pick. So for me, it's if you're going to get one, whether you get it now or in 6 months, if you've got the money now, don't wait because prices are only going one way.
Yeah.
If you wait 6 months, just because of apathy, you're just going to cost yourself money effectively. I mean, there's already probably a 3 or 4 month lead time.
Yeah.
If you ordered one now. And I imagine that's the same for any battery. I know Powerwall have a substantial lead times as well. So it's a case of, things are going up in value, in price, sorry. They ain't coming back down again. Some things will, the energy will go up and down that, but in terms of, products, they're going up and they're not going to, this isn't a temporary blip. This is just how much things are now, I think. And
energy prices probably go exponentially compared to that. It doesn't seem to be going.
Last I spoke to someone about this who was, quite high up in the industry, shall we say. He said they're expecting another rise after this April one. So obviously everyone's going off what the government are doing in terms of the price cap. But in terms of electricity prices, they're expecting one more rise, reasonable rise in wholesale before it then starts to stabilise again. But it won't stabilise back down to the 15p or whatever that we're used to. 25, 30p, I don't even think it'll get to that. But 30 or above, for me, is going to be the new normal, as it were, when it comes to electricity kilowatt. In terms of standard day rates, if you will.
Which is frightening for us, but when you look at industry and manufacturing, they could have absorbed that with all these other costs.
Which is why, it's part of the way everything's going up. Anything that uses a lot of electricity is going to all of a sudden cost them, double what it used to, or 3 times as much. People at home. I mean, when you think about it, if you went gone from 15 pence to, I've heard a few reports saying that they reckon it could hit 50p per kilowatt hour at some point within the next 12 months. The average, some tariffs anyway. And you're looking at costing you, £2 to run a tumble dryer each time. I mean, the people that are already in some sort of fuel poverty are just going to be completely screwed. The fuel benefits of an EV will always be there because petrol's gone up equally as much, but it's going to be a big deal.
There's plenty of domestic flats who are people who are renters that have electric boilers because they're cheap to install on gas, and the landlords have to maintain it the same. And God, that must be horrific. The price increases there.
Well, gas is going to go up probably a lot more.
Yeah.
So they're going to make electricity, I think, viable by putting gas up even more. It's nothing we can do to change it. If you're lucky enough to be able to generate your own, then all of a sudden people who've got solar panels have gone from looking at a 10, 12 year payback to a 6, 7. Yeah. Because instead of saving 10, 15 pence per kilowatt hour, you're saving 25, 30, 45 pence per kilowatt hour. Mm-hmm. That is massive.
Throw a battery into the equation and it's different again.
Exactly. And I do believe that the gulf between cheap and peak, or off peak and peak, whatever you want to call it, will narrow a bit years down the line. But there's always going to be that. So for me, again, if the money's there now, jump on it. because the battery is only going to get more expensive, which increases the payback period. Electricity, who knows where that'll go, but ultimately the benefits will be eroded by, you know, there's only Octopus Go and a couple of others that do this sort of nighttime tariff at the moment, and they've all suspended theirs until April because of the price cap thingy. But, you know, and it's not going anywhere. Octopus have said they ain't removing this anytime soon. I think they've also guaranteed 5p for the next year.
The great thing about Octopus is they've already started taking on customers from some of the defunct ones as well. So their company's gone bust, Octopus is taking them on. So that's a good sign for us.
So at the moment it's stupid to switch to anybody, as they've said, because of the price cap. But that price cap, I think at the moment it's at roughly 21 pence per kilowatt hour is the price cap, and that's going to double. So we're looking at 40 as the most anyone will pay. But that's pretty much going to be everyone. So it's now become a race to get things in as quickly as possible, because like the EV charger grant that runs out at the end of April. The end of March. That's to be installed by then. It doesn't mean it's booked in by then. There's not going to be many left. There's not going to be any slots left. You ring a company up and they go, I'm afraid we're booked up now because everybody's, and it's the same thing. If you want a home battery, it's going to be 3-4 months lead time right now. The longer you leave it, the bigger the lead time, at least for the foreseeable future. And it's a tough one, but if there's no reason to wait other than I just haven't bothered doing it yet. That's you're only going to lose out. So it's electricity costs are going to be a substantial issue, I believe, for everybody, as in people living in general, from April onwards, and it's only going to get worse for a while. Unfortunately, it's looking bleak in a political landscape, I think. Without getting too political, but this is why I think people need to be more, even those with very little, need to be more intelligent with what they do. Get on the right tariff, use stuff in off-peak periods. Anybody can program a washing machine to start at the right time. It doesn't sound a lot, but all of a sudden, if you're paying, let's say, 10 pence per kilowatt hour, that tumble dryer costs you 40 pence, but if you run it during the day, it's going to cost you £1.50. And if you do that every day, it's a lot of money. So it's becoming. I mean, I've never talked about energy more than the last 12 months. I mean, it's a boring topic, but now it's the videos about home energy get more views now than the car videos, which is kind of not what the channel started out doing, but it seems to have merged. It's becoming like the new thing is people worried about per kilowatt hours and boring stuff like that, because it's almost as big an expense as food. And people who don't switch.
It's like control, So.
Yeah, and I've said this all along, and even when it was relatively cheap, I cannot understand people who say, I can't be bothered, it's a faff switching. No. Spending a couple of hours maximum on one weekend a year to save yourself a few £100.
It's massive.
I don't understand it. Why would people don't do this? It's just bonkers. So if you're willing, if you can afford to throw it away, fine. If you can't, then stop moaning at me. You don't got any money. If that's how lazy you are. I don't know where we're going, but ultimately it's only going up, isn't it? Prices of everything, and people need to prepare for that now, if they can. Just for those that can't, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
but I think I just wanted to mainly say thank you for delivering the quality and level of stuff that you do, and the honesty of the way you present stuff to all of us. I think it's awesome.
Well, that's the plan. Sometimes you run out of topics. I'll be honest. Sometimes I struggle for topics, but it's.
But as you've seen your viewership or whatever they call it grow, and your followers grow and that sort of thing. I mean, you're here at what time we're on? 1:30 in the morning. You've got 90 people watching this stuff. That's pretty frigging respectable, really.
Well, yeah, it was 180 early. I mean, it's one of these things which I think you got.
I know, New Year's is gone now. You've still got these people sitting listening to what you're saying. It's awesome.
They're probably all in a different country, I'm guessing. That's the only people that's sensible enough.
Almost think they're on the keyboard.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but seriously, it's like, have you thought about perhaps involving a few people to take your channel in a different direction so it can sort of blossom even more? So I mean, you got to look at look at Fully Charged, for example, where obviously Robert Llewellyn had he's got huge contacts in the TV industry and various other things, which helped him boom that into something. He already saw it as a studio thing with presenters and other stuff. After it got as big as it did when it started. But have you thought of maybe getting someone in to put a bit of cinematics to it and whatever else?
Dan Caesar effectively is what changed Fully Charged.
Yeah.
He came in and said, this is what we're going to do. I don't know the full story, but basically he turned up and then a year later Fully Charged Live happened and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, doors open when you're a known face. Rob, I mean, I could get cars 18 months ago, a year ago, 18 months ago, 2 years ago, certainly. I was invited to more then when I had 15, 20,000 subscribers than I do now.
Yeah.
Because all the media, all the Auto Express people, electrifying.com, Drive Electric, all basically big manufacturers have now got electric vehicle channels, or the normal channels are taking electric vehicles seriously. So they're getting everything. They're getting all the events, they're getting all the press cars, or at least sooner anyway. So it's actually, ironically, it's harder for me now than it was a couple of years ago, because all the big boys have suddenly gone, oh, right, yeah, these are getting taken seriously. For me, though, I've thought about, I mean, this is not my full-time job. I have a full-time job already, and this is as much time as I can put into this. So I'd have to give that up. I'd have to give up a 20-odd year career to do this. And that career pays the mortgage. This wouldn't at the moment. So even if you get financial things, the trouble with me, and this is the same, if I'm being honest, with Fully Charged, I barely watch it now because I watched it because of Robert Llewellyn and the stuff he was doing. I felt like he was talking to me as opposed to.
Agreed.
Now it's a TV show, you know, and it's a Goliath. It's a brand.
It feels like that. Yeah,
it is. It's a brand, and although he's still there, he's just doing the news now for me. So there's a complete disconnect that I have with Fully Charged in terms of the channel. I mean, it's gone in a route it had to.
One-on-one's lost, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone a route it had to. You know, I'm not saying it was a bad thing. It's clearly successful. But I've watched YouTube for many years, and a lot of people that I've watched, mainly car-related channels, of course, even well before electric. They start off small and they get bigger, and you feel like you've gone on the journey with them, and then all of a sudden they get camera people in and 4K videos and drone shots and all the usual stuff, and it's almost like I'm just watching telly now. I've lost that personal connection I thought I had with the channel. Obviously, I didn't know the guy, but I felt like, you know, I knew Robert Llewellyn, not because it was a small channel, relatively, because you were following him as much as the content. And to be honest, I don't really want that. I could get bigger channels. I could get probably a camera guy occasionally, although it would cost me more than it would ever get back. So that would make sense. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's a bit divisive. He's called, you know, Shmee. I presume you've heard of him. He's got a massive channel. You know, he's got a couple of million subscribers. He's got all the supercars. Been around for ages. He's done it for over 10 years, and he still does the same videos now that he did 10 years ago, which is basically him holding a camera, talking to it. He edits it all himself and stuff like that, and he does daily videos. I don't know how he does it, but ultimately, it's still him talking to the camera, even though he's got hundreds of thousands of views a day coming out of every video. And for me, Fully Charged is no longer Fully Charged. It's Fully Charged TV station or brand. Again, it had to go down that way to be this successful, but I know a lot of people kind of agree with this. It's like you're being talked to. I mean, I'm talking to a sponsor once, and he says, I feel like fully charged, and now it's like a guy in a suit talking to me rather than a peer talking to me, if that makes sense. So I don't mind where they've gone because it's clearly successful. But for me, YouTube is about amateur stuff, TVs, and I know it's changed completely, but it's almost expected now that if you're not 4K, if you're not doing, drone shots and all the sort of stuff, that's what everyone else is doing. If I can be successful just holding a camera and talking about a car in this way, why change it? Because that's ultimately, I would lose all the people that have started following me from day one by pretending to be professional when I'm not.
Yeah, I think what you've got, which they've not got, is that what they've lost as they've moved on, which is Robert had that one-to-one, like you said, that thing of I'm new to electric vehicles, I've got minutes on leave, I've just started doing this, I'm on this journey, and he seemed to involve us all, which you've done incredibly well. And like you say, he's gone off and studioed it. It's gone on to a thing where he's got other presenters, other people doing other stuff, and that's kind of that's gone missing a bit. So I think where you got a real chance of pushing through that is all these people now that are coming into EVs that have never been interested in EVs. They're not. See, where Robert came from was he was a bit of an eco guy himself, and really wanted to push that, and that was his thing, and he headed in that direction to go for EVs. Where I get the feeling from your things that it's you want to do a bit for the environment, but you also want to make sure it's not going to hurt your pocket while you do it, and it's going to make sense in the way you're approaching it, and how are you comparing that to an electric car to a regular car you go out and buy, or a hybrid, and what's the difference? And it's whereas it's now the fully charged is now turned into a top gear for electric cars, really.
I mean, again, this isn't a criticism, although it's something I don't really watch anymore. It's more of a political statement, I find. It's fully charged, which again, not wrong with that. You can do what you like in your own channel, but ultimately, if I wanted to persuade someone into an electric vehicle, I think if someone looked at the statistics, by being militant and environmental, you would get less, I think, engagement with somebody than if you just go, look, you might be able to save a bit of money if you buy one of these. If you appeal to people's if you appeal to people's selfish nature, as it were, like I originally bought one to save money. I've said that from day one. The environmental benefits are great, and I'm not ignoring them, but that is not the reason I bought them. There's no point in me saying otherwise. You might as well try and appeal to the whole plug-in hybrid thing. For now, they have a purpose if they're used properly.
Yeah.
Whereas fully charged just want them banned immediately. But that can only mean those that currently can't own an electric vehicle must have to get a petrol car, a diesel car. No one can, and I know they're not saying that, but at the moment they've got great goals, and I agree with most of what they say in terms of this is what we need to start doing. It's just too soon, too fast, too soon. We're not there yet. Please do criticise the charging networks, even the ones that sponsor the channel.
I agree.
Because they say it's not, it's paid for by the Patreons. Keep it neutral, which is great. But it absolutely sponsored is Fully Charged, because that's what Fully Charged Live is completely, which funds the channel. Fully Charged Plus is completely funded by sponsors, and that goes towards the main channel. So logically, it's a sponsored channel, and that they have never had a go at Ecotricity in the heyday because they were a prime sponsor of Fully Charged, and I would do the same. I'm not saying it's something, but ultimately, just be honest. I think there's no point in pushing people down the route. I go down to the vegetarian option. If a vegetarian or a vegan came to me and shoved pictures of dead animals in my face, it would just make me want to punch them in the face and have another steak. If they came to me and said, this is a vegan meal, would you like to try it? These are the benefits of being a vegetarian. I would talk to them. I would engage with them more. So I think the militant aspect of the EV, brigade, which Fully Charged aren't a part of, I'm going off topic now, but you know what I mean? That's why you need to appeal to people's money and wallet and selfishness in a way. If you say this is going to save you money.
Where we do stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah, ultimately. So I think you'll get more engaged. I think more people have watched my channel by basically saying they ain't perfect yet than me pretending they're brilliant.
I just think that you're a standout channel against the ones that have kind of blossomed in their own way. And I think they've blossomed their own way in the wrong direction for me. I think they've blossomed their own way in a, let's see how we can now be a Top Gear. Whereas I think what you have is a relatable way of talking to people who are just thinking, Christ, what's going on? Because I used to have this car, I put fuel in, and now I've got to get this. What do I do?
Well, yeah, I think that's why I'm very conscious of not ever getting a drone. As one example, because ultimately, I am not a professional camera guy. I'm not going to be able to afford one, and there's no point in trying. I mean, it's one of my biggest pet peeves, quite frankly, where you see a YouTube channel like my own in terms of size, and they get their own drone and fly it across the camera, the car as and you think, why have you shown me? What's the narrative of that video? What's the point of you doing a drone shot? Is it because you want me to show me the car from above? Or is it, there needs to be a point to it. I think
because we've got the drone.
Well, yeah, it's because we've got it, and and one of those common questions I got with what camera do you use? That should be the last question you ask. It's all about content, and I'm not saying I'm brilliant at it, but ultimately, as long as you can see and hear me, that's all I'm bothered about. As long as you can get the content, that's the main thing. Concentrating on 4K camera quality comes after, and I think trying to be fifth gear or top gear in terms of quality and and you can tell because you get a picture of a car and then they'll move from left to right slowly because that's what happens on TV. And you're thinking, why are you doing this? Unless you've got a professional camera guy that can pull it off, it just looks bad. So I won't even attempt to do that because that's not my skill set. I don't know if it's the right way forward, but it works so far. There's no point in, if it ain't broke for me, don't fix it. So yeah, I think sometimes people need to stick with what they're good at and not. There's no point in trying to compete with the big boys. You can't.
No.
So
that's why a lot of us that follow you appreciate what you do, which is that you just stick to that and give us an honest.
Well, that's the whole purpose. Because the second you lie or say something that isn't true or paid, you lose all credibility. So I haven't really got a plan, quite frankly, because I could stop this tomorrow because it doesn't pay the bills. I've got a job.
And I love the way you promoted that place in the Alice Guide because it had a plug-in point. That's brilliant. It's that's.
Well, yeah. Why not? Why not? Because that's what other people. I think it's a benefit, and this is what people see. So more people get it, and hopefully more people will. I
would love it if people from that just thought, well, they got that, let's put a plug-in point and then I'll come and see us next year.
Well, that's the whole thing, isn't it? It didn't cost me anything to say that for 10 seconds, and it was part of the video. So sometimes you do, quite frankly, garbage.
But what a great forward-thinking move from that person that set up that thing in the Alice Guy. It's great.
Well, yeah, I think he lives in Australia, bizarrely.
Really?
Brilliant. Yeah, he's Australian. I think he's inherited something done up, and he's Scottish. Don't get me wrong, but I think sometimes.
All you do is stick a bloody plug on the outside.
Yeah, he's stuck in. No, he was very Scottish, but I think he's stuck there. He can't come over because of the COVID thing. But it's, I don't know. YouTube is brilliant and bad in many ways. Yeah. Anyone can do anything, which is great, but you get some stuff out there. I've just watched too many channels that have tried to go to the next level. There's an expectation there, which I've nearly fallen into, and other people have. Where you'd look at Fully Charged and think, right, now I need to get a camera guy. I mean, Johnny Smith, for example.
I've got a whole office.
Yeah, you do, innit? Because that's how much money you can make from this. Johnny Smith, I think, is the only person that's done it from mainstream media to YouTube and done it really well. and which is presumably why he left fully charged, because he couldn't do what he wanted. It does the content that he would have done whether 5 people or 5,000 are watching it or 500,000. Yeah. It doesn't change by what he thinks people need to see. He just does what he is enjoying. And he obviously has the camera guy because he's a proper car journalist. He's got the background. Why not? And he just shows. He had a channel that was smaller than mine 18 months ago, and within 3 weeks he skyrocketed past that, and now he's out of sight. But he knows what he's doing. It's his job. He's got he took a gamble. He's put his own money on the line. So
and before you know it, all you are doing is looking at editing, filming, shooting, arranging, dealing with people, talking to managers, talking to companies, talking to... My God, it's like, it becomes a monster.
I would have to go full time for this to get any bigger. And I could do 2 videos a week instead of 1, which in theory doubles the output.
Don't get me wrong.
You know what? If I didn't have a mortgage to worry about, I would. Yeah. I probably would. If something happened to my job or whatever out of nowhere, then I think, well, maybe I should make a try of this.
It's a proper leap of faith. It's that thing where you must get from one stage in YouTube to another, where you just think, all right, I'm there now. I've got to make that jump.
And I think that's why some people do the big. I now need to do. This is my job. I need to do the full 4K. I need a proper camera guy, sound guy, because you're putting him a lot of money into it. I mean, a lot of the YouTube stuff isn't that fun, if I'm being honest. Editing I find utterly boring. Sometimes sometimes you think, I don't know what video to do. There's only so many topics you can do. COVID has made it very difficult to visit things and go to events. There's a lot of events being called off. We had the Audi e-tron GT, the Taycan, all of which we couldn't go to because of isolating. And if that was your job, that was bringing in your money.
Yeah.
Boom. All of a sudden you're suddenly panicking about something, and I don't need that right now, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. If someone comes along and says, "There's a buttload of money, this will do you for a year," maybe, but not now. I think it's just one of those things which I could go either way. I've got a choice at the moment. Who knows where we'll end up?
I think the reassurance I'd like to offer you is that from a viewer's perspective, sitting on this side of the screen as opposed to where you are, is that what you are offering is the perfect. I mean, my dad at the age of 70 is now looking at getting an EV, and I pushed him in the direction of your channel, when I pushed him in the direction of it, he said, "Oh yeah, I've watched him already," which is great. That's bloody brilliant. That means that. Him at 70 has managed to stumble across you on YouTube because he was looking at certain cars and liked the way you presented your reviews on them. And it's I think that's the niche. It's as much as you've got the flashy YouTube and the auto cars and the whatever else they're shoving them out there, you've got that instantly gritty looking and very personal reviews of everything that you do, and it's I think you should keep that. It's lovely.
Well, that's the plan. It also explains why my average demographic is 45 to 54 years. But no,
you're not 70 with him. So.
Yeah, bizarrely, I take a lot of I take one central idea from Terry Wogan, bizarrely, and he always said when he was doing his radio show, he did it as if he was talking to a person. So when he was presenting his radio show, he was talking. He was like someone was sat in front of him. He was talking to a person, and that's basically what I thought. Well, that makes sense to me. I'll do the videos if I'm talking to whoever's watching it. In the same way as if one of your mates said, "Oh, I'm thinking about getting a Corsa E." Well, I'll do that video as if it's someone asked you in a pub. Oh, what's that Corsa E like? What would I say? Well, that's what we'll do it that way. So yeah, I think sometimes you just got to know your limits. I ain't a motoring journalist. I'm not a video producer, so I'll just stay with this.
You're not a motoring journalist. You got to bear in mind it's part of this whole sort of ecological thing that's going on now. It's ecological. It's price of living driven. It's everything. You've already done stuff on the heating systems, on the You know, because God, 10, 20 years from now, that's going to be crazy because there's suddenly going to be shoving all the people who are happily on gas over this electric stuff that they're going to be going, well, the price of electric's bonkers, but it won't be because they'll shift the benefits from gas over to electric on that front, supposedly, we hope.
I think that's why it works, because I'm basically doing what anyone would be doing if they wanted to get solar panels or battery. I'm not just presenting information that's been given to me. I'm having to do the same thing that anyone else would have to do.
Yeah.
So by me going through the same things, it actually generates its own content. Because if you're wanting solar panels, well, I imagine if a big channel wanted to do something about home battery, they would just find an expert and talk to them, or find a company that comes in and talks to them. I don't want to see a video where a company is telling me what a home battery is like. I want to see someone that's bought one. So, you know, at some point, I guess it might get too big for its own boots, but who knows? So, are you flagging? EVK is flagging. Are you flagging? Well, it's only 1:45. This is like early. Right, I think we're going to have to come off.
Okay.
She's getting tired.
Before you go.
Yes.
Before you go. You've got your Powerwall, non-Powerwall. You've got your. It was the
Give Energy.
The Give Energy, which is friggin' awesome. The one I'm looking at. I might have to go for 2 to 3 because of what we run here. Have you since you've installed it? Have you ever had any sort of angst about? I wish I'd done something else, or you're totally happy with what you've done?
Not at all. No. In fact, watch this space, shall we say, over the next month or two.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But if I were to make the same decision again, if I were basically buying a battery now instead of back then the decision would be the same. And knowing what I know, it's even more of a no-brainer now than it was then. So no,
that'll seal the deal for me. Thank you very much. And before I go, I would like to say that I posted a comment before when I heard that one of your older cats was named Diesel.
He's no longer with us, unfortunately, Diesel.
I know. I'm terribly sorry. I'd like to point this out to your colleague there. I made a bit of a jokey comment saying, did she lie about her emissions because she was called Diesel? It's supposed to be funny, and obviously your colleague there pointed out that it wasn't a she, it was a he.
It was a he.
And I wanted to point out that I'm very sorry. It wasn't about making a joke about your cat. I've lost a cat in the past, many cats in the past. I love cats. And I'm sorry to see them go. And, bye-bye.
He was called Diesel before we got him, wasn't he?
And I imagine he didn't lie about his emissions. He was quite proud of them.
It was all black, basically. I think because the Homer was black and white, and he was called Cloud, and he was called Diesel. And I thought, I'm not having a cat called Cloud, so we kept Diesel as Diesel, and then Homer kept the same, didn't he? Because he's a Homer. But no, Diesel. They arrived together, didn't they? Yeah. But he's around.
Well, take care, and thank you very much.
No problems.
And, cheers. All the best.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Right. I think we are done. You've got 2 minutes, guys, to ask anything else or say anything else. Because by the time the delay's caught up, I think you need to go to bed, don't you? You're lightweight. I think clubs are only just, got like another 10 minutes yet, and then you got to have cheesy chips afterwards, and you get the taxi home, and maybe a few when you get home. You have to get better than this when you start going out on town.
Thank you.
Please never go out. Right, so I think we're done, guys. If you're still watching this, I don't know how many people. Is there anyone who's still watching this? Wow, really. There are. Maybe some people have fallen asleep with it on, and maybe that's what it is. Are we sending people to sleep?
I've also noticed we have a load of members now. We've got a load of people that are left on that are all green.
Yeah, that's true.
But there are a lot of the same people texting, but still.
Yeah, Spaceballs tomorrow. Maybe day after, whenever. It's a brilliant film. I just hope you'll get most of the references. You may or may not. You like Star Wars? It's basically a spoof of Star Wars.
Ah, okay.
Like a jokey Star Wars.
Okay.
You don't have Darth Vader, you have Dark Helmet. And you have, you don't have Chewbacca. You have, what is it, Barf?
What?
It's called Barf.
What the heck?
That's his name, Barf.
That's
He's a Mog. Half man, half dog.
Oh.
He's his own best friend.
Oh, for gosh.
It's brilliant. Even just talking about it makes me want to watch it now. Right, guys. Well, I think we're done.
Yeah, they want me to.
Mars Attacks, that's another one.
They want me to persuade you to let me drive the Tesla.
Tell you what, if you pass your driving test and then do an advanced driving test, then you can drive the test.
Okay. When can I vote?
Well, you're going to have to wait until you're 17 before you can do any driving test. Lessons.
Oh, 6 years?
I don't think we'll certainly won't have that car in 6 years from now. Pretty sure of that. Who knows what will happen by then?
I know, we're about to be flying.
The Tesla Roadster might be out in 6 years. The Model Y probably will be out by then. Might be, who knows?
Yeah.
6 years from now, it'll be twin. What year will that be? Wow.
What year will it be?
By the time you can start driving lessons, it'll be the year 2027.
Wow.
Near the end of 2027. Oh, God. Oh, that's really depressing. On that note,
Why is it depressing?
what's it? Oh, hang on a minute. Someone's. Do you want to do that last thing?
Which one? Adrian, before you go, please show us that Volvo mod. Ah.
This is something we built this Christmas.
Yeah.
We're not going to get it up and running because you control it with your phone. Because it's got 3 motors in it, so it does actually move.
How do I hold?
It's very heavy.
Let me put.
You don't have to put it in. I'm not going to turn it on.
I know that, but.
We'll fix it.
I want it to fall out.
There you go. Lego Technic. That is effectively a completely working 2-speed gearbox and reverse. The dumper truck thing tips up and down with motors. It turns itself backwards and forwards.
The steering wheel.
It's astonishing how they designed something like that. I have no idea. You can literally see at under the front it changed gear. It's got a clutch. You can even look. It's an astonishing feat of engineering, I think, for what is just Lego. Even the pistons go up and down when it moves. It's cracking.
It's really cool. I can't put this thing on.
Can't get the back in now. There's the hole. Put that back in. It can hold about half a tub of celebrations and tip them out the back. We've already tried that, haven't we?
Yeah.
But it's massive. Well, yeah, that took a while to build, didn't it?
Yeah.
But it is astonishing what they can do with Lego. Lego Technic. It's one of those presents that I got for you, for me. Yeah, it's electric.
just to say, you have to put the batteries in yourself. I got your chair.
Ugh. Right, well,
Sit in that chair.
not quite the drunk spectacle of last year.
I'll do a whole bin.
I'm going to finish it, don't worry.
You sure?
I need a pee now. now I've stood up, that's it.
Happened 3 times.
Okay, so I think we are done. We've showed the Lego Technic, haven't we?
What year was it when I can take mine? What was it when I can take mine?
2027.
Yes, I'm old.
You want to be older than everyone now, and I'm the opposite. When you get a certain age, you suddenly want to be younger than everyone else.
Yeah, but at least I'm the oldest in my class, so.
So, yeah. Oh, what's that? Yeah, the Rashford shirt. Actually signed by the man himself. Got a certificate and everything. That was last year's Christmas present for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like the best present.
She's a little obsessed.
Just a tiny bit.
Right, well, we're going, guys. So thanks for listening. And
how do you end it? Where?
5 hours 55 minutes. Oh my god. So next year,
6 hours.
EVW. Mummy will be back next year.
And 6 hours.
We can have frivolity and drinking and
6 hours.
Yeah, we're going to be nearly 6 hours here.
We're almost.
I think the Zoom thing worked quite well.
Yeah, although the last one lasted forever. And I mean forever.
Right, well, what you need to do then is basically when it says end stream.
Yeah, I got it.
You just click that.
Okay.
So wait for everyone to catch up, because obviously by the time we say bye, it's another 2 minutes before we see the text message that said bye.
I know. Well, bye. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it, I suppose. We're done.
I hope to see you in a video like during the year, you know.
I think we need to do another live stream.
Yeah, it's really fun and people like it.
But I mean not just at New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I know that.
Maybe quarterly or
what?
Every quarter, so 4 times a year, including New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Comment.
Yeah, I think that might be worthwhile. I mean, not like a 6 hour thing, just a live stream in general.
Yeah. Nice.
With or without booze, I don't know. But,
Easter.
Who knows? In Portsmouth, the police and trading standards. Oh no, this is. Trust me, the place we got it from. It was definitely a genuine one, and it cost us much. It's not from the eBay shops. It's a proper one.
It's from Amazon.
It's definitely a proper one. I made sure of that myself. Got the certificate back there to prove it. In fact, we have a picture. Signing.
Do we?
I think so, yeah. You can see the picture.
That's so cool.
I mean, don't get me wrong, they'll just pay him to sign a lot of shirts, but at least he did do it.
If you, just to say, if you are a Man United fan and you didn't know this, if you write a letter to Sir Alex Ferguson, it would probably take him a bit.
I don't think he's doing that still, though, is it?
I don't know. But
He's 80 now. In fact, did you know it's Alex Ferguson's birthday today?
Is it?
He's 80 today.
Ah, happy birthday! And that's a happy new year. Wait, as in like today or yesterday?
Yeah, New Year's Eve. Well, sorry, New Year's Eve, yeah.
Okay. Wicked Rashford shirt as well. Thanks. Every week, that might be a little much.
No, live streams. I like doing live streams. They're easy to do. No editing involved. It's just you have to have a reason to do it, I think.
Buy one Rashford shirt, get a free school dinner.
Doing.
Funny.
You get a Steven Gerrard shirt.
I mean, like, he's
And then
literally
it
got
just
so
trips
many
over by
names.
itself. What?
Stop it. So he's got so many names. He's an MBE. He's technically a doctor. He's a sir, I think. Oh no.
No, he's not, sir. It's Alex Ferguson's sir.
Yeah, I know that, but like. Yeah.
Come on, you wanted to go to bed, didn't you?
Yeah, I was kind of just bored as well.
So you just wanted the camera.
Yeah.
Right. Do you want to press the end stream button?
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, bye, guys.
We're 50 seconds away from 6 hours.
Can we wait till 6? Wow.
Go on then.
Okay, so like Bye.
No, we're not waiting for Mummy hour. She's not home until 4:30-ish. Ain't waiting that long, I'm sorry.
If it was 2:30, maybe, but...
Well, yeah. She'll be home soon, but no.
Exactly.
Well, at least we got Mummy on as well, didn't we?
Yeah, at least we saw her, so that's the main thing. It's an MB.
OBE.
Oh.
Well, is he? I don't know.
He's an MBE as well.
You sure?
Yeah, I think.
He's an MBE, you're right.
I told you!
He's not an OBE, he's an MBE. Oh!
What's an OBE?
Order of the British Empire.
What's an MBE?
MBE is Master. MBE is member of the Order of the British Empire.
I like it when I'm right.
Prominent national or regional achievements.
Well, that'll be at school, didn't it? But yeah, it's an MBE. He's an MBE. He's a footballer, so he's famous.
Well, he needs to concentrate on playing football properly.
What do you mean?
Well, he's not had a great start to the season, if I'm being honest. If you see him, just give him a little slap.
What?
Sort yourself out, Marcus.
I'd give him a hug.
Yeah, I know you would. Right, we've done 6 hours now.
Okay.
Do you want to send end?
Okay.
I need a wee, you need to go to bed.
Bye, guys. I'll see you whatever.
Right, thanks, guys. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.